friends, welcome in. Hi if you're new and we've not hung out before. That's weird. Why? Where you been? Aren't we cool? I thought we were cool. I thought you were cool. Hi friends, welcome in. I'm Jada Neko, I'm a variety streamer and I just do whatever the hell I want. And today we're going to watch YouTube and sew bags. Because I haven't been watching YouTube in a hot minute. So we're going to watch some YouTube and sew bags. Yay for me, yay for you, whoopity-doo. Alright. Are we all here? Are we all good? Alright, hi Tiki-Taki kids. Welcome in, welcome in. I keep forgetting to do the Tiki-Takis, but apparently I remembered today, so. YouTube! Alright. We're going to start with some spill that I very much need to catch up on.
Build a website you love with Wix.
I genuinely have not been on YouTube in forever.
For your words,
so I got a lot of shit to catch up on while I'm
brand.
sitting here sewing bags or whatever the fuck I'm doing. Right now I'm finishing this red and black kitty bag. Then I gotta do more baseball dinos.
From Can't Look Away.
Once branded as worse than that vegan teacher, Tash Peterson, better known as Vegan Booty, made a name for herself through disturbing protests.
There is blood on your hands if you're not vegan! Slaughter is blatant murder!
But now she's in a terrible position. One stunt went so horribly wrong that she ended up bankrupt. Her passports were seized, and today she's begging her followers for tens of thousands of dollars.
We are bankrupt and need $30,000. Our passports are being taken away from us.
We now owe over $500,000.
And on top of that, our personal accounts have been wiped, which means we have no money for everyday living expenses.
But why are they broke in the first place? Well, Tash has a long history of performing wild stunts in the name of animal rights activism, many which have landed her in some pretty hot water. In fact, on at least 2 occasions, she pushed things so far that she ended up being sued. One of those cases didn't just make headlines. It left her with a $320,000 fine. But we'll get to that. One of Tash's earliest incidents came in August 2019 when, dressed in a cow onesie and carrying a sign and a milk jug that appeared to be dripping in fake blood, she entered a market in Western Australia and quietly set herself up in front of the dairy aisle. She was asked to leave by employees and store security. And in April of 2020, Tash found herself in the meat aisle of another supermarket, this time dressed as a butcher, smeared in fake blood, holding a faux pig's head, playing the sounds of animals and yelling at shoppers about animal cruelty. As a result, Tash was banned from entering the respective supermarkets. But this marked the beginning of a string of restrictions, charges, and fines that would follow her protests. Her antics quickly escalated and even hit headlines when, in December 2020, she stormed into the supermarket Boatshed Markets, dressed in a cow print outfit, half naked and smeared with fake blood, again shouting at customers. Then she took her tactics to the luxury fashion world, barging into a Louis Vuitton boutique in Perth, wearing nothing but a G-string, this time covered in a red substance she described as menstrual blood, and loudly accusing customers and staff of funding animal exploitation.
Louis Vuitton have blood on their hands, and so do you if you're not vegan!
These stunts cemented her reputation as Australia's most notorious vegan
be a vegan
activist,
if you want, but
they
don't
also
shove your
brought
shit in
her
my
into
face.
direct
What the
conflict
fuck?
with the law.
Do
She
what
was
you
later
want.
charged
I told you
with
not to
disorderly
eat meat
behavior,
or to
and
eat
in
meat. It's your own
2022,
goddamn body and
a
your own
magistrate
business.
fined her
But don't fucking shove
$3,500
your bullshit in my
Australian
face.
dollars in total. But back in 2021, after a series of blood smears protests in
I
Perth,
eat animals.
including one at Outback
Sometimes
Jack's
when they're
Bar and
still
Grill,
alive.
where she dressed as a slaughterhouse worker covered in fake blood and blasted animal screams through a speaker. Due to this protest, along with a few other similar incidents, Tash Peterson was hit with a 12-month ban from all licensed establishments in Western Australia under the Liquor Control Act.
They're trying to use this Liquor Control Act to silence me from protesting. I mean, this has nothing to do, this is not an alcohol-related incident, but basically this is saying that it says,
technically an alcohol-related incident because the grocery store sells alcohol, so it qualifies under
Peterson acted
that.
in a disorderly manner on and in the vicinity of a licensed premises.
She wasn't fined for the ban itself, but breaching it carried penalties of up to 10,000 Australian dollars, effectively locking her out of every pub, club, and restaurant in the state during that period. But she didn't let that ban stop her.
Guess what, WA? I'm getting out of here anyway, so I can continue to do my protesting in other states that on places that sell alcohol, because this ban only applies in Western Australia.
And then, in September 2022, Tash took her activism
I like how she's
to
wearing
one
a
of
Guns
Earth's
N'
biggest
Roses
family
t-shirt
events,
while
the Royal
screaming about
Show.
veganism.
She locked herself and a fellow activist to a fence surrounding the cattle judging ring, forcing security and police
Yeah,
to
I'm sure
intervene.
fucking Guns N' Roses were definitely vegan.
And then
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
Ray's run from Belmont Police Station. None of my cameras recording, alright?
The stunt was intended to draw attention to what she called the enslavement of animals, but it left families and staff in chaos as the demonstration disrupted the event's schedule. Peterson was charged with trespass and disorderly behavior, and a court appearance followed. A few months later, in February 2023, she set her sights on a much smaller venue, a children's pony party. Tash and Jack disrupted the birthday event to protest the use of animals in entertainment, telling parents and children that ponies were being exploited. One of the more noteworthy protests involved an establishment that had made the public decision to ban vegans. The head chef and owner
mental
of
health
Fire
reasons
Restaurant,
indeed.
John Mountain,
Be a
made the
vegan,
announcement
but
in
that's
June
a you problem.
2023 after a dispute with
Like
a
having
diner.
athlete's
A vegan
foot
customer had
or
contacted
crabs.
him in advance
It's a
to
you
ask about
problem.
plant-based options. He initially agreed, but later forgot to prepare one. When the guest
Fucking
complained
yeah,
about
hey,
being
mama.
served what she felt was an overpriced $32 vegetable dish, John took to Facebook to vent. In a blunt post that quickly went viral, he declared that all vegans were now banned from Fire for mental health reasons, insisting he was tired of what he saw as unreasonable demands and online abuse from the vegan community. It wasn't long before the story reached Tash Peterson, who called the blanket ban a form of discrimination. Within days, she stormed the restaurant with a group of fellow activists, blasting pig screams through a small speaker and shouting at diners that they had blood on their hands.
Oh, I would have started licking my fingers.
The screens aren't playing.
I would have walked up in front of them and just started licking a fucking steak.
Medi-Cal. Just
Raw,
visit
too. Ah!
smilecalifornia.org.
Fucking imagine.
Find a dentist button.
Jesus.
The sound to you hear
Imagine
now.
they get the freedom of speech, but you don't get autonomy
It
to
wasn't
eat
long
what you
before
want.
John came out of the kitchen to try to stop the disruption, and through a struggle, John and others were able to remove Tash and Jack from the restaurant.
Animals want to live.
Animals want to live in my belly and then become poop.
Vegan, you're an animal abuser.
And though John and his employees were finally able to close the door and draw the blinds, the chanting and picketing continued. Eventually, she and her group of activists left the restaurant that
Dear
night.
vegans.
But Tash wasn't finished with John
Keep it to
Mountain and
yourself.
his anti-vegan restaurant. Because
fucking
about
eat my
a week
burger in
later,
your
they
face.
returned.
Don't shove your
Only
vegan
this
in
time,
mine.
along with their signs, one woman was holding a TV with footage of pigs in a slaughterhouse, and Tash took a megaphone to the speaker, blasting the audio of the pigs' screams loud enough for the patrons inside the restaurant to hear behind the closed door. And a physical altercation ensued between John Mountain and the activists that ended in John being restrained and police showing up. In a video posted to her YouTube channel on the night of her second visit to the restaurant, she and Jack sat in front of the camera and went over the events of the night, including the physical altercation that took place.
He went straight for initially just trying to grab the megaphone from me and just kind of like hurled me from side to side. Obviously, when you've just suddenly been attacked, it's hard to really describe. anything
so what
else
you're
that
doing is
happened,
not
but
an
I just
attack.
remember being fully cradled
Cool.
and holding on
Cool.
to dear life to this megaphone that he was trying to grab from my hands.
And though Tash gave a report against John to the police that arrived that
Dear
second
carnivores,
Oh,
your problem. Omnivores, your problem. Vegetarians, your problem. Vegans, your problem. Your body, your
It seems
business.
no official
Don't make
charges
your
were
choices
laid on
somebody
John
else's problem.
Mountain over the altercation.
your
But
choice.
later police came looking for Tash. Jack and
Don't
the
make my
others who
fucking
were
life
present
choices
during
your
the
problem.
first night of their protest. And when they tracked her
I
down,
can't eat
it seems
solids
the
most of the
tables were
time,
turned
so
on
now you
Tash.
shouldn't be allowed to eat
One of the
solids.
officers
'Cause
said, look, we're
I
doing
can't
an
eat them.
investigation into the disruptive
And I think eating
protest.
solid is murder.
We need to do further investigations, but we're currently looking into charging you with disorderly conduct, trespass, and or refusal to leave a licensed venue.
John also posted to Fire's Facebook page that he had filed a violence restraining order on top of Tash's other charges, which was later taken to court. The whole case landed in
No.
court in
Food is
2024,
gross and it
where
hurts.
Tash ultimately pleaded guilty and walked out with more than just a slap on the wrist.
I have been convicted with 3 criminal offences as a result of a protest that I did last year at a restaurant who had banned all vegans from their venue. I've received $2,500 in fines
it's
and
their
a
fucking
community-based
restaurant.
order
You
which
can ban them
requires
from your
me
house
to
too.
do 30 hours of community service, and I am under this order for a period of 6 months, which
Ban them
means
from
I
your house,
cannot
then.
leave the state of Western
Fine.
Australia, and
ban
basically
people from
I need
anywhere.
to
It's
if
their
I commit
premises.
another criminal offence.
And people in the comments of this video informing her followers and the public of her charges were actually pretty on board with the consequences of her actions. Great judge. This has made my week. The first video of you I have watched till the end. Keep this great content coming. But some commenters thought it wasn't enough. They should jail people like you. All you do is cause other people grief. Thank God. Is there any way they can get you off the internet as well? Permanently, maybe? But we want you to leave the state of WA. Permanently. You are nothing more than a spoiled pest. And Tash's community service ironically brought her to work on a farm.
I've received a community-based order. This order prohibits me from leaving the state of Western Australia for a period of 6 months. So here I am on day 1 doing my community service, and they've sent me out to a farm in rural Western Australia. I'm going to be picking up animals, digging holes and doing all sorts of farm chores.
Though it's not clear if she was ordered to go here or if she chose this location to start filing down her 30 hours of required service. Either way, it wasn't a bad choice in Tash's eyes.
However, this isn't
Oh,
your
come
average
on,
farm.
zombie
In fact, it's the
apocalypse.
opposite. It's actually a vegan animal sanctuary. The animals here who were destined for murder in the meat, dairy and egg industries are now here to live out their lives free from abuse, exploitation and harm.
But Tash's
Until I eat
protests
them.
held outside a Fire restaurant weren't
I'll
what
eat
led to
them.
her and Jack asking their followers for $30,000. That situation actually took place back in September of 2021, when the couple was sitting at a cafe and noticed 2 cockatiel birds in a cage sitting outside of the Bicton Veterinary Clinic in Perth next door. They left but returned the following day, entered the building, and began a verbal altercation with the owners of the clinic, accusing them of a slew of things ranging from enslaving animals all the way to consuming their own patients. A 6-minute video posted to Tash's Facebook page quickly went viral, but now seems to have been removed. Here are some clips of the heated exchange that were
The
found in
veterinarians are
reposts
eating the
online.
pets too?
But you're the type of vet that eat your own patients, are you?
Yeah, I do eat meat, so, but I don't eat dogs and I don't eat cats and I don't appreciate pushing your agenda on my personal.
I don't appreciate you enslaving animals and forcing them into murder factories.
Murder
What if they were
factories.
dogs?
I don't appreciate you forcing your beliefs on me. It's like people that force religion on
According to
people.
news.com.au, Tash titled the clip "Exposing Vets for Being Hypocrites" and accused the clinic of advertising animal slavery and condoning
Vets are
animals
hypocrites.
being
Okay,
forcibly bred into existence and used for human pleasure. As the clip continued, Tash can reportedly be
Okay.
heard telling an employee of the clinic that having the birds in the cage was animal slavery. They responded that the 2 birds had lived in the cage for 14 years and wouldn't be able to survive outside of it, and asked Tash to leave, saying, "It's not animal slavery, and I appreciate your opinion, and that's your opinion." And since she recognized Tash, she added that she didn't want any trouble and asked her to leave, saying, "I'd like to ask you to leave our premises. You are not welcome here." The police were called, and the conversation reportedly ended when the clinic's phone rang and the couple left the building. They were already gone by the time police arrived on the scene. but they met up with Tash at her home half an hour later and issued her a banning notice, preventing her from entering the clinic again. And from the allegations by Tash shown in the video that was then circulated online, the vets and co-owners at Bitcon Vet Clinic, Doctors Kay and Andrew McIntosh, were left distraught and angered. They made the decision to start a GoFundMe in order to take legal action following the altercation, titling the campaign Defamation Against Miss Tash Peterson.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Hang on a second, whatever. That's not it. Whoops. Where'd it go? There it is. There it is. Skip.
In the page's write-up, the McIntoshes wrote, Bicton Veterinary Clinic is an independent, small family-owned business that has served the local community for almost 16 years, with its current owners running the practice since 2019, adding that they have a zero-tolerance policy of intimidation, peddling false, misleading, defamatory information, bullying, and harassment towards our team, and will call it out as it occurs. It went on to share about how mentally difficult of an industry it already is. The veterinary industry is often a hard and unforgiving industry to those who work in it. It involves long hours, dedication, stress, has a high dropout rate of qualified veterinarians and veterinary nursing staff, and a high rate. On average, a person in the veterinary industry dies every 12 weeks. Even this veterinary clinic and its team members have not escaped, with a recent It added that the incident has left several members of this clinic extremely traumatized. Furthermore, this incident, along with defamatory comments and innuendos, has subsequently been published on Facebook to the detriment of our team members and our business. They even shared that due to the publication, implications, and defamatory comments, they would be launching a civil action by way of defamation against Miss Tash Peterson, Mr. Jack Higgs, and the business Vegan Booty in the Supreme Court of Western Australia. And through updates to the campaign page, the McIntoshes informed their supporters that there had been a number of setbacks causing the trial to be delayed on multiple occasions.
Things aren't working
it also
again.
stated that Tash and Jack turned down the offer of having the case heard by a group of their peers, and they elected for a judge-only trial. And finally, on November 25th, 2024, 3 years, 2 months, and 1 day since the incident took place, an update stated that the Chief Justice of the WA Supreme Court brought down his decision. The ruling declared that Tash and Jack would be ordered to pay nearly $300,000 in damages to the McIntoshes. And in the GoFundMe, they stated that the money raised would be donated to several animal rescue shelters in due course, since they won in the trial, and Tash would be made to cover their legal expenses. As a result, Tash claimed she had no other choice than to file for bankruptcy.
I've been forced into bankruptcy as a result of a defamation
as a
case
result of
where
your
I was
own
found to be
actions.
unsuccessful,
Oh my
owing
God.
a vet clinic $320,000 in damages. And that doesn't even include their legal costs, putting my debt to over $500,000.
Imagine.
During the trial, I was forced to produce financial and bank statements because their lawyer was trying to claim that I did animal rights activism
of your
for
own
financial
actions.
gain.
I'm getting upset
The
about
judge denied this claim. The
Weird,
opposing lawyer also accused me of tax fraud, a serious allegation which again the judge found to be untrue. This accusation led to the Australian Tax Office auditing me for over 2 years' worth of income.
And all this extensive digging into Tash's finances was likely due to the fact that her main source of income is allegedly from content she produces on the adult platform OF. It was even reported in court that from 2021 to 2022, Tash earned some $383,000 from the site. But it seems that this money is now non-existent. Due to her inability to pay the court-ordered amount, both Tash and Jack were stripped of their passports.
We are officially bankrupt and our passports are being taken away from us.
That's right. And this came as a result for a defamation trial that we were unsuccessful in, and we now owe over $500,000 to a vet clinic.
And on top of that, our personal accounts have been
Because?
wiped, which means we have no money for everyday living expenses.
Because?
Yeah, so we're going to now head into a bankruptcy office and we're going to
Because?
officially surrender our passport.
Waiting.
But according to the dude,
those things
this
are happening
roadblock wasn't going to be
because
stopping them.
I don't know how to turn the
So
thing on that
money
does
can
the
be
like.
taken from us, and so can our passports, but our voices for non-human people will never be taken away from us, and we'll never stop speaking up for the victims of animal exploitation and the animal holocaust.
I don't know where
Adios,
that tab is again. I
passport.
forgot it. I lost it.
And that brings us back to the original video where Tash and Jack asked their followers for $30,000, claiming they needed it in order to fly to the United Kingdom to give a speech.
Our bankruptcy trustees have said that we have to pay $30,000 if we want to go to the UK. Because they're concerned we're going to flee Australia for good. The only purpose of our trip is to speak up for non-human animals, not to run away.
Under a few
What the
conditions,
fuck's a
such as
human
returning
animal
to
then?
Australia
Non-human
and giving our
animals?
passports
What?
back, the bond will be returned back to us.
But if the money is going to be returned
Non-human
back to them,
animals.
what will happen to the
Non-human
money people
animals.
donate?
If this is the
Crap.
case, all of your donations will
crap?
go to Farm Transparency Project, the incredible team that created the documentary Dominion.
We only have 1 week to raise the 30K. So if you want to support us, please head to the GoFundMe link.
But commenters didn't believe she was genuinely planning on returning to Australia. Nothing she does is ever for the animals. If she did, she wouldn't be looking at jail the next time she harasses someone in public. She is a fraud. She is doing this because, I will promise you, they have no intention of coming back. The ATO is up their arse. She's a tax cheat on top of everything. And when asked, genuine question, why not just stay home, save money, and do a video link to give your speech? Like a live conference type thing. Tash shared that it's an important business trip for 2 months of animal rights activism, which confused some people. 2 months? But you said the main reason was a speech, and someone had suspicions about the whole thing. What I find interesting is how they say if the funds are returned and not when the funds are returned. Seems sus. Another figured they had a reason why it was worded this way. It's cause they won't be returned. It'll go in their pocket cause they are bankrupt, or they won't give their passports back and run. And a day later, Tash and Jack got back onto TikTok to address some of these comments.
Our GoFundMe for $30,000 to travel to the vegan campout has received a lot of backlash.
There are comments on this video expressing concern about the purpose of our travel and the large amount of money that we are requesting.
They go on to reiterate that the $30,000 isn't to fund their travel, which is already covered by their employer, but rather a refundable bond tied to their bankruptcy conditions. They emphasize this is not a holiday, but an activism trip built around the vegan campout and months of animal rights actions in the UK. And they dismiss live streaming as an alternative, arguing that the power of face-to-face conversations, public outreach, and direct action simply can't be replaced online. And commenters had some qualms, theories, and suggestions about their story. You're forgetting an important thing. You're bankrupt because you lied, and then that person sued you, and you lost because it was proven you lied. If you're lying about that, how are people supposed to believe you? Just be honest and say that the $30,000 is to pay your debts. If your employer is paying for the trip because it's business, then they can pay the $30K as well. It's a business expense. But what is the vegan campout anyway, and why does it require them to be away for 2 months? Well, the event's webpage states, Vegan Campout is the world's largest vegan camping festival, as well as being the most international, with campers coming from over 40 different countries each year. The event is 4 days, 3 nights of camping, talks, live music, after parties, yoga, meditation classes, workshops, and food. So, what did Tash have planned for the following months past the 4 days and 3 nights at the campout? There's potential that it could include more of this. And it seems that others had this suspicion as well, because though she was requesting the public to help fund the money, she still had to go through the process of having her visa into the UK accepted in order for her travel plans to work out. And unfortunately for Tash, she won't be going after all.
Throw them in the garbage
My
then.
UK visa has been rejected because of my criminal
let Alice
record.
know.
The letter from the UK
But she's
Home
the one that
Office
made them.
has declined my entry to the UK because I've had convictions in the past 12 months for criminal damage and disorderly conduct. despite this just being days away from this period ending.
But that wasn't the only reason Tash was denied her visa request. It didn't matter that the 12-month period since her previous conviction was almost up. It was the fact that, in their eyes, she would likely offend again.
Additionally, I've also been rejected because my record shows that I am a repeat offender. If I continue to commit offences, I will never be allowed to enter the UK
because
again.
you are. You are a repeat offender, ma'am.
She
Ma'am.
had still been allowed to enter the UK not too long
You
ago.
pled guilty.
This is interesting.
You're a
because
repeat
2 years
offender.
ago,
No
despite
wonder they
having
don't
a
want you
criminal
traveling
record,
to the UK.
I was allowed to enter the UK after being held at customs, interrogated and searched by police and border security.
Tash went on to defend her actions.
I've been interrogated
claiming
by
they
border
don't
security a
cause
buttload of
anyone harm.
times.
The thing is,
One time I came across with a backpack that's
I'm a non-violent
sketchy, apparently.
activist
It's not.
fighting to
It
end
was
the
law
exploitation
enforcement, military,
of
whatever
non-human people.
But
I
people
just needed
had
a
some
backpack.
thoughts to share.
you doing with that
Non-violent
backpack?
violence is not just
Using
physical.
it?
You damage businesses and reputations all the time, and you're proud of it.
Why do you have that?
You post it
'Cause
online.
I
Now you
needed
get
it.
called on it, you're sad. You made your bed, time to lay on it. Wow, who would have thought that our choices have consequences? Thank you for accurately
Consequences
describing
of
the
your
legal
actions.
system,
What?
bankruptcy, and the subsequent consequences for one's actions. Good to see the law doing their thing. And about that money people had actually been donating to help cover her trustee's bond of $30,000.
Last week, I began to raise those funds so I could go to the UK vegan campout. But due to these circumstances, I'll be giving all donations to Farm Transparency Project. So for now, I'll hand my passport back to my trustee and continue my mission to end the animal holocaust.
And to those who commented that her not being
The
allowed
animal
entry
holocaust.
into the UK was
The
not a bad
animal
thing.
hol-
This
that is
honestly
just- how
just keeps
dare
getting
you.
better and better.
How
Thank you
fucking
for
dare
sharing
you.
such amazing news. This is good news. She had some more news to share. Great news, I'll be doing activism all across Australia instead. And in another video posted to her TikTok, both she and Jack addressed their viewers after finding out that their UK visas were denied.
This did come as a surprise because I was told by my visa agent, due to the fact that my convictions are related to animal rights activism and the nature of those offences being minor, that I would have a high chance of that visa being accepted. And obviously I was allowed into the UK 2 years ago.
But she shared that the speech would still go on.
I will still be doing my vegan campout speech via a video.
They went on to state that the GoFundMe had raised $5,000 as of their posting, and that they plan to keep the campaign going in order to donate more to Farm Transparency Project. And to reiterate Tash's comment on her previous video, she captioned this one, "My UK visa was rejected, so Aussie activism tour instead." But it doesn't seem as though this is the last Tash will be seeing of legal battles going forward.
But it isn't over yet. There is yet another defamation case against me. A restaurant who banned all vegans from their venue is suing me. I may be bankrupt, but I'm not broken, and I'm certainly not going to stop speaking up for the victims of the animal holocaust.
Oh
That's
my
right.
God.
In
Stop
September
it.
2023,
Stop it.
3 months after Tash led a group protest into his restaurant, John told A
Thousands of
Current Affair
people were
News
murdered,
about the toll
and
it's
you
all
don't
been
get to
taken on
apply that
It needs to end,
to
and
your
it
fucking
needs to
veganism.
end
That's disgusting.
completely and utterly.
He explained that it's the fact that Tash continued to post things about their altercation to her social media, and whenever she did, he would get terrible messages from her supporters.
I constantly get daily death threats and, terrible emails and it's just too much.
This, coupled with the ever-present thought in John's mind that Tash's consequences weren't harsh enough, led him to make the decision.
It's not been fair that the penalty has never matched the crime. She's got away with little misdemeanors, small little slaps on the wrists, a couple of $100 here, $500 there. She doesn't care. So I've gone for suing her, as full defamation.
John went on to explain his motives further and where he planned to take things next.
To be honest, this is going to teach her a lesson. If she's fined a substantial amount of money, she's going to think twice. And once I've finished this legal action, then I'm going to try and get her taken off all social media. That's going to be a tough one, but the only way that we can do that is by going through the process.
John also had a message for Tash at the time of the interview.
Tash, stop forcing your opinions on others. What you may think you're doing is right, but it's wrong. You're damaging people's businesses. You're damaging people's lives.
By April 2024, the defamation case John put forth against Tash was still pending in the Western Australia courts, with John already facing tens of thousands in legal costs. As of the most recent reports, the action hasn't reached a final ruling, largely because Tash has been tied up in her other legal issues and bankruptcies, leaving the case in limbo. Time will tell if John gets his wish of adding to Tash's troubles, but one thing's certain: her legal battles and her antics are far from over.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about...
All right, next one. Okay.
Once branded as worse than that vegan teacher, Tash...
Yes. Okay. 3 more.
Just when you thought the Cracker Barrel mess couldn't get any wilder, employees started exposing what's really going on. And now, even the maker of the famous peg game is breaking her silence.
I'll see this about Cracker Barrel.
The country charm was stripped away.
All right, y'all, let's take a good long look at what a Cracker Barrel used to look like before they come in here and gut it out and paint the walls white and take all the spirit out of it.
Employees are speaking out.
It's been a rough week ever since this happened.
If you think what's happening in the front of house of Cracker Barrel is bad, you should know that what's happening behind the scenes in the back is even worse.
And then, the maker of the peg game decided she couldn't sit back and watch her empire crumble without exposing the truth.
This is freaking nuts. This is freaking real, guys. If they are this worried about people talking about this, that they are going to fire a waitress that's not even close to headquarters or nothing. This is absolutely disgusting. I hope that everybody in the whole freaking country sees this and understands just how nasty these people are.
On August 19th, 2025, Cracker Barrel unveiled its biggest overhaul in company history, a sweeping rebrand called the All the More campaign. Estimated to cost around $700 million, the project promised to modernize nearly every part of the chain. But when this included a minimalist new logo that lost the classic Barrel and Uncle Herschel character design, brighter interiors that were meant to appeal to young diners, an updated menu, and even changes to the restaurant's iconic peg game, the public didn't hold back their opinions.
We didn't ask for this. We didn't ask for this at all.
I want some flair to it. I like culture on my products, on the logos. I want to see that. I don't want this dumb... Stop being stupid. I'm sorry, you think you're trying to remove all offense. That's what you think you're trying to do from all these products we've seen do this lately. You're not. You're just making something that was good suck hard. You're ruining a perfectly good world that had flair to it with corporate minimalist trash. We all hate it. Stop it. Stop doing that.
I mean, they must have been desperate for attention or something, because talk about just grabbing a bottle of lighter fluid, pouring all over themselves, and then lighting themselves on fire. 47 years. And they decided to go and mess things up. I mean, there was nothing wrong with it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It was pitched as a fresh start for a legacy brand. But the moment the changes went public, customers felt like the country charm they loved had been stripped away. And people in comments weren't holding back either. The company is going down. I won't eat there anymore. This is actually a genius plan if you're trying to kill off your franchise and get out of it. It's a perfect setup. I would just make it look less intentional. I'm tired of minimalism! The whole vibe and point was that it was old and dusty and dark and full of weird things. That is its whole thing. I want Great Meemaw's cabin, not her cabin after a grandchild named McKesley got a hold of white paint. The country restaurant and store that has been serving up the same nostalgic and patriotic feel for over 55 years, with over 650 locations across the United States, was on its way out. The busy walls adorned with imagery of a time gone by, and old country-styled tables and chairs with their natural wood finish were slated to be replaced with booths and black and white paint.
All white walls, like booths, first watch. Okay, every modern breakfast place, that's what it's going to look like.
But it wasn't just the general public who made it clear that this rebrand may not have been the best choice to make.
And people hate these redesigns so much that their stock has fallen 14% in a single day today.
That's right. The news set Wall Street abuzz, but not in a good way. Their stock plunged so drastically that the restaurant chain lost nearly $100 million in value following the rebrand announcement. But that was after a dip earlier in the day that reflected an almost $200 million loss in capital. And nearly everyone pointed their blame at one person in particular, Julie Fells Massino, the current Cracker Barrel CEO who was hired back in the summer of 2023.
White lady did
it up here. She's
That's
absolutely
funny.
destroying the culture.
She was previously a top executive with Taco Bell and Starbucks and was
there you
brought
go.
on for her
She
long and
Caucasianed it up and
successful
thought it would make
career
it more
driving
soccer moms.
innovation and growth. In a press release for the news of her hire, Julie expressed her excitement on becoming a part of the team, saying, "Cracker Barrel is one of the most iconic brands in the history of American casual and family dining. For more than 50 years, Cracker Barrel has leveraged its rich culture to deliver on its brand
Not a
and
choice I would have
people
made, but it was a
promises to
choice.
guests and employees. The confidence the board has shown by entrusting the brand to me is humbling, and I'm excited to work with the more than 75,000 dedicated Cracker Barrel employees to drive the company's growth for years to come." But this long history of what worked for Cracker Barrel, with their iconic history of American casual and family dining, ended up being exactly what Julie targeted in the brand revamp as she attempted to modernize it.
One thing she probably should have done was kind of get back to the authenticity of what makes Cracker Barrel Cracker Barrel. It's the South. It's a customer who's looking for value.
And Julie reportedly began making changes to the restaurant not too long after stepping into her role, starting with the menu. Yet, despite the public's clearly overall negative reaction to the announcement, Julie insisted that people loved it and were even begging for it.
The feedback's been overwhelmingly positive that
No, it
people
hasn't.
like what we're doing. I actually happened to be in Orlando last week with all of our managers. We bring them together and every other year. And the number one question that I got asked, Michael, was, how can I get a remodel? When can I get a remodel?
I know
How do I
you're
get on the
lying.
list?
Oh, really?
So,
'Cause I got friends over there.
The feedback and the
And
buzz
they were
is so
pissed.
good, not only from our customers, but from our team members. They want to work in a wonderful restaurant. So we're doing everything for our guests and our team members.
But most people are clearly not on the same page.
I think what's important is that we are listening to our guests. We're doing this all for them, and it's working. The results affirm that we're headed in the right direction.
This is gaslighting, infantilizing, and patronizing. There's so many viral posts where people are just trashing these changes and their stock is going down fast. And she's saying, oh, well, the results are proving that we're on the right track. But she's not providing any data. She's not providing any results. She's saying, oh, we're doing this for you. But what she's really saying is, you don't really know what you want. So we're going to decide for you, and we promise you're going to like it. She dismisses the criticism by saying, oh, well, we're doing it for the customer's good, even though the customer is overwhelmingly opposed to it.
And the CEO is saying the response has been positively overwhelming. For who? Who is saying that? Who? I have seen nothing. Who is saying this is positive? Because, honey, you lost $200 million in stock after you announced this. So I have not seen any overwhelmingly positive. I haven't seen any positive.
And commenters agreed. That CEO needs to go ASAP. She is destroying this restaurant. I'm not going back until they fire that CEO and put everything back to normal. No, they're on the right track. For bankruptcy, even one of the co-founders of Cracker Barrel, Tommy Lowe, called the rebrand pitiful, adding,
They're trying to modernize to be more like the competition. Cracker Barrel doesn't have any competition.
But it wasn't just the logo, food, and interior design that was changing for Cracker Barrel. It went all the way down to the little triangular game that sat on every dining table, as well as the shelves of the store, the peg game.
Why I'm mad at them is something that I just found out today, another aspect of this whole fiasco, and here's what it is right now. One of the best aspects of sitting down at a Cracker Barrel is being able to sit down, play this game while you wait for your food.
And as rumors circulated as to why the game changed, the co-owner and producer of the company that manufactured them, TikToker Andrea M. Kraft, took to TikTok to reveal the truth.
56 years ago, Danny Evans, the founder of Cracker Barrel, and my grandfather, Ollie Qualls, got together and decided it would be a cool idea to put a game on Cracker Barrel's table.
Andrea went on to explain how Qualls & Son Novelties peg games had been on every Cracker Barrel table since the first day their doors opened. Her father eventually took over the company from her grandpa.
And my daddy put his blood, sweat, and tears into that company to make it what it was.
Then, in 2019, she and her husband took over the company from him. But that was just before things started to turn sour.
Then COVID hit in 2020 and everything changed for everyone. Cracker Barrel would pay us on a net 60, and that just was not working for us anymore. We communicated that to them, and they agreed that they would pay us on delivery. I can probably count about a handful of times that actually happened. We would have to chase our money down for weeks at a time. It was so incredibly stressful. We were having a hard time paying for our people. We were having a hard time paying for our supplies. It was a mess.
And being a company based solely on the production of these games, during a time when the world had turned upside down, they needed the money they were promised more than ever. She added that they had an incredibly difficult time tracking down payment and even hearing back from the company at all, unless it was to get berated.
And the only time we ever heard from anybody was when the peg game buyer would send us a nasty email asking where his games were when they could not even pay us for the games that we had already delivered.
But things took a surprising turn earlier this year.
This past February, Cracker Barrel called a touch base meeting so we could all get back on the same page. Touch base, their words. We were still ordering supplies, like, lumber is expensive, y'all. My husband walked into that meeting and they looked at him and said, I'm just gonna cut to the chase. We were told that the wording was too offensive. They told us they were taking our game to someone else to have it manufactured for the gift shop side of the business.
And though there was a small caveat, it wasn't enough.
Now, please keep in mind, that is 80% of our business. They said that they would let us supply the games that were provided for the tables if and only if we changed the wording to what they wanted, and then wouldn't even tell us what it would be.
And without having full disclosure of what they'd be agreeing to, they made a difficult decision.
20% of our business, just the restaurant side of the games, was not enough to keep our doors open, and we had to immediately close them. When Danny and my Pa Ollie had originally made this arrangement, they did everything on a handshake, and we had absolutely no legal grounds to stand on. A few months ago, me, my husband, and my dad had to watch all of the hard work, all of the equipment, everything get sold off at auction.
So what were these changes Cracker Barrel wanted to make to the game? Well, the original game had a pretty specific set of sentences on its face. It read, 1 peg left, you're a genius. 2 pegs left, you're purty smart. 3 pegs left, you're just plain dumb. 4 or more pegs left, you're just plain ignoramus. The final word being a folksy play on ignoramus, meaning an ignorant or stupid person. And apparently that was a little too harsh to some, including those now making the decisions over at Cracker Barrel. But to others, it was a nod to nostalgic time spent at the restaurant and even helped shape who they are.
Calling your friends an ignoramus if they get more than a couple on there, it's just part of what made me who I am today.
And what did the company decide to change it to?
Look at this. They changed it. There's no ignoramus anymore. There's no insults on there. There's just, you're just plain dumb. Remember that? And it's, what is this? It says, leave only 1, you're a genius. Leave 2, you're rocking the chair, but not the game. 3 or more, no reason to be embarrassed. Try again.
But something those in charge of the change must have missed in their hurry to switch things up. An R. In another video, Andrea pokes fun at the fact that, upon closer examination of the new wording on the game, they spelled embarrassed wrong, missing a second R in the middle of the word. But why did Cracker Barrel feel the need to part ways with Qualls and Son novelties in the first place?
The wording on the game is slightly offensive and irrelevant. Those were the words that were used to tell us that we would not be supplying at least 80% of the games that were supplied to Cracker Barrel.
Though Andrea had other suspicions as to why the change was made.
I truly believe that Cracker Barrel ran us out of business on purpose as an excuse to go to China. I truly believe that the people up at Cracker Barrel right now took advantage of the trust that was built between Danny Evans and my grandfather. I really freaking do. So if you're thinking about going back up there and eating the food that's absolute crap now at this point, remember that. Remember that. And maybe you can tell him how to spell embarrassed. My God.
Never sue the person who hit you after a car accident. I just got $100,000 for an accident I was in last month, and I did.
And a lot of people in the comments of Andrea's videos were shocked, shared that they were standing with her, and even sent over advice. This is heartbreaking, and I am so sorry. I'm not a lawyer, but the fact your family was the supplier for over 50 years should mean a verbal contract was broken. I'd sue. I won't eat at Cracker Barrel anymore just out of principle. This story alone is enough to not patronize CB. I wasn't really upset about the logo. It was a bummer, but I like the food. But this here is a game changer. This takes the American local feel out of it. This is shameful. I'm sorry this happened to you, and I hope the rest of America finds out.
Damn
but it seems that
colonizers
Cracker Barrel
fucking shit up
employees
for
were
everybody.
told something quite different from what Andrea knows to be the truth.
I've actually been seeing a few comments from Cracker Barrel employees in comment sections of different posts about Cracker Barrel saying that the reason why they got new paid games is because they had to, because the supplier, the original supplier, aka us, went out of business. So they had to find new games. And then on top of that, they changed the wording because they couldn't copy our writing. Which all of that is completely untrue.
She went on to ask other employees to either comment or send her a personal message to let her know what they had been hearing on their end in order to understand if that reason she just outlined was a fluke or the common story amongst the Cracker Barrel stores. But then someone sent her a message that really blew her away.
I want to tell you guys about a DM that I got last night, and it just stopped me in my tracks. Y'all, this is some seriously screwed up I'm sick about this.
In the video, Andrea shares a screenshot from the message she's referring to that reads, "So, crazy story, but I got fired for bringing up your family and business and asking why it happened. Wild. At will state." And she went on to explain what at will state means for those who don't know.
Real quick, I want y'all to understand, if you don't know what at will means. So at will, there are certain states that allow for people to get terminated for no good reason at any time. It was BS to hurt a business like she hurt our business, and went on to just talk about the memories that she had with her parents with this game. And her manager replied to her, "Well, the old company was bought out, and why the F as a server do you care anyway? Does it affect your paycheck? This is way above your paycheck, sweetheart." Are we for real?
And that bit about the company being bought out, Andrea caught that as well.
I just want to point out the fact that she had said that they got bought out, meaning we did. Qualls and Son, the supplier of the peg game, that we got bought out. That did not happen. So then she just goes on to say that the next day before her shift, they called her to the back and let her go because she argued about the way the company was ran. Hopefully you can see here at the bottom, she also says that she also damn near ripped my uniform stuff out of my hands as I walked out.
And Andrea felt terrible that her story led to this employee being fired.
I had ever thought that something like that would have occurred. I wouldn't have even... I don't really have a lot of words now.
But this wasn't the only employee to speak out. TikToker Kay Camp shared their story of an employee who needed to remain nameless.
We have families to feed and bills to pay. She didn't just hurt the company and what it stood for, but she hurt her employees. That is from a staff member of Cracker Barrel, a current staff member. I will not be identifying her name. I will not be identifying what store she works in or what her position is. I was told today at work we have a gag order and are not supposed to be speaking about how the food is being made. Since the new CEO came into our company in 2023, she has not only laid off many of her long-term loyal employees, but now expects the least paid employees to do more. We did have backup cooks and prep cooks who freshly cooked our country homemade food. She cut all of these positions to save money. Now our food is like fast food. It's all frozen in a bag off of a truck. We're basically turning into a fast food restaurant.
But the changes to the menu and staff weren't the only thing this unidentified employee was exposing.
Since she came into home office, we get treated differently. They expect so much out of us, but we're lucky to get 20 hours a week. We used to work 40 hours a week, no problem. Now it's fighting for hours as they hire more servers and less cooks for the back of the house. The cooks do a 7-person job and us servers are replaceable in an instant. It doesn't matter how long you've been with the company, we're all in fear to lose a job we once all loved so much. Today alone at our store was the slowest we've ever seen it. The CEO always wants us to push take-home meals. If you don't sell enough take-home meals or shareables, your hours will be cut. They make sure you don't get over 32 hours a week so they don't have to offer you health insurance. We are all financially suffering. Women who have been here more than 35 years have never seen it this bad.
And in video that has since been deleted, but reposted by another TikToker, this employee even posted a behind-the-scenes look into the restaurant's turnout since the rebranding was announced.
Hey y'all, so as y'all can see, I work at Cracker Barrel as a waitress, and we're struggling. You see all these people? 4 o'clock, well I got here at 4, and I've only had 3 tables tonight. Everybody has had like 2 or 3 tables max. I say at least like 9 tables their whole shift. Like tonight, I've only had 3 tables and I've made $13 total. So yeah, Cracker Barrel, what are we doing? What? Something's got to give, y'all. People got families to feed.
Some even claim they've been getting bad tips and are being verbally abused by customers.
Don't be going out to eat to these restaurants complaining to your servers, to the hostess about what's going on with the logo, the rebranding, because we don't control that. We have no control over that. You know what I mean? So just be mindful when you go out to eat and bashing a company with your remarks and thoughts and all of that. Like, we can't control that.
And others continue to come forward about the changes to the menu that have been slowly creeping into play for some time now.
Ugh. Brother, ugh. What's that? What's that, brother?
You want to know how your meatloaf is cooked whenever you come to Cracker Barrel? We throw it in the microwave and then we serve it to you. And sometimes it's still cold.
And TikToker Rylan Hand decided to speak out amidst the other voices coming forward as well.
I worked at Cracker Barrel for 8 years as a cook. And it's slowly gone downhill with a rapid acceleration in the past year.
You're about to lose $40,000 for your car accident because you don't know this one trick. Check this out.
Let's start with biscuits. You can see here, they're frozen now. What they used to do is I used to make these pans of biscuits every day for like an hour. That's how long they would last because we went through them. And they would be hot and fresh straight out of the oven for the guests. And now they freeze them for days ahead of time. So what you could be getting is days old, and they just put them in a warmer for about 40 minutes, and that's what you're getting. And that's why they look like this now instead of those nice big, thick, fluffy biscuits with butter smeared on top. No, you're getting frozen nothing. And the same with dumplings. They'll produce like 7-8 pans of dumplings at a time and freeze them.
But the infamous biscuits and dumplings weren't the only food being frozen and reheated.
Next, meatloaf. It's microwave now, too. Originally, when I first started working there, I would make multiple for the day. And then you would get a nice, fresh, hot piece of meatloaf. And now they cook 8 to 12 to 15 a day and then bag them up like this for you and microwave it. Just a nice microplastic piece of meat. Things like the fried apple, green bean, the pinto beans. I mean, they're bagged up at the end of the night, and then you are probably getting a nice microwaved side as well with your nice microwave meatloaf. Bacon doesn't touch a grill at Cracker Barrel. If you go to Cracker Barrel, you're getting baked bacon. All of it. You don't get a choice on how it's cooked.
And another former employee of the restaurant chain, TikToker Amber Nicole Tattoos, jumped on TikTok to share her experience as well.
I worked there 3 years ago. It's 2025 right now, so I worked there about 3 years ago, and that place is disgusting. Okay, when I first started working there, everybody was telling me how the food used to be really good, homemade food, and now everything that you get there is in a plastic bag. and then they soak it in hot water for you so that you get all the microplastics that you can get. How nice. It's so nice of them. Why not just stay home and get something out of the freezer and throw it in your microwave? But you guys are going and paying all this money for this company that sucks. They've been sucking. And I wanted to say something years ago about this, how nasty it was. And after I worked there, I did not eat there anymore. And when you are a server and you don't eat at the place that you work, that's
and thanks to the public's loud refusal to accept the changes, it seems that Cracker Barrel actually decided to listen. In a post to their Instagram page, they wrote, "We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for
You
Cracker
startle
Barrel.
easily.
We said we would listen, and we have.
How's it
our
going?
new logo is going away, and our old timer will remain. At Cracker Barrel, it's always been and always will be about serving up delicious food, warm welcomes, and the kind of country hospitality that feels like family. As a proud American institution, our 70,000 hardworking employees look forward to welcoming you to our tables soon." And the next day, posting this video with the caption, "Thankfully, our return policy applies to logos." And people were pretty excited.
Yo,
my microphone wasn't
we
quite.
bullied Cracker Barrel enough to change their new logo back. It just goes to show that enough bullying
I don't
for
know
a
exactly
company
what day
can
this
do
week it's
wonders.
supposed to
Because
be,
the
but
only
this
reason
week
why
at
they're
some
going
point.
back is because of how much money they lost from people just not f***ing with the new logo.
And that's not all. Cracker Barrel has heard the criticism over the changes to the menu and is reportedly going to be doing something about it.
Actually got a message from a 3-year employee of Cracker Barrel who reached out to me on TikTok and said, "Hi Carrie, since you seem to be the Cracker Barrel communicator, I come to you with good news as an employee of 3 years. Our store just got communication from home office that we are no longer freezing our biscuits. We are going to start making them fresh hourly just like we used to. They said there's a lot more to come, but rumor has it they're about to bring the prep/production job back, and we are going to start making all food from scratch in-house again, just like the olden days, and they are going back to many
How was
old
your
recipes.
stream? How's
our
your
guests
night,
loved.
day, evening,
War is
afternoon,
over.
weekend?
It says in
17,
all
broccoli,
caps.
purple,
So,
potato.
It seems like
What
the
were
upper
you
management
doing?
of Cracker Barrel
My
is listening
alerts
to the
are all
people and
busted. Not my
listening to
alerts.
the
My
staff.
night
The company
bot is
also
busted.
released a statement saying,
We know we won't always get everything right the first time, but we'll keep testing, learning, and listening to our guests and employees, the statement said. At the end of the day, our promise is simple. You'll always find comfort, community, and country hospitality here at Cracker Barrel.
The logo is going back to its original, and some menu items are rumored to be returning to their original ways. But what about everything else? The locations that have already changed, and all the others that were said to have makeovers going forward.
They'll bring the old logo back. But the stores that have already been remodeled, those are going to be tougher to
And
fix.
some people think this was all a
Oh,
very
yeah, I fell on the
big,
floor.
expensive ploy to attract a customer base that had dipped in recent years. I feel their rebrand was just a publicity stunt. It's not working. Their food is terrible. They're ruined.
Is the whole Cracker Barrel rebrand just a fake PR stunt? They switched it back after just a week of public outcry, and their stock is back up 10% so far. When a nostalgic brand rolls out something that's obviously terrible, it weirdly works to remind the fan base of what they liked about the original. So then the brand gets to frame the public outcry as a sign of brand loyalty.
After the company backpedaled, scrapped the rebrand, and restored its classic look, their stock rebounded about 8%. Today, it's hovering not too far from where it sat before the whole fiasco. In the end, Cracker Barrel's rebrand was supposed to be a fresh and modern revamp. Instead, it's shown a light on a controversial company parting and employees exposing hidden secrets. The stock has recovered, and the Barrel and Uncle Herschel are back. But the whole ordeal showed just how desperate some can be when it comes to holding on to nostalgia. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing.
Yes,
it's the
I
best
did.
thing you can
Thank
do to
you
help
for
us be able to
asking.
continue
We're
creating
gonna go to the
similar
next one, though.
videos. Like this one, about how TikTok's latest health drink...
Shut up! I'm getting there! Okay. Okay, we're there! Shut up!
In the past, influencers have done horrible things for attention.
Oh,
and
yep.
sure, they would receive hate online, but that was never really a consequence. It was part of the plan. But now, they're getting arrested.
This TikToker is now facing a maximum of 16 and a half years in prison.
And these pranks just keep getting more disgusting, all in the name of fame. Some so dangerous, they could be fatal for bystanders. The first story comes out of Japan.
Neon!
Back in February 2023,
Nihon
a video of a man
daisuki.
messing around
Yes,
at
yes.
Sushiro, a sushi conveyor belt restaurant, went viral. Filmed by his friend in a private booth, the man licked the spout of a soy sauce bottle. You know, the communal one that strangers share all throughout the day. He then looked around anxiously before grabbing a clean bowl above the conveyor belt, licked the rim of it, and put it back.
You
Meaning,
disgusting
the
little
next
pecker
person
face.
to use that booth would unknowingly use the contaminated bowl. The man then eyed the sushi conveyor belt, licked his fingers, and touched a sushi dish passing by, much to the amusement of his friend.
Ugh.
The culprit was later identified as 20-year-old Yoshino
Idiot.
Ryoga. His video, originally uploaded to Instagram
Baka!
stories, soon became notorious
Aho!
across other social media platforms. While many condemned this behavior, there were some who found it hilarious
Not
and
funny.
thrilling, sparking
Disgusting.
a whole wave of people trying to find new ways to mess with conveyor belt restaurants. It marked the start of what became known as the sushi terror and sushi terrorism trend. Just take a look at these other incidents. This customer grabbed a wafer roll from an ice cream dish, licked the ice cream off the wafer, and shoved it back into the ice cream as it slid across to other unsuspecting customers.
Oh my sweet
Several
Jesus.
Customers put reusable
Thank you for bringing your
items in their
fam, babe.
nostrils,
Have a
such
good
as
rest.
chopsticks
Look
and
what they're
a
doing!
soy sauce bottle. But perhaps the worst prank was this customer who sprayed alcohol sanitizing solution
Ugh.
on the moving sushi plates. Locals describe this as attempted murder. Understandably, this sushi terror trend alarmed many people, especially since sushi, among other dishes, is a huge part of the Japanese culinary experience.
Why would
His
you do
video
that?
is
Because
the
you're a
direct
stupid
reason
teenager.
I do not go to sushi trains anymore. Who knows who else is doing
Kisses,
this?
kisses.
Damn,
Have a
something
good
else I will
sleep.
never get to experience that I wanted to, just because of some app ruining it for everyone. Others called out the culprits differently. I feel like if everyone were taken to a psychiatrist for an examination,
Oh my God.
they'd probably get a diagnosis. It seems there was a situation where a parent was filming, proving that if the parent is trash, the kids trash too. Many Japanese citizens also noticed all the culprits had a similar expression, one they call a
Creep
villainous
smile.
face. People who can only smile by making others unhappy. Following the trend, the share prices of conveyor belt sushi companies dropped, and restaurants were forced to take drastic action to stop these pranksters from contaminating the food.
Just 2 weeks ago, I can help myself to sushi by taking a plate off this conveyor belt. But now, my food only gets delivered on this upper belt so that other customers can't touch it.
Restaurants began pausing the conveyor belt when sushi tampering was detected. Some restaurants switched to photographs and digital screens, and others have implemented AI monitoring systems, which can send fraud messages.
You got
if
like
it
the
detects
things
any
you got to go
disrespectful
through just to
behavior.
have
But
friggin'
it wasn't just
clean
innocent
food.
customers who were being punished. At least 3 of the sushi terror culprits have been arrested.
Good!
Yoshino Ryoga was the viral face of the trend, was arrested for obstructing business operations. His 2 unnamed friends who accompanied him at the time were also arrested. A 19-year-old man who recorded the video and a 15-year-old girl who was at the scene. After investigation, the girl was released, but the 19-year-old man was put on probation. Yoshino, however, was sentenced to 3 years in
Yoshino.
prison for his actions. Furthermore,
Aho!
the Sushiro chain
Baka.
demanded 67 million yen damages.
Daikirai.
While it might seem like a lot, Sushiro restaurants were seen nearly empty during its
Blech.
busy lunch hours, likely losing out on lots of money due to the fear of tampered sushi and utensils. For some, this was the perfect punishment. Explaining in Japan, this would mean they have to work multiple part-time jobs to pay off the damages or debts, every day and night, 7 days a week with less breaks. It will take 5 to 10 years to pay off. And during the trial, Yoshino admitted that he pulled the prank to satisfy his desire for recognition and to be popular. However, he could now admit what he did was very stupid. Kura Sushi, another conveyor belt
Hoorah!
chain with over 500 outlets in Japan, also supported the arrests, writing in a statement that they hope this awareness will prevent copycat crimes in the future. While the crime has drastically decreased due to the changes made inside restaurants, it didn't stop completely. In a very recent incident from late March 2025, a young man left a condom at Kura Sushi's return slot.
Kura! Kura!
A woman accompanying the man looked like his mother and allegedly laughed at the situation. And if you thought sushi licking was bad, wait till you hear about the hot pot incident. The second story takes place in downtown Shanghai.
Oh fuck,
Comfy
of
and lifting
course.
at 60? I found the perfect bra and I have to share it with my fellow
idiots
seniors.
seeing other idiots being idiots, gotta make themselves idiots
February
too.
24th, 2025,
Gross.
2 teenage boys stumbled into one of China's most popular restaurant chains, Haidilao, dining in a private room. They climbed on top of the table and filmed themselves doing the unimaginable, urinating into a vat hot pot broth. Their uploaded video quickly circulated online.
What the fuck is wrong with these children?
Only becoming aware of the incident 4 days after it actually happened. Understandably, this did not sit well with the public. I'm going to need more than an apology after that. Makes me never want to eat hot pot again. This HDL is currently losing a lot of business because of their competitors are way better, and this pee incident is just too disgusting and puts the nail in the coffin for HDL. HDL used to have extremely long queue. They made their waiting area full of snacks and free services, but now everything is just awkwardly quiet. On March 6th, 10 days after the incident, Haidilao finally confirmed the branch location where the prank took place and filed a police report. The chain promised to compensate more than 4,000 customers who dined in the affected restaurant between February 24th and March 8th, offering a full refund followed by a cash compensation of 10 times the amount of the bill. The company released a statement that read, "We fully understand that the distress caused to our customers by this incident cannot be fully compensated for by any means. We are willing to do our utmost to take responsibility." Haidilao also promised to replace all their hot pot equipment and dining utensils, as well as conduct a thorough cleaning and disinfection. The culprits, who were 17-year-old boys, were said to have traveled to Shanghai from another province. After Haidilao reported the incident, the police detained them, and they were placed in administrative detention by Shanghai authorities.
Ooh, you go to China jail, bitch! Ooh!
For others, well, some puns were just too good to pass up. Uh-oh.
You're in trouble.
Man, I'd be pissed.
Slap.
You're probably thinking, that's why I don't
You be
eat
pissing
out.
yourself now,
Just
don't
because
you?
something's home cooked doesn't mean it hasn't been contaminated.
Facts.
The third story takes place in
Oh,
Keene, New Hampshire.
New at noon, pea problems at a New Hampshire co-op, and you heard that right.
On February 14th, 2025, the police department of Keene received a stomach-turning tip from an anonymous informant. Their accusations? There was a woman going around town peeing on fresh produce at grocery stores.
How do you?
and
Okay,
posting
how
that
does?
content
Wait. Okay,
on
wait.
her OF page.
Wait.
Police soon
Wait.
learned this was.
Wait. Wait. Oh my fuck. Wait. How? How is the lady peeing on the vegetables? How? Do she only got a little bit in the tank? How is the lady peeing on? How's the lady peeing on the vegetables? Does she got one of them like camping weens? You know, I have one for when I go fishing on boats, because sometimes you gotta pee over the side of the boat, like a dude, because you're too far into the lake fishing. Okay, you gotta pee on the side. Okay, just relax, calm down. Just calm down. I'm an old lady, and that's just, it's fine. Nobody sees my penis, I promise. It's purple. But how? I'm telling you, I can't pinch off. We're not dudes. I can't pinch off midstream. So how is she not generating a massive puddle? I'm so confused. How? Okay, nope. We're gonna keep watching.
No urban legend. This woman was Kelly Tedford, also known on OF as Kinky Kelly. At the time of the report, Kelly's latest videos showed herself urinating on produce at a Monadnock food co-op on February 10th. A good 4 days before the anonymous report was made.
Monad
On
Rock?
February 15th, the grocer issued a recall of the contaminated products, including quinoa, cornmeal, polenta, coconut shreds, and walnuts. They also encourage
What
their
the
customers
hell?
to throw away any affected products that they have purchased between February
How?
10th and February 15th.
Did she just have it like in a
Because of this
container or
incident,
something and
the
she was
grocery store
dumping it around or
sustained a $1,500 loss
How?
and destroyed merchandise and
How?
cleaning cost. But this wasn't an
Like-
isolated incident. As the police dug deeper, they found out that Kelly had been making pee videos as early as 2021, and the whole town was her
Like I get
toilet.
fetish and whatever,
When
but
news
like
came out
how
about
is the
Kelly
lady
Tedford's
able to
grocery
wheel on
store
the vegetable
bathroom
stuffs with nobody being aware?
This is a real shocker.
Yeah, she needs some kind of help, something. I mean, nothing surprises me anymore.
I'm completely shocked and dismayed about what this woman decided to do and for how long she's gotten away with this. And we also have a lot of
Also,
people
wash your
that are
vegetables,
trying to
'cause
capitalize
bleh.
on the strangest things.
You ever see your kids doing shit like
Kelly
this?
was
Just punch
arrested.
them.
But it seems grocery stores weren't the
You
only
don't get to have food if that's how you're gonna treat it, you bunch of
police made a
nasty
Facebook
bastards.
post about her
Ugh.
arrest. A number of locals came forward with further allegations about Kelly and her uncontrollable bladder. She did this in the Five Guys bathroom like 2 years ago.
She peed in the
also
bathroom, or
pissed
she-
in a live betta fish's cup at the Petco in Keene. This is literally animal mistreatment. Ammonia burns fish's skin alive. Allegedly also bathroom floor of Bender's. What? She literally pissed on the floor of the locker room at my gym, and the owner had to ban her. So disgusting. A Reddit user, presumably from Keene, also alleged Kelly would brag to everyone about it and get blacklisted from those places. I have
Oh,
no
Jesus.
idea how
What
she
the
didn't
hell?
get
What
caught
the
sooner.
hell?
Go around Keene and ask local businesses such as gyms or restaurants, and quite a few will have some stories about her. She's well known in the area as the Phantom Pisser, just most never knew who she was. What's even
The
more
Phantom
concerning are the
Pisser.
allegations circulating online that Kelly has worked in restaurants, insinuating that she may have tampered with the food.
Wouldn't
Sick
surprise
pig.
me.
She used to work at Subway making food too. Allegedly, she's working in several food service positions. Someone who knows her commented
This
she
is
worked
where we're at right now. I gotta attach the ears and stuff still on the backside, and the hands.
Tedford was
These
charged
are the
with
hands.
criminal mischief with a Class B felony,
Right.
and that was the end of the story, or so people thought. The fourth story continues with Kelly, but this time it's not just food.
Peekaboo!
This might affect your next staycation.
So
We
I've
pretty much
had
take it
this,
all.
I've got it
Fridges,
in
dishwashers,
fluorescent
couches,
green,
mattresses, same-day
fluorescent,
notice
that's ready,
groceries
because I've been sewing them in whatever
It's good to
color I
know you're,
feel
making
like.
a difference instead of just
I've got it with fluorescent green threads, fluorescent orange threads, and then I just did one with the red.
tonight.
A couple of months after her arrest, the grocery store fiasco, new charges against Kelly were added. This time for urinating and defecating in a hotel room. It turns out
Oh,
that
Poopy
on
Gate. It's
January
Poopy
12th,
Gate. All roads
in
lead
an
back to
ad hoc
Poopy.
food co-op produce
All roads
section,
leads back to
Kelly
Poopy.
had stayed in a Marriott hotel in Keene, where she treated her room as her own personal litter box, keying on the hotel curtains, the comforter, an air conditioner unit,
Oh,
and even
jeez.
a copy of the Bible. To top it all off, Kelly reportedly defecated on the floor and placed her feces in her hotel room's toilet tank. When the news broke, reactions ranged from humor, that usually stops once you get them spayed, piss poor judgment, Mrs. Peabody, to outrage. Send her to a mental asylum. She looks deranged. Freak. What a dog. I would never insult a dog like that. Only a human being willfully does these kind of gross and disgusting acts. Anxiety grew as locals realized the number of biohazardous crimes Kelly had committed was likely higher than anyone imagined. Who knew if the apple they ate, the seat they sat down, or the surfaces they touched had been peed on for the sake of Kelly's OF content? Because of her actions in the hotel, Kelly now faces 5 more counts of misdemeanor criminal mischief on top of a felony charge from the grocery store arrest. And Kelly may be in far more trouble with the people of Keene than she possibly saw coming. YouTubers Otozi and Madcaster decided to pay a visit to Keene and discovered Kelly Tedford's case had been transferred from a district court, which typically handles lower-level criminal cases, to a superior court.
Ooh,
which typically
bitch, you
handles
going
more
down
serious
hard.
criminal cases.
Ooh.
We found out that they waived the what? They waived the arraignment.
They waived the arraignment.
Looking at jail
what the next
time.
hearing is and what's going on with this case.
Kelly Tedford's actions may have triggered your gag reflex, but what if we tell you there are worse food-related crimes
Probably.
than that.
Zero surprise.
The fifth and last story comes out Mesa, Arizona, and this one was putting lives on the line. On December 19th, 2024, at 8:30 p.m., 27-year-old TikToker Wolfie Kaliti, whose real name is Charles Smith, entered a Walmart store to film a prank he would later upload for his over 300,000 followers. In the now deleted video, Wolfie was seen spraying a can of insect repellent on vegetables, fruits, and rotisserie chicken, unleashing a stream of backlash.
It's kind of dumb. Yeah, like there's just no point.
It's a travesty. It's a travesty.
It's disgusting. Like, that's an awful thing to do.
And online, viewers immediately called out danger in his behavior. Find this guy and arrest him. This is mass poisoning. That pesticide is seriously toxic, and if a child, in particular, ingests it, they could be seriously harmed or worse. He's an attempted murder suspect. The backlash led Wolfie to return to the store 10 minutes later to remove and dispose of all the items he sprayed on at the back of the store. Of course, filming himself in the process. But by then, it was too late. The 10-minute window before Wolfie returned to the store meant that anyone could have put one of the pesticide doses products in their carts and checked out.
This is where people shop for their families. Like,
No, you didn't throw them out. You threw them all in a cart and moved the cart over to the corner, and I bet you a staff member grabbed that cart and put everything back on the fucking shelves.
24 hours after the crime, Wolfie turned himself into the police. The TikToker explained to the officer that he was an online troll and made up to $10,000 a month posting controversial content. The insect repellent prank just became the latest in his series of social media mistakes.
Oh my
jeez. May have been holding himself accountable this time. His virtual footprint exposed a dark history of putting himself between people and their food. More than going around and contaminating fresh produce, Wolfie was notorious on the internet for pulling questionable pranks as TikTok's self-proclaimed supreme villain.
Usually on cold nights, the demons reach out to me.
My husband says I look 10 years younger with these. I'm 41. People don't believe my age. This
I believe
is
your
the
age.
best
You know
kept
why?
secret.
'Cause I'm 42.
As we age, our lashes become thin.
Yeah, it seems to be a cold night for you. Wouldn't want to ruin it.
For example, a lot of his content involved harassing fast food workers in the workplace. This included going behind the counters and throwing potentially dangerous items in the restaurant's deep fryer.
Hey!
Pretending to be an employee.
What can I get for you? Gonna work here.
And even throwing what looked like a deceased pigeon at a fast food worker in their kitchen.
Fried pigeon?
It also turned out that the Walmart incident wasn't the first time Wolfie was seen messing around at a grocery store. In this video, Wolfie could be seen playing with fresh produce, stealing and eating food, and going into the back rooms to vandalize the staff's workplace and contaminate more food. At some point in his career, Wolfie even released a video. He jokingly locked people in a 7-Eleven.
No. You guys are locked in there. Forever.
Wolfie frequently pulled pranks that involved food. This included throwing cake at innocent bystanders, adding raw bacon and eggs to a man's unattended washing machine, and giving raw chicken as a joke to a homeless man.
Yo, you hungry? You hungry? You hungry?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know what's open. Probably McDonald's is closed.
McDonald's?
Up there.
All right.
It's probably closed. Okay.
Just take this.
Have
a good night.
Okay.
If there was one common thread that united Wolfie's content, it
I
was
bet
his
you that
habit of
man
tormenting
will find a
people
way to cook
who
that
weren't in
damn
a
chicken.
position to defend themselves. Just look at this clip of Wolfie breaking into a Walmart break room to prank a sleeping employee, or laying hands on and chasing an unsuspecting man who refused to give him a ride in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Yo, the power is out here. You think I can get a ride here?
Nah, bro. I'm sorry. Not today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
These kids
That's
should
crazy.
not have access to the internet.
I can't get a ride.
Banned from the internet.
I can't get a ride. I can't get a ride. I can't get a ride.
I can't get her. I can't get her.
Of course, a portion of Wolfie's audience found this content funny, even referring to him as the GOAT. For other viewers, well, they weren't laughing. A normal person would look at this and view it as harassment, but on TikTok, people love this content. There's two types of people who like the content. Number one, teenagers. Number two, people who are glad they're not the ones who's catching charges over this. Wolfie's prank had even reached beyond TikTok. It became infamous in certain areas in Arizona, publicly endangering people and his practical jokes. And soon enough, there was an entire Reddit thread dedicated to his antics. That's right. Even before Wolfie turned himself into the police, there was a beware post in an Arizona State University subreddit warning people of the unsanitary and unsafe nature of Wolfie's content and encouraged people not to engage with it. Instead, the poster asked people to report Wolfie's social media accounts. The locals, Wolfie's unpredictable antics made him a real-life boogeyman, with one user even advising residents to beware of him when walking around at night. Another user claimed that their cousin had a first-hand encounter with Wolfie when he tried to mess with her at their place of work. No clue how or why they allowed him to be the nuisance filming her on base, or how she stayed so calm and polite. I never saw it online, so either they deemed it uneventful or he got threatened with law enforcement after they left. With Wolfie now behind bars, Arizona residents can now breathe a little easier.
Have your name and date of birth? Charles Smith.
According to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, Wolfie faced 2 felony charges, including 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree and 2 accounts of adding poison or other harmful substances, water, food, drink, or medicine. On top of this, Wolfie was also charged with 1 count of endangerment and 1 count of criminal damage, as the meat and produce he sprayed, totaling $900 of damage, had to be discarded. Online, people predicted his maximum sentence would be 16.5 years in prison, considering all the harmful material he filmed online.
Hey, Alicia Little here, and I'm excited to announce that the 3rd annual AI and Marketing Summit is here.
This TikToker is now facing a maximum of 16.5 years in prison. The man has already been called to court 3 times for 3 different reasons, as he keeps getting into more trouble. So the charges are just stacking from his past behavior.
But in June, Wolfie was sentenced to much lower, just 1 year in prison for the grocery store stunt and 3 years probation for criminal damage and solicitation to commit burglary. And from the internet's perspective, he got off light.
He poisoned so much food that actually could have just killed people. I think he got off really easy, all things considered here.
As for Wolfie's excuse, well, according to what he told the court,
social media has definitely took over my brain and made me do things that is abnormal. I just like to formally apologize for my actions from last year and that I've become a better person.
No, for the last year. In a year, you became a better person because you had to suffer the consequences of your own actions.
Nor the judge was convinced.
And you're going to harm others, film them, put it online, and then profit off of it.
People also drew attention to his behavior while in court, when he expressed some empathy for his pet.
Do you have any questions for me?
I do. I have a pet at the house, and we live alone, and she hasn't been able to eat in like 6 days. I was wondering if I have any aspects of going home and promising to return to court the next court date.
To which people picked apart. His pet hasn't eaten in 6 days. Whose fault is this? Add animal mistreatment to the list. He is worried about his pet not eating in 6 days, but didn't care if a human ate poison. Miss me with that. He waited 6 days to tell someone. Let that sink in.
All these turbo dork losers are finally getting consequences for these pranks, which pranking has basically just become synonymous with terrorism. They're not pranks. They just actively harm as many people around them as possible.
While you're here, check out our video about another social media stunt.
All right, I think we got one. We do one more. And then we're gonna watch some Charlotte.
War in Ukraine, but her search for safety ended in tragedy. On a Charlotte train, a young refugee's life was taken by a man with a violent past who never should have been free.
Did you know that that person had been arrested 14 different times? 14 different times this guy was arrested, and he's just walking on the streets amongst everybody, women, children, other adults, and look at what happened.
Even his own mother says he should have stayed behind bars, and a leaked phone call with his sibling is escalating things further. Now, the judge who released him is under fire, calls for the mayor's resignation are growing, and in the middle of it all, a GoFundMe appeared, not for the victim, but for the accused.
I wasn't even gonna make a video about Irina Zarutska until I saw a GoFundMe for her killer.
Out of respect for Irina and her family, we will not be showing any video footage or images of the incident. On the night of August 22nd, 2025, at 9:46 p.m., a 23-year-old woman boarded Charlotte, North Carolina's Lynx Blue Line light rail, still wearing her uniform as she headed home from her job at a local pizzeria. She quickly found an open seat and began looking at her phone, completely unaware of the danger that sat inches away. The man who was seated behind her in a red hoodie appeared normal until about a minute later, when he began showing visual signs of distress. Then, at 9:50 p.m., he pulled out a switchblade, rose from his seat, and attacked the woman with it. He then proceeded to walk the length of the train with the weapon still in hand. The victim's name is Irina Zarutska, and she is a Ukrainian refugee who fled her war-torn country for a better, safer life in America with her mother, sister, and brother in 2022. And her attacker, a 34-year-old homeless man who was fare skipping at the time of the incident. Someone quickly made an effort to have the train stopped, and it was halted 2 minutes following the attack. That's when the attacker removed his sweatshirt and exited the train as it came to a stop. One man who came to Irina's aid appeared to have done all he could, including removing his own shirt to hold against her wound. Sadly, it was already too late. She had become unresponsive, and 6 minutes after the incident began, when officials arrived, it was determined that Irina had lost her life. The attacker was intercepted by police on the platform, arrested, and taken to the hospital for a laceration on his hand. But why would this man attack Irina from behind, unprovoked? Though it's impossible to know exactly what was going through his mind in the 4 minutes between the time Irina took her seat to when he began his attack, there is a lot more to the story than meets the eye. Irina's killer had a long and violent criminal history that spans more than a decade. Since 2011, he has been arrested about 14 times on charges that included felony larceny, assault, and armed robbery. He served 5 years in prison for robbery with a dangerous weapon. In February 2021, shortly after his release, he was arrested again for assaulting his sister, who sustained minor injuries.
Did you know that that person had been arrested 14 different times? 14 different times this guy was arrested, and he's just walking on the streets amongst everybody, women, children, other adults, and look at what happened.
His convictions include armed robbery, assault, larceny, breaking and entering. He's a violent criminal that because he keeps going back, you know he don't have no intent to do right. Keep his in there. What are you thinking?
His instability escalated in January 2025 when, according to an affidavit obtained by the Charlotte Observer, police conducted a welfare check on him, and he informed them that a man-made material was controlling where he ate, walked, and talked. The document went on to explain that he wanted officers to investigate this device that he believed was inside of him. It added that officers advised Irina's killer that the issue was a medical issue and that there was nothing further they could do. Their response made him upset, leading him to call 911. He was then arrested for abusing the 911 system. When Irina's killer was brought before Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes, she made the decision to release him without bond, relying only on a written promise that he would return for court. This, despite his decade-long record of violence and the obvious signs of mental instability as laid out in the affidavit. A forensic mental evaluation was later ordered, but it was never carried out. Instead of being monitored, treated, or kept in custody, the man was left to drift back into the community and free to board the train where he took Irina's life. And people are expressing their outrage, not just at the attacker, but at the justice system as a whole.
This is what happens when the American justice system decides to fail people, okay? Why on God's green earth is somebody who was arrested or charged with something 14 separate times allowed to be just out and about amongst regular people?
Many are placing blame on the judge who freed him back in January, saying that this was preventable had she only done more to keep him off the streets. Her blood is on the judge that let him go. So sad.
Released by Judge Teresa Stokes on a written promise to appear in court, is free to commit this horrific crime.
This is not a man in need of hugs. He's a career criminal screaming, I'm a menace. And yet, Judge Teresa Stokes, in her infinite wisdom, let him out on a promise to appear. A promise. Dude had a rap sheet thicker than a phone book. And you're banking on his pinky swear to play nice with society? Guess what? He kept his promise. He appeared on a train with a knife. And she bled out because of it. This wasn't a misunderstood man crying for help. He's a violent parasite that the system enabled. Up until he killed. He didn't slip through the cracks. He breakdanced through gaping holes that our cowardly judges left wide open. So here it is. Irina fled war to die on a train in Charlotte. Because our justice system treats violent criminals like they're misunderstood toddlers. And our media only reports what's convenient.
Congressman Randy Fine is vowing to make sure things change going forward, posting to X on September 7th. I'm going to introduce legislation to hold judges accountable when violent repeat offenders they release commit new crimes. It's easy to release criminals when you're protected by an armed bailiff at all times. The rest of us aren't so lucky. Those 12-plus judges that released Irina's killer should have their day in court too. And it's reported that Elon Musk supports legislation that will hold judges accountable as well. Another supporter of this act noted, as someone else posted on another thread, if a bartender can be held liable for manslaughter for selling one too many drinks, then a judge should be held equally accountable for manslaughter for releasing repeat offenders. And a theory began to circulate that raised some questions about Judge Teresa Stokes' motives. What are you going to do about judges profiting off of releasing violent, crazy people? One X-user replied to Congressman Randy Fine while reposting a tweet that read, "It's been revealed that the same judge who last released Irina's killer, Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes, is also the director of operations at a treatment facility in Charlotte. The treatment facility in question is Second Chance Services, a mental health and addiction clinic offering peer support services, therapy, substance abuse treatment, dual diagnosis care, telehealth services, and court-ordered evaluations." Another user replied to Randy,
anybody else
writing,
totally,
"I guess
absolutely
the
not
second
surprised at all?"
chances at Second Chances are unlimited when the taxpayers are paying the bills, eh?" Alongside a photo showing 13 mugshots
Ooh,
of
a
Irina's
Canadian.
killer. And another
They wrote
ex-user
A at
shared
the end,
a
that's why you know.
side-by-side of the same photo of
Hi,
Teresa,
Mac.
writing, "Photo 1, person that releases criminals in exchange for treatment. Photo 2, person that owns treatment center." Continuing, they added, "Sounds like a conflict of interest, but I'm not a lawyer, just a lowly serf." And some are commenting that she did not even pass the bar exam to be in her position. She's not a lawyer either. And others shared this in TikTok comments as well. I just read on another TikTok that the judge who let him out hasn't even passed the bar. And though there is some truth to this comment, it is slightly misleading.
Hi, baby.
In North Carolina, magistrate judges aren't required to be attorneys. They're appointed by a senior resident superior court judge and can serve without a law degree or bar license. Their role covers first appearances, issuing warrants, setting bail, and handling small claims. Teresa Stokes, as a Mecklenburg County magistrate, may not be a licensed attorney, but that isn't misconduct, as implied in the comments.
Mine's been
It's
on for
simply
3
how the
days,
position
Mac.
is structured under state
But
law.
you've been
But
checking
this
on
judge
me,
wasn't
so
the only one
thank
coming
you.
under
I went
fire.
outside today.
Some are calling for the mayor of North Carolina to resign following her statements regarding the incident.
Today, I saw the mayor's statement. She called this a tragic situation that sheds light on problems with society's safety nets. Said the killer has long struggled with mental health and suffered a crisis. Said we shouldn't villainize those who struggle with mental health, and that mental health disease needs to be treated with the same compassion as cancer. There was no mention of the killer's criminal record.
Charlotte Mayor V. Lyles, addressing the tragic stabbing of Irina Zarutska on the Lynx Blue Line, said, and I quote, "We will never arrest our way out of issues such as homelessness and mental health." And I agree that arrests alone, like that of won't solve the root causes of crime. However, I do firmly believe that upholding the rule of law and rejecting permissive policies are critical to maintaining order and ensuring justice.
She should definitely resign because she's horrible. I live in NC, close to Charlotte, and local media didn't even cover it in part because of Lyles. And even the attacker's own family believes that he should have stayed behind bars. According to a report by Newsweek, his mother confirmed that she had him evaluated when he began showing aggressive behavior, and he was diagnosed with schizophrenia following his release from prison for an armed robbery conviction, adding that the courts failed by allowing her son to be walking free. And his younger half-brother shared the same sentiment, telling the New York Post, "I think they could have pretty much prevented it," referring to Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes' laissez-faire attitude when handling Irina's killer back in January. He continued, "He could do it again. They should still treat him for his mental issues, but there are consequences for his actions," adding that he felt his half-brother should suffer the consequences. He also informed reporters that their father has a long list of criminal charges, including breaking and entering, felony conspiracy, larceny and possession of a weapon, and their older brother is currently serving 27 to 36 years in prison for ending a 65-year-old man's life during a robbery in 2014. And the killer's sister has released an audio recording of her phone conversation she had with him following his recent arrest. In it, he can be heard blaming the material inside of him for the attack.
So you said something in your body did what?
Nah, the material, put it like this, the material used my body to stab the lady.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers,
material
drawers,
in
couches,
his body.
mattresses, bed frames,
Do you
concrete,
mean
things like that. Same day notice.
The blood, guts, and tissues?
That's what you get when you hire professionals. It's good to know you're making a difference.
The DNA? The chromosomes? The brain juice?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did it because you
that's
wanted
not
to do it and
me.
you did it.
I'm talking about just for no reason. But since they did that, now they got to investigate the material in my body is supposed to. Since they want to do all that, now they got to investigate. That's, hey, it ain't, I don't have nothing. They just lashed out on her. That's what happened.
They lashed out on
They
you
lashed out on her.
because you
Who was working out?
whoever
Whoever was working the material, they lashed out on her.
He also added that he didn't even know the lady at all, and that's scary, ain't it? So, like, why would somebody stab somebody for no reason? And though this coincides with the
same
details
reason
of
why
his
people
arrest
are
in
cannibals and
January,
pedos
it may
and, you
contradict
know,
what some people
the
believe
ones that,
with
like,
some
do
pretty
stuff to
damning
animals.
words that
Some
can
people
be
are just
heard
fucked.
following the attack
Fucked in
as
the
he
head.
walks the length of the train.
Why you're different?
Pointing many to believe that the whole incident was racially motivated. Others are saying that the rate of crime in the area of Charlotte has increased drastically in recent years. Ask anyone that lives in Charlotte. It's basically Gotham. If you're in Charlotte, call 911 right now. There's a pretty good chance they won't even answer. They'll call you back in 20 minutes. And in a post on X, Mayor Vi Lyles wrote that she had been thinking hard about what safety really looks like in our city. "I remain committed to doing all we can to protect our residents and ensure Charlotte is a place where everyone feels safe." Then there is Governor of North Carolina, Josh Stein, who tweeted his condolences for Irina's loved ones before implying that the incident was an issue of policing, writing, "We need more cops on the beat to keep people safe. That's why my budget calls for more funding to hire more well-trained police officers. I call upon the legislature to pass my law enforcement recruitment and retention package to address vacancies in our state and local agencies so they can stop these horrific crimes and hold violent criminals accountable." But Will Chamberlain, a conservative lawyer and political commentator, wasn't ready to let the implications slide and replied to Josh's tweet saying, "What on earth are you talking about, Governor? Irina's killer was arrested 14 times. The police did their job. It's your job to sign into law bills that keep career criminals in jail." And TikToker Laige Fair Lounge shared a couple stories that were sent to her after she posted a video covering the incident on her page.
I posted a video today about the tragic stabbing of Irina Zarutska on the Charlotte Light Rail. Since then, I've received two powerful messages. One was from a woman who shared that she was brutally attacked in June near the same area, suffering a broken nose, 2 black eyes, and a gash in her eyebrow. She's still dealing with the aftermath, but says her report to the CMPD was completely ignored. She has documents to back up her story and wants to raise awareness about this bigger issue. The second message came from someone also in Charlotte who trains with cops and says politicians are tying their hands, preventing them from acting on suspicious behavior due to fears of being labeled racist.
Either way, the Charlotte Observer shared that the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS for short, admitted that they've been attempting to fill 35 vacancies within its contracted security company, Professional Security Services. PSS is actively recruiting, hiring, and training staff with the goal of achieving full staffing this fall, said CATS. And the feds claim that they would examine CATS safety plans, security spending, and any risks to operators and customers, and give them 15 days to be ready to outline those new plans. It's worth noting that there was no national outrage against this unprovoked attack on Irina, not at first. The crime happened in late August, but it wasn't until September that the nation started paying attention. For weeks, it barely made ripples outside of Charlotte. Local outlets covered it as another tragic crime on public transit, but the story stayed mostly contained to North Carolina. It wasn't until nearly 2 weeks later, after surveillance footage of the stabbing surfaced, that the case erupted into national news.
The mainstream press barely covered the story. CNN mentioned it once. The New York Times, nothing.
This delay and widespread coverage led many to the opinion that race was to blame.
Hello. My name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar.
No, thank you. Boop. But some media isn't reporting it. The New York Times hasn't reported on it. CNN hasn't reported on it. MSNBC hasn't reported on it. This is clearly newsworthy. It touches multiple third rails: race, immigration, Ukraine war, homelessness, and crime. So why aren't they reporting on it? Because there's a race-based double standard in the media. But why should I, a black man, care? Because we all should. We're supposed to be ending racism, not flipping who gets to be racist. In a race war to the bottom, no one wins. The division shouldn't be black versus white. It should be wrong versus right.
Where's CNN, MSNBC, Washington Post? Where's the wall-to-wall coverage on that? Oh, it doesn't fit the narrative. That's right. Almost forgot. If it was white and Irina was black, you'd still be seeing live vigils and think pieces about systemic racism. But a refugee slaughtered by a repeat offender that the courts coddled? Crickets.
And it took some time, but when news of Irina's attack reached the White House, President Trump called Irina's attacker a madman and lunatic, adding that he had watched the footage of the incident.
Just got up and started. It's right on the tape. Not really watchable because it's so horrible, but just viciously stabbed. She's just sitting there. So they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country.
He then spoke out again, this time from the Oval Office.
She was slaughtered by a deranged monster who was roaming free after 14 prior arrests. We cannot allow a depraved criminal element of violent repeat offenders to continue spreading destruction and death throughout our country. We have to respond with force and strength. We have to be vicious just like they are. We'll do what has to be done because we're going to make America safe again.
And whether the race of the suspect and the victim
when was
played a
America
part in the
safe?
story's
When?
coverage in the media,
When you
or
colonized
if was all
it?
a
When you
political
slaughtered
game.
all the
Others
people that
chimed
were
in,
indigenous
asserting
and
that
took
they
their
would
land
care
and called it
either
yours
way,
and keep telling them to
echoing
go
that it
back
was
where
due to
they
his
came
prior
from when you're on
criminal
their
history
land?
that
Question
they are
mark, question
angry.
mark, question
I
mark.
don't care if he is white or black,
curious.
but this dude has been in trouble with the law 14 times. Hold judges accountable. I would be just as outraged if a white guy did it. The magistrate Teresa Stokes should be held accountable. Outrageous. But then something unexpected happened that blew the minds of many. After Irina's killer was arrested, it wasn't long before a campaign in his honor was started by his supporters.
To make it worse, GoFundMe pages popped up defending the suspect.
I wasn't even gonna make a video about Irina Zarutska until I saw a GoFundMe for her killer.
That's right. More than one GoFundMe was set up in support of Irina's attacker, reportedly in an effort to cover his legal fees. The description on one of the pages read, "Raising money to assist with legal fees for Irina's killer. Anything helps fight against the racism and bias against our people. Thank you for giving us a hand to push against the corrupt narrative." Another page that was titled, "Raise funds to stop the injustice against Irina's killer," which went on to say, "While what happened on the blue line was a tragedy, what we mustn't lose sight of is the fact that Irina's killer was failed categorically by the judicial system and the mental health services of North Carolina, and as such is not entirely to blame for what happened." The pages were taken down by GoFundMe, but understandably, many were both baffled and angered by the campaign. I think they spelled murder wrong when they put racism on their crowdfunding explanation. Who would give this murderer money?
GoFundMe just removed fundraisers for the man accused of fatally stabbing a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee on a train in North Carolina. This guy, 14 prior arrests, violent crimes, a criminal history so long it's shocking, and still someone set up a GoFundMe. Think about it. When a black person commits a violent crime, the first response from some groups is, let's raise money for him.
A spokesperson for the fundraising company told Fox News Digital, GoFundMe's terms of service explicitly prohibit fundraisers for the legal defense of anyone formally charged with a violent crime. Consistent with this long-standing policy, all fundraisers for Irina's killer's legal defense have been removed from the platform, and any donors have been fully refunded. On Friday, August 29th, Irina's killer appeared in court for the first time since the August 22nd attack, during which Irina's uncle spoke to the judge and made a plea on behalf of his niece, reportedly
I've
saying,
met schizophrenic
"Irina
people
was a
that
sweet
never
angel.
killed anybody.
The accused has taken
They've
a
lived their
very
lives
bright,
just fine
beautiful
with their
woman from our
schizophrenia.
family, and we are heartbroken by that. I
That was a
asked
choice.
the court not to release him and potentially be a menace to other people. And according to WBTV, it seems his words weren't taken lightly, as the judge ordered Irina's killer to be held without bond and undergo a competency evaluation. His next court appearance is scheduled for September 19th. But on September 9th, Russ Ferguson, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of North Carolina, revealed in a press conference
he
that
got on
top
there
of
with
a
the weapon,
Mecklenburg
with the
County
intent
murder
to hurt
charge,
someone.
Irina's killer would be charged with one count of committing an act causing death on a mass transportation system, a charge that carries with it the potential of life in prison or even the death penalty. The Charlotte Observer reported that his lawyer said he will file a motion for an evaluation of Irina's killer's competency to stand trial because of his long history of mental health issues. So there is a possibility
I
that he
have
will
a long
not be
history of
seen
mental
as
health
fit to
issues,
stand
and I've never
trial.
killed anyone.
One thing's for sure, many in the public have already decided what his fate should be.
Berlusconi famously said, "I'm condemned to win."
Soccer? His fate is soccer? Oh.
This forum has found you guilty. Every single one of my followers and subscribers have found you guilty. Me personally, the Midnight, has found you guilty, and we are sentencing you for the rest of your life in prison, and God willing, they send you to general population. Let the prisoners know what you have done, and let them deal with you accordingly.
As
That
for
reminds me of
Irina, at the
Macho
time of
Man
this
Randy
video being
Savage.
made, a quickly
Meh.
rising GoFundMe
I blame
in
you for
loving
that.
memory of Irina to assist her loved ones with unexpected expenses has raised nearly $350,000. According to her obituary, she was a gifted and passionate artist who graduated from Synergy College in Kiev with a degree in art and restoration. She loved sculpting and designing unique, eclectic clothing that reflected her vibrant spirit. Irina also had a deep love for animals and dreamed of pursuing a career as a veterinary assistant. It goes on to add that she will be remembered for her kindness, her creativity, and the lasting impression she left on everyone she met. Irina was laid to rest on August 27th in Charlotte. Sadly, due to the war in Ukraine, her father was not able to emigrate with the rest of the family in 2022 and, according to a neighbor of the family, due to wartime rules, had to stay back. He didn't come for the funeral. Those who have been moved by the tragedy of Irina's passing have started to rise up, including Owen McCabe, tech CEO and venture capitalist, who tweeted a pledge offering $500,000 and $10,000 grants to paint murals of the face of Irina Zarutska in prominent U.S. city locations. And donations to the cause came pouring in from many, including Elon Musk, who replied that he would contribute $1 million. And Owen updated that he now had funding for nearly 300 murals and was in touch with 800 interested artists, adding, "We'll start to commission work in a few days. Time will tell what sentencing will look like for the man who violently and without provocation ended Irina Zarutska's life. But one thing is certain, we will remember her name."
All right, we need a palate cleanser now. We're gonna go watch Charlotte.
The power of 3 creams.
Yes.
Buongiorno, everybody. We are in Italy, and we're here.
Oh, no, I don't want to watch that one. this one.
Am I the a-hole for leaving my best friend's surprise party early because it felt more like a roast? Okay. So I, 24 female, have this best friend. Let's call her Jenna. 24 female as well. And we've been close since high school. Like, held my hair while I threw up in the Denny's bathroom type of friends. I honestly love her. I really do. But she can be a lot. So anyway, she threw this little surprise party for me last weekend. My birthday was last Tuesday, but she insisted on celebrating Friday. She told me to dress cute, and she made it sound like it was gonna be this wholesome wine and charcuterie night with the girls. Sounds great, right?
Wrong.
Well, I show up in this cute little white dress I bought for the occasion, hair curled, nails done, all that. I walk in and they yell, surprise, but not in a we love you way. It was a theme party. The theme? Dress like the birthday girl and roast her. I kid you not. Okay. I can take a joke, don't get me wrong. We have a couple speeches planned at the wedding where it's like, we've consented to a roast. However, there have been a few jokes that have been brought to my attention that were below the belt and not funny. You can joke about silly things, but nothing below the belt. You do a little sandwich, right? I guess it's like a mean sandwich because the bread is nice, right? Nice, nice. And in the middle, there's the roast. You start with nice, you roast, and then you end with nice. And the nice better be extremely nice. Coming from your somewhat kind of funny favorite YouTuber, there is a right way to roast. I've been doing this a while, okay? Haven't said anything too bad yet.
There's always next year.
Everyone was wearing versions of my go-to outfits. Messy bun, iced coffee cups, fake nails, bad parking tickets taped to their bags. Okay, that one kind of got me. Okay, see, little ones. But then they started doing fake toasts that were just jabs. Like, here's to my name, who always has a 10-step skincare routine but still wakes up looking tired. To my name, who thinks astrology is a personality trait. This sounds like people kind of have some hidden animosity toward you. To my name, who ghosted her gym membership but never forgets to DoorDash McFlurries at 2 a.m. Okay, so they're calling me fat.
That's gonna be a yikes for me, dog.
Like,
Those aren't friends.
Some of it was funny, I'll admit, but after 20 minutes, it just got mean. I kept smiling through it like, haha, good one. But deep down, I was like, damn, this wasn't a roast with love. It was just people clowning on me for sport. After pretending to go to the bathroom, I grabbed my keys, quietly told Jenna, I think I'm done for the night, and I left. I didn't cause a scene, I didn't cry, I just left. I texted her later that I appreciated the effort, but it felt like more like I was the butt of a joke, not the guest of honor. There's a few things that went wrong with this. Number one, you didn't know that it was gonna be like this. It's different if you're consenting to a roast when they do the epic roasts on like Netflix and like Tom Brady consented to it. Even those jokes were kind of below the belt, honestly, especially the jokes about his ex and his kids, but like he consented to it, right? And also, I feel like there wasn't enough nice things said. Maybe you're just leaving those things out. There can be some funny jokes, some jokes at my expense, but that can't be the point of the party. Jenna is mad and saying I embarrassed her. Oh, and that it was just jokes and I'm being too sensitive. A few of the others messaged me saying they thought I overreacted and it was all in fun. But like, isn't a birthday supposed to feel good? Not like a Comedy Central special? Yeah, it is. So, tell me, am I the a-hole for walking out of my own roast disguised as a birthday party? Also, for the record, I'm now team next year I'm celebrating with pizza and a cat. I feel like I need more info. Like, was it only mean things that were said about you? The part about them dressing up as you, I feel like is kind of funny, but it all kind of depends on whether or not you're the type of person that is okay with that, you know? And this coming from a person who can take a joke. There are also jokes that are off limits. I think calling people fat, telling people they're ugly, it's not funny in any way.
It's funny because he's fat.
And it certainly isn't funny when it's coming from your friends. It's like, oh wow, okay, so you secretly feel this way about me? I don't know. You didn't make a scene, you left because you were uncomfortable and like your feelings were kind of hurt. And if anybody should be apologizing and like receptive, it should be Jenna and your friends. Not the a-hole, it was a roast. OOP said, I mean, yeah, it was a roast, but I thought I was getting cheese and wine, not emotional damage and public humiliation. I was standing there like, is this still for fun or I'm just the unpaid entertainment now? Honestly, if someone had handed me a mic and a drink, I would have done a tight 5 about them too. Ooh! real. I think me and Mike are prepared for getting roasted at our wedding, but I think we're gonna have a little speech prepared for after, just so that we get the last word. You know what I mean? Not the a-hole. Ironic she wants to claim anything about being embarrassed. That none of your friends care that the humor got stale and continuing to pile on rather than reflect well. Are they even friends or do they even like you? I just genuinely feel like they should have also said nice things about you too. OOP responded, that's what's been messing with my head the most. Like, if this is their idea of fun or love, I'd honestly hate to see what their version of shade looks like. I keep thinking maybe I was being too sensitive, but the fact that not one person said, hey, maybe that's going too far, kind of says it all. I feel like I walked into a group chat where they've all been secretly roasting me for months and accidentally read the whole thing out loud. Still debating if I should fade out or hit them with a group message titled roast this and attach a pic of me on a solo spa weekend. It kind of just depends on whether or not what they said was too below the belt. I do feel like you just like walked into an instance where you were just being bullied. I'm really sensitive to stuff like that, so maybe I also can't take a joke. Words of affirmation are like my thing. When people say like mean things about me, I really do take it personally, which is kind of shitty considering the career that I've found myself in. The solution to that, and because I get so upset, is that I don't like being in the comment section for longer than like 5 minutes because I just can't handle it. In the same way, a nice thing that people say will literally make my whole day. That kind of affirmation will literally make my whole day. But, you know, on the flip side of that coin, it's like the bad things resonate for a little longer. All right, so we do have an update, which was posted the next day. Hey everyone, wow, I did not expect this much love and support. So here's what happened since I posted. Jenna texted me, not to apologize, but to send me a meme that said roasting is a love language with a laughing emoji. I left her on red because, girl, seriously, I think it's important to note also the differences between like genders. Men tend to roast each other a lot more. There's kind of like that male camaraderie where it's like, you know, they give a compliment that's like, where'd you get that fucking shirt, you loser. Girls, I think, are a little different. Later that night, one of the girls from the party, we'll call her Becca, DM'd me and said she thought I knew about the roast. She said Jenna told everyone I was totally down for it and even helped plan it. And I was like, what? The only thing I planned was the white dress I wore while being emotionally shanked by 6 girls in fake Uggs. Oh, not the fake Uggs. Oh. It's quite possible that a lot of these people only agreed to do this because they thought you were aware of what was happening. Anyway, I gently explained to Becca that nope, I was blindsided, and she immediately apologized and said she felt really bad. She said if she'd known, she never would have gone along with it, or maybe even told people not to do it. So that honestly made me feel a bit better. At least one of them has a soul. I feel like Jenna just has secret animosity toward you, honestly.
Secret? What secret?
As for Jenna, radio silence since the meme, no apology, no hey, I messed up, nothing. So I've decided I'm not gonna chase people to value me. My new plan, I took a personal day, got myself a mini spa package, 8 overpriced macaroons and McFlurries, I hope, and spent my night with my cat binging and watching The Bear while wearing a gold face mask like I was healing from battle, because emotionally I kind of was. I realized that this whole thing was actually a weird gift. I got roasted, yes, but I also got clarity. I thought I had a solid group of friends. Turns out I had a front row seat to my own roast hosted by people who think mean but make it Pinterest is a cute party idea. So yeah, next year it's just me, my cat, a pizza the size of a steering wheel, and 0 surprises. And you know what? That honestly sounds perfect. Thanks again for validating my gut feeling. Y'all help me feel seen. Top comment I think is important to note. The fact that Jenna felt the need to lie to the other girls and say OOP was in on it when she wasn't sealed the deal for me on who she is. She knew what she was getting herself into. She knew that it was something that was like non-consensual. She wants to be made to feel like she wasn't the bad guy, but she really was. That whole meme as an excuse for her shitty behavior was the cherry on top. We can make jokes at others' expense, but let's not be surprised when people don't take it well. It is entirely possible to make jokes that are lighthearted and could be considered funny where no one's the butt of the joke. So are you the a-hole for leaving your best friend's surprise party early because it felt more like a roast? No. I just found out that my best friend has been telling all of our friends that my boyfriend tried to cheat on me with her. Ellen, 22 female, and I, 21 female, met through an internship 3 years ago and instantly became best friends. About a year ago, I started crushing on George, 24 male, who interns at the same company, but in a different department as us. Ellen and another one of our coworkers set us up last fall and we really hit it off. We've fallen in love and we often talk about a future together. This is where things get messy. From early in our relationship, pretty much as soon as we went from just dating to being official, Ellen has been colder to me. She never made it a secret that she doesn't particularly like George, though she's never said anything direct about it. Didn't she set you guys up? The only issue she's ever raised was when we first got together and he got really sick. I was studying for the MCAT at the time, and I was only about a month out from my main test day when he had a pretty bad flare-up of a chronic illness. Because he knew Ellen and I were so close, he called her to ask if she thought he should tell me if he was sick or if it would be better to keep it from me so he didn't take away my studies. Ellen didn't like this at all. I feel like that's actually really nice thing to do. She told me she thought it was incredibly inappropriate that he tried to contact her like that, and he never should have called her about something so personal. Is this the cheating she's talking about? I thought her reaction was a little over the top, but I talked to George about it, and he apologized to her and never called her again. But she didn't let it go. It sounds like he was being like super considerate and like maybe considered her a friend. Like I've been in situations before where a friend of mine was struggling, and I've been asked by their boyfriends at the time to like step in and like help them deal with the friend. And I actually like really appreciated it. He's asking her for help. In this respect, I don't know if he cheated or not, but I don't see why that's a bad thing. A few weeks later at a party, she made a comment about how I was always choosing George over my friends. My roommate was gonna be out of town the next week, so she said she should say her goodbyes since I would probably just spend the whole week at home with George. She tried to play it off as a joke, but I was really surprised she felt that way. I never wanted to be the kind of girl who turns her back on friends when she gets into a relationship. And I've been trying really hard to balance my time with my boyfriend and my friends. I will say that I've also dealt with friends being like kind of annoyed that I'm not as available anymore. And I get that. And like, I take it personally because I don't want people to feel that way also, but it's actually ironic because when those friends got into relationships, now all of a sudden I hear from them much less. The irony is not lost on me. When you are in a relationship, you spend a lot of your free time with that person. It's inevitable that you're gonna see certain people a little bit less. It seems she felt neglected, so I started putting more effort into our friendship. Over the next few weeks, I tried to make plans with her at least 5 or 6 times. Every time she came up with some excuse not to see me, even once canceling at the last minute and citing a meeting she forgot about at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Oh yeah, baby girl, she didn't have no meeting. I was hurt. I knew our friendship was dying, and every time I tried to revive it, she rejected me. Finally, I decided the ball was in her court. If she wanted to be friends, I was open to it, but I was sick of being rejected, and she would have been the one to reach out to me. She never did. Meanwhile, things were deteriorating at work. We had been assigned to the same project for the year, which required working very closely together. As our friendship fell apart, she started ignoring me at work, being rude and short and making my share of our tasks difficult for me. I felt like she was constantly breathing down my neck and waiting to catch me in a mistake. I figured she was gossiping about me behind my back, but at this point I was so exhausted from dealing with her I couldn't be bothered about it. She would say what she wanted to say, and I would just be nice and patient with her and count down the days until our internship ended. Until today. I had lunch with one of our other coworkers and my good friend Kay, 22 male, and he told me everything. Apparently, Ellen has been telling all our coworkers and friends that George has been trying to cheat on me with her, telling them that he calls her in the middle of the night, sends her inappropriate texts, and when I hosted a party after I wrote the MCAT, he spent the whole night eyeing her. So she's jealous of your relationship. I'm saying this kind of premeditated because like, I don't know if he did cheat on her. I need more context, obviously, but it sounds to me like she's trying to sabotage. Does this girl like you? I don't know. Does she have a crush on you? Cause like, what the fuck? I know none of this is true. I love George. I know he loves me. And even as Kay was telling me all this, I knew Ellen was lying. It seems that Kay didn't believe it either. He was just telling me what he had heard. But the thought that she's been going around accusing George of infidelity makes me sick. I went straight to George's house and told him everything. I told him I didn't think even for a second that it was true and that the betrayal is how Ellen made all this up and spread it around. I was crushed to know that not only did Ellen say all of this, but she's been saying it to all my friends for months, and not one of them came to me about it. If she was really your friend and she had a problem with this, she should have come to you. If this really happened, why didn't she tell you? George helped me get past the hurt stage, and now all I feel is rage. Tomorrow I'm gonna call my supervisor and ask if I can work from home until the end of my contract so I never have to see Ellen's face again. I feel so betrayed and I hate her so much right now. Am I overreacting? Should I be taking the high road and keep working with Ellen as I don't know? I feel betrayed by my other friends too because Kay thinks they all knew what she was saying and not one of them told me. Yeah, that's bothersome too. Should I cut them off the same way I plan to cut off Ellen? Maybe they kind of knew that what she said was a lie, but they also, I feel like, should have told you that she was going around saying this stuff. I feel like you need more information. I feel like you need to find out whether or not what she's saying is true. Either way, Ellen should have told her her and not everyone else in the neighborhood. So someone in the comments pointed out, have you given any thought that what she was saying was true? What did boyfriend say about it all? Offered to show texts, etc.? Obviously playing devil's advocate here, and either way, a real friend would tell you directly about your man acting out, not gossiping. So no judgment on dropping her ass. Yeah, either way, in that respect, she's not a good friend. But OOP responded, I really don't think it could be true. George has offered his phone a number of times, and I've declined because I trust him, and we both agree the accusations are absurd. He's never been anything but completely honest with me, and he's been saying for weeks that I should drop Ellen because he doesn't like the way she's been treating me. We do have an update 1 year later. Our internship ended without much fanfare. I didn't, as many comments suggested, contact HR or confront Ellen. I did contact our direct supervisor and told him our personal relationship had deteriorated and it had caused some hostility on her part at work, giving specific examples of issues in the workplace without getting into the weeds of the personal pettiness that was going on. He was understanding and accommodating. I worked from home for the rest of the summer, receiving a glowing recommendation from him, and got hired at our company in my top choice department fresh out of my internship, while I finished my degree and applied for medical school. I've been accepted into the top school in my country, and George and I plan on getting married once I finish my studies. Oh my goodness. Our relationship is stronger than ever. Wow. Oh my god, I got chills. Good for you, babe. Congratulations. Ellen moved abroad, but stayed very well connected to the friend group that we formed through the internship. After what happened last year, I slowly began to distance myself from that group. And as I did, I realized I'd outgrown a lot of them anyway. Once I began to see the cracks in the friendships I used to surround myself with, I couldn't unsee all the ways they could be unkind, immature, and toxic to themselves and one another. I held on to the few people I knew had my back and came out of the internship with a handful of good, close friends, rather than being in a big circle of people with shady tendencies. One good friend from the internship, Alice, 22 female, had been close with Ellen about a year ago, and since has told me a lot more of the things Ellen has said behind my back, partially corroborating Kay's story from last year and adding details to some of the craziest parts. Apparently, to give herself more credibility, Ellen had been telling people she'd been in touch with my roommate and friend of 11 years, Anna. She said Anna also didn't like George, and Anna told her I spent way too much time with him, was neglecting all my friends, that he basically lives at our apartment, and that I always do this when I get into a relationship. She told people Anna thinks George is faking his chronic illness, and that I'd been using it as an excuse to blow off my friends. Once when George was at our apartment, he had a flare-up. I had to cancel plans to stay with him, afraid he might need me to take him to the hospital. Ellen told everyone Anna said he didn't seem sick, and I'd only canceled because I felt like staying home and hanging out with him. When Alice told me all this, I immediately confronted Anna and told her everything. Although Anna and Ellen had been in touch on and off for the past few years,
it's a dress
I previously
that has
introduced
lace
them to one another,
all
and they
over
had
the
some
bottom.
mutual interests they'd occasionally
Like halfway.
text about. Anna assured me she'd said none of the things Ellen accused her of,
Yeah.
and even combed back through all the
I'm
messages
wearing-
to see if there was
I'm
anything
wearing a
she
dress
said
with
that might have
lace on the
implied anything
bottom.
like that. And going through
Lacy.
Anna's messages with Ellen, we
Lacy.
noticed a pattern.
All right.
It seemed anytime
Let's
I told
switch
Ellen I was unavailable, she texted Anna to ask if I was with George. This went back to almost the beginning of my relationship with him. For those running to the comments to ask
Fair
why
game.
Anna didn't tell me this sooner, it didn't strike
Wanna play
Anna
some
as
Hollow
bizarre
Knight,
until we
maybe?
looked through the messages after hearing the accusations.
failed
I have a
mystery,
bad
yeah.
habit of letting my phone die, so sometimes if someone really needs to get in touch with me, they'll contact
Big
Anna
old
or
doily.
George. So in and itself, Ellen texting her to ask where I wasn't out of the ordinary.
And I'm not even joking you. Benson
You can
loves
hang
this
on a
food
minute.
so much.
I'm switching
I
it
have to buy a slow
to
feeder for him because
Fields of Mystery.
he eats it so fast. So I got Benson 8 years ago now, and ever since I got him, he has been the pickiest dog I have ever met. In the beginning, I went to the pet store and I bought him
Coming out the other side of this, I've been trying really hard to reflect and learn from the situation. Was I a perfect friend to Ellen? Definitely not. I think there were certainly times at the beginning where I was first dating George
Laboratory.
and studying from the NCAT that I was distant with her. Maybe I should have tried harder to patch up our friendship in those early days by confronting her
Update.
directly. Or maybe I should have been more in tune
Hang on, I
to
gotta
how she
update
was
some
feeling
shit.
and addressed it sooner. Despite everything, I do miss her a lot and I wish things turned out differently. But I don't think she was fair to me either. If I had withdrawn a little bit into my relationship in the early stages, she should have given me some grace and confronted me directly when she had a
Our bar
problem
game
rather
has
than
an
going
update.
behind my back. She absolutely should not have tried to drag my name through the mud, making things difficult at work, or worst of all, trying to destroy George and Anna's reputations and relationships. I
Two
recently
new
heard
map.
that Ellen
Oh,
is moving back to
shit.
the city
Well,
and
we're
tried
not
to
playing
get a job
Fields of
at the
Mystery,
company
we're
where we
playing
interned,
bartender.
but she was rejected by every department she applied to. Am I a bad person for feeling a little
Bartender.
vindicated? I mean,
Bartender.
You didn't go necessarily
Bartender.
out of your way to lie like she did. Could you have done anything differently?
Thanks,
I
babes.
mean, you could have.
What did I just say?
You
We're
know, your friend could have also
travelers
come
rest.
to you and been like, hey, I don't know, I just feel like we've been kind of distant. Like, I'd love to like catch up sometime. That would give you an opportunity to be like, yeah, no, I know there's lots of stuff going on. It just kind of seems strange. And it's quite common. When people get into relationships, you're inevitably going to see less of that person. It doesn't necessarily mean that they don't love you anymore. There's only so much time in the day. I don't think that you should feel bad
calm
because
down.
she kind of tried to sabotage your relationship. She was gossiping about you, lying about you, all because she felt rejected by you. I don't really think that you need someone like that in your life. And like, I wouldn't be surprised if she had a crush on you, honestly. But I digress. I feel like this friendship ended for a reason. And if it wasn't this, it would have ended over something else. All right, we got one more from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. I ended a friendship over crossed boundaries. Ooh. Spicy. Context for the screenshots. I, 32 female, ended a 3 to 4 long friendship with a guy, almost 40, because for most of our relationship, he continuously crossed boundaries, disrespected me, used mild to moderate misogyny against me, and after confronting him, he doubled down. My friends with benefits and I met up with him last night at a music show. I was dressed in short shorts, boots, and a t-shirt with a cutout for my cleavage. I am aware of and I'm okay with people looking at me and complimenting me, but touching me, especially after I say no, is not okay. I'm happy to give my friends a hug and hear them tell me I look good, but out of all my guy friends, he's the only one that will openly oogle my body and say inappropriate things and continue to touch me. Oh. Last night was the worst because he'd been drinking, but it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. I sat at the corner of a square table. My friends with benefits sat at the corner across from me, and my friend sat next to me. He didn't know that my friend with benefits was more than a friend, but in my opinion, that shouldn't matter because my boundaries stand regardless of my relationship status. My friends with benefits and I are not dating. I kind of ignored him when he made comments, told him no when he tried to give me a back rub, and he didn't stop making me uncomfortable until I started to get closer to my friend with benefits. Then his attention toward me wasn't as strong. After a couple rounds of pool, my friend and I went out to have a smoke, and he acted normal. I wasn't uncomfortable, but after years of dealing with the same situation with him, I felt like it was time to say something. More context, he and I never slept together or dated. I have rejected his advances several times. I've told him not to be flirtatious with me. I've expressed that I don't want his energy, that kind of energy. He can treat me the way I would like to be treated when there's a man in my life. So I feel like he's disrespecting my boundaries because he doesn't respect me as a woman. And that makes me feel unsafe with him. It's really interesting how, you know, when a guy's hitting on you and you just kind of like say you're not interested, they're much more likely to get mad and not respect those boundaries than if you say, I have a boyfriend. Because it's like, oh, I can't just say no. Like, I can't just like not be interested. I have to be dating someone. It's a common thing. If someone is like kind of hitting on me, I have to say that I'm in a relationship because it gets rid of the problem faster. If you just say that you're not interested, they're much more likely to keep pressing. And I think that we've learned that inherently. I said, just because other women are okay with it doesn't mean I have to be. Because in my experience, when he tries to say stuff like other men do it to make it okay for him to do it, he will bring up how other women are different than me to make it sound like I'm in the wrong. I don't understand why you're friends with this person. He obviously has a thing for you, or at least wants to like you. I think it's clear that this friendship is not one that you need, especially if you're feeling uncomfortable. How I'm feeling now, after his last 2 messages, I blocked him. He has a bit of a presence in our community, and I hope he doesn't bring this up to other people to make me look bad, but I have the receipts if anybody asks. I'm not gonna blast him unless it comes to that. I'm bummed he would rather cross boundaries and be disrespectful than keep a friendship, but I'm glad I don't have to keep pushing him away and telling him no, and trying to justify being his friend when I'm in a relationship. My other guy friends are respectful, and I don't have to defend our friendship like that. So I know that I don't have to deal with this if I don't want to. And I don't, and I won't. We have some screenshots.
Beer.
Hope you had fun last night.
And
it was
stuff.
okay. I need to tell you that I don't know if we'll hang out much more because you make me feel uncomfortable with the flirtatious comments and randomly wanting physical contact. Back rubs, hugs, after bringing attention to my cleavage. None of my guy friends do that stuff, and it makes me feel disrespected that after 2 years or so of rejecting your advances and not showing interest, your flirtations, you still do that stuff. It shouldn't matter whether the guy I invited out with me is the person I'm dating or not, but I don't want to be friends with the guy that I have to defend to my partner because they're showing too much interest in me. You and Cody are a
strong
thing.
ale?
I thought you were single, but okay.
Should we make
no,
stout?
We're not. I am single.
180?
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to win
stout
a
it is.
popularity contest. I'm just going to be unapologetic about how I am. If someone don't like me, then that's their problem. No. No touchy what doesn't belong to you. And that's okay. If you want to approach women after they reject you, keep doing that. Not all women want that kind of man, but some do. That's kind of backup. I'm just trying to be friends with you. I'm happy alone or with, honestly. If you can't respect my boundaries, then we can't be friends. And if you're okay with that, that tells me you're not a safe person to be friends with because you don't care about my feelings. I can't control your feelings, only mine. But you can control what you do after someone asks you to stop treating them a certain way. That's respecting someone's boundaries and being a good friend. But like I said, I'm gonna be unapologetically me, and if someone doesn't accept that, then I'd rather not be friends with someone who's trying to change me for their comfort. So
Ooh, yeah,
go find
rum.
friends you can
Ooh, we need
control.
brandy.
Well, I'm gonna be unapologetically me, so I'm gonna go and like commit
Fruit liquor.
crimes because that's just who I am. That's so
Liquor
weird.
fruit.
It's not about control. It's about asking for you to not cross my boundaries and respect me without bringing a weird energy to it. But if crossing my personal boundaries is too much for you, then
Oh,
we
got a lot
can't
of
be
gin.
friends. Let me know when you find a man that doesn't hit on you, lol. I'll be here waiting, friend or not. I mean, there's plenty of
More
men
rum.
who are respectful. Oh, and she lists all her friends. All of those guys are my friends, and they don't do that because they respect
More
me as a
pickled
friend.
eggs.
Not every man is like that. Okay, I'm sure they've done it to other women. Maybe women that have shown interest in them, but not just anyone. I think it goes without saying that you should not be touching anyone that has not given you the go-ahead to do that. This guy's creeping me out, man. And those women can handle themselves if they need to, but I'm talking about my personal boundaries, not other women's. Just because other women are okay with it doesn't mean I have to be. Well, if you feel like we can't joke like that, then sorry, I'm not the friend you need. Oh, so now it's a joke. I love to have a good time. Oh, that's so weird. No, this guy's weird. You're good. You don't need this friend. Okay, that sucks, but it is what it is. I'm not about drama or boundaries. Good luck with that. I live free, love free. Okay, go live free, love free over there. Subscribe!
I'm not gonna lie, I use Grammarly every time I write. It helps me get the best grades possible.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't use Grammarly. I get mad at Grammarly because it frequently has
These
bad
are
grammar.
some roommate horror stories that gave me trust issues. Hey everybody, welcome back. I, female 25,
Right, now I need to check my
returned
bar.
from a month-long trip, and my roommate, female 22, has moved all of her things into my room and has been living there with no intention of switching back.
Sangria and malt.
What? So, I moved into this flat about 8 months ago. I met Lana online on a roommate website, and we clicked well. She's a bit younger, but seemed mature. We quickly agreed to be roommates. Both of us were under time constraints to find a place to live, but have gotten on really well so far. Up until this. Our flat is a 2-bedroom, and to be frank, my room is clearly the better one. It is bigger and has built-in wardrobes. Are you paying more too? When looking for the flat, I found the place first on my own and put down a deposit to take it off the market while I found another roommate. The flat was perfect, cheap rent, and my aunt manages the property, so I was keen to snap it up before anyone else did. The area it's in is popular, so I wasn't worried about not finding someone to room with. Because of the above, and that I was there first, I took the bigger room, naturally. When showing potential roommates, including Lana, around, I was sure to show her the smaller room and say, this would be your room. We moved in 8 months ago and it's been happy families. Never heard Lana complain about her room. Because I have about 6 times the wardrobe space she does, I told her she's welcome to store her off-season clothes in there, or whatever she wants to store, as long as she's not popping in every morning to get dressed. She was happy with this. Ooh, give him an inch and they'll take a mile. Oh, that's weird. Is she sleeping in your bed too? Ooh. Just over a month ago, I went traveling. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of having people in my room, but I told Lana if she had someone stay, her sister or friends from home, they could sleep in my bed. She said thanks, and she's been such a great roommate and rarely has guests except for her boyfriend. I didn't worry at all. I came back yesterday. I was exhausted from the flight and traveling, and just wanted to shower and sleep. As I walked in, Lana was in the living room with her boyfriend. We said hello and hugged, had a very quick catch up, blah, blah, blah. Then I dragged my suitcase into my room and opened the door and found it full of stuff that was not mine. I kind of yelled, "What the fuck?" and briefly thought I was so jet lagged I was confused, but I opened the door to Lana's room and saw all my stuff. Oh, absolutely not. Like, she literally didn't even mention it to you? She just let you come home and like discover? Oh god, that is so awkward. I feel like she brought her boyfriend there as backup. You gave her an inch and she took a mile. But it is one thing to like kind of sleep there once in a while, which is already an invasion of privacy, but then to just stay there, that's weird. I walked into the living room and asked Lana what was going on, and she said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. We put my stuff in your room just because it's bigger, and you weren't here, and you said I could use it." Okay, but if that's the case, then we moved the stuff out. We also like maybe let our roommate know that we're doing this and make sure it's okay first. I was honestly so tired, I could have passed out then, so I probably wasn't in the best state. I told her to move it all back immediately. She said they were in the middle of making dinner and I looked tired, so I should have a sleep. Her boyfriend then said, and anyway, you pay the same rent, so it isn't fair that you both get the big room at some point. Oh yeah, no, her boyfriend got in her head. This is hella weird. Remember what I said about her bringing her boyfriend as backup? The thing is that she moved in knowing that you guys pay the same amount in rent. She shouldn't have agreed to take that room if she wasn't okay with the price. I'm assuming you guys like signed a lease and everything. I was getting very frustrated and I could feel tears welling up, hysterical from lack of sleep. So I just said, we'll deal with this tomorrow and it's getting moved back. And then I went to sleep, not in my room. I also kind of like low-key love that your aunt is seemingly the person that owns the building. Or the
that's
landlord.
a pear tree. Don't chop that.
Manages
Don't
the
chop
property.
that, dummy.
I've woken up now and I'm so pissed off. Lana's at work. I'm sorry. I'm just like thinking to myself that you should move her stuff back. So I can't talk to her, but what should I do when she's home?
Peas,
Move her
peas,
stuff out onto the lawn for all I
peas,
care.
peas,
I
peas,
feel like
peas,
this is
peas,
gonna turn
peas,
into an
peas,
argument.
peas.
I don't think it'll be as simple as, okay, let's swap, now you're home. Edit. I've taken the advice of most of the people on this thread and I moved my stuff back. It's taken hours and I'm knackered. But I think if I left it another night, it would be a real problem. I sent her a text when I was almost done, in case she kicked up a storm and came home, to say, hi Lana, hope you're having a nice day at work. Just to let you know, I'm moving my stuff back into my room. Didn't want you coming home and walking into the wrong one. Yes. I'm petty. I'll be talking to her when she gets in because this is out of character for her. Her boyfriend's in her ear. I've literally been in such a similar situation. I lived in like an absolutely tiny room. Like it was terrible. I barely had room to stand up and put clothes on. This is how small the room was. The room directly above me, like so the same size room, was a baby's room. Okay, right in the middle of our lease. This is after we had signed a lease. We agreed to a rent amount. My roommate at the time decided, because her boyfriend got in her ear and said I should be paying more in rent for this already horrible living situation. And it did cause like a massive fight. It didn't matter that we already had signed a lease and this was in the middle of the lease and we had agreed to certain amounts in rent and she can't actually legally ask me to do that, which is what I said. The moment I said she legally can't ask me to do that, I swear to God, this girl almost punched me. She like lunged at me. And that's when I decided to move out. So it's difficult to say how she will handle this, to be honest, but quite frankly, she cannot legally ask you to switch rooms when she agreed to take the room that you gave her. I'll be talking to her when she gets in because this is so out of character for her, to the point of it being bizarre. She's never been anything but a model roommate, so I'm gonna give her a chance before we were donezo. If she wants to be reasonable and have a chat about rent portions, I'm happy to do that. Exactly, like if you're feeling like some type of way about the rent portion, you're getting a bigger room so you should pay more, then that's a discussion that like you should have. Moving your stuff out and arguing that,
oh, you should share the bigger room because you're paying the same in rent.
No. She's never had a problem with the rent before. And honestly, I've never had uneven rent amounts in any place I've ever lived in, whether I had the bigger room or smaller room.
Yes,
but a lot of people here are
bartender.
saying it's the norm, so I'm open to
Right, now I
talking
can
about
move.
it if she's not ridiculous. Okay, so as you know, I text Lana to tell her I moved my stuff back. She didn't reply, fine, whatever, but she didn't kick off, so I figured we were okay. I told my aunt what happened, who was as baffled as all of you. I told her it was probably all sorted and just keeping her in the loop. I also told my boyfriend, who works about 5 minutes down the road. Good, you need backup as well.
We're here! Oh, everyone calm down, we're here! The backup has arrived!
He offered to come around, in case Lana's boyfriend came around, but I told him not to because then we were ganging up on Lana. He insisted on going for a coffee with his mate a couple roads away in case we needed backup, which is a bit ridiculous, but very cute of him. It's not ridiculous, honestly, like, it's something very small, but like having backup is super important. You never know, right? Like it's even good to have a witness. These things can get kind of sketchy.
Rye
I
bread,
did get myself a glass of
horse
wine while
mackerel,
waiting for Lana,
lamb
not because I was
sausage.
nervous, I just like wine, and she came home. I was sat in the living room and gave her a very cold hi when she walked in. She froze, bag in hand, and her eyes darted between me and our bedroom
Red.
door. She blurted, "Did you do it?" And I said, "What? Move the rooms back?" "Yeah, of course." And her eyes went all wide and she dropped her bag and ran into the bathroom. I could hear her talking on the phone, so I was like,
Yippee! I guess Tom's coming round. Fun.
I heard the door unlock and I was about to go full Hulk on how psycho she is when she came out of the door and stood between our bedrooms. Their doors are adjacent and she just stared between them both, breathing heavily. It was really odd. Then I noticed she was crying and getting a bit panicky, so I asked what was going on. She burst into tears and said, "Oh my God, he's going to kill me," and sobbed. So yeah, it was the boyfriend's idea completely, as a lot of us suspected. She's honestly always been a perfect roommate, which is why I came to this sub. If she was generally a butthead, I would have known how to act, if you know what I mean. Anyway, Lana has a bit of a breakdown, and it turns out POS Tom has always been a bit of a POS. Very jealous, which I always saw hints of, but Lana never mentioned it, so I didn't. And he's amped up his POS-ness while I've been away. When I left, he finished school and basically moved in unannounced. And when she'd mentioned he hadn't been home in days, he gave her the
"What, don't you love me? I treat you so well. You're so selfish, blah, blah, blah."
and refused to move. She showed me the texts he sent her. Absolutely scary stuff. Things like, "Ring me in the next 5 minutes or we're over. Send me a picture of you at your desk with something showing today's date so I know you're at work." Okay, no, we don't love this. Onto the room, as we guessed, he moved it. He did it while she was at work, which is actually a bit gross thinking of him going through my stuff. And I'm considering somehow implying I have crabs or something he could catch to make him squirm a bit. But I'll work on it. Lana came home and said, "What are you doing?" He made it out that it was just temporary and I wouldn't mind. Such a gentleman speaking on my behalf. Okay, no, he gotta go. Remember when I said it's a good thing you have backup? He was doing it for her and she was selfish, blah, blah, blah. When it got to a few days before I came back, Lana suggested moving it back and he completely denied and told her it was her idea to move it and he only did what she told him, but it's staying now or she'd be sorry. So basically, Tom is a prick and Lana sobbed and apologized and cried and I fed her wine. Oh, goody. Okay. So but what are we gonna do about Tom though? She didn't want to see Tom, who obviously assumed he lived there now. Ooh, no. Oh, no. So I text him from her phone saying our landlady, my aunt, was coming around for an inspection and staying for dinner after with my family, and he couldn't come over tonight. He sent a lot of begging, whiny texts, and went on the offensive and called Lana a liar. So I rang my aunt, explained everything, and had her write us a fake landlord email mentioning the visit and how she was looking forward to fajitas, which we forwarded to Tom. He left her alone for the rest of the night, apart from a few texts. I'm not entirely sure what we do about Tom. Lana sounds like she wants to break up, judging by her crying and screaming.
I hate him.
Into her whine. I think she's scared though. I checked with her and he doesn't have a key, so that's a relief.
Chevy Silverado, America's most dependable full-size pickup. And Chevrolet.
Okay, if there's one AI
Blah,
site,
blah,
that
blah,
you need
blah,
to
blah,
meet,
blah, blah.
this is dope tech from Wix.
You're interrupting my beer,
Very
assholes.
unfortunate and kind of scary situation. I've told my aunt everything and she said she's happy to ban him from the flat, but Lana would need to break up with him first and get that all sorted. Yeah, no, he gotta go. Especially because I would be really uncomfortable with having him over as well, in general. Like, not just for your roommate, but also because of you. I can picture this not ending well, but we do have an update 2 months later, and it gets juicy. Shortly after my last post, Lana broke up with Tom. She was quite scared to do it because he's a psycho, and it took 2 weeks between the last post and the actual breakup. During that time, she didn't let him come around or see her. Luckily, she remembered Tom never had chickenpox as a kid, so we pretended my nephew had caught chickenpox and had to stay with us because my brother's wife had never had it and couldn't risk getting shingles. It worked, and he stayed away. She told her family and close friends about what he'd been like, and then texted him saying she wanted to break up. Well, he blew the frick up, called her every name under the sun, switched back to apologizing and saying she was the love of his life, and then said she'd never find someone like him. Like, for better or worse. Then he would die without her, and they were soulmates, etc., etc. It was insane. He started messaging me too, telling me I was an evil B-word who ruined his perfect wife. Lol, K. And as predicted, her family and friends got messages. We both turned off our phones to ignore it and just watched TV. Later, I briefly switched mine on, where I had a lot of messages from my friends telling me to block some guy on my social media. It was Tom calling me every combination of the C word he could think of all over my public Instagram page. There were even a few racial slurs, which was odd because we're both white, but okay. What? Okay, I love a little comic relief in this. Lana already had blocked him on everything, but silly me forgot to make my Insta private. The next day, he rang Lana's office. She was so embarrassed, it was awful. To tell her he was driving down to our flat. She rang me, and I rang my aunt, who you remember manages the property, who told us it was time to call the police. We filed a report about Tom, and they said to update us on the situation. In the UK, you need to go to court to actually get a restraining order, so we haven't as such. But the evidence is all there and documented if we need to go that far. The police rang Tom at our request, told him they'd seen the messages and to turn his car around because if he turned up at our door, he'd be arrested. Wow. Okay, wow. This is like very quick action.
That's not how we do things.
I was a little worried the police wouldn't do anything, but this is great. Tom managed to crap himself hard enough to not show up after that. So we were fine for a week. Then, the post came. Tom started sending letters.
Wonder who it's from.
Threats and soppy I love you crap. Flowers, a pizza that we had to pay for. We were actually hungry, so we ate it. He signed us up to a magazine subscription. It was bizarre. We went to the police again. They filed everything, but Lana didn't want to go to court. I don't blame her. She was stressed by the whole thing. So 2 weeks ago, I took my aunt and mother out for dinner. I told them both about the situation, and my goddess of an aunt had an idea. Tell me. She manages about 30 properties, not just the one we live at, and has a few that were unoccupied.
Oh, I'm good now?
With school finishing. She told me she would show us around all the 2 bedrooms.
Yeah, I got my permit!
Give them
Whoop,
for the
whoop.
same rent we pay now. Oh, what a legend. And just transfer over our deposit and fees, as long as there were no damages to deduct, and we helped do a deep clean to get it ready for the next tenant. We found one within a 5-minute drive that's just as lovely, and to anyone concerned about the previous rent dispute, has equally sized bedrooms. So we moved. It really sucks that it had to get to this point. Like, that's super inconvenient. I wish people would just like take the hint, you know? Which is why the last 2 weeks have been manic, but we're settled in now. Tom has now been informed we moved because the stuff he sent has been returned. Lana and I are completely no contact with him, and anyone who visits is sure to not pass on our address. Also, I apologize to Lana about the issue with paying same amounts of rent. She says she'd never had a problem with it, and that's how she always done it through uni and with other roommates. She refused to take any money from me, but I decided I will be funding the weekly flat wine sessions for the future. Oh, this worked out. It's been a long month, and even though my traveling tan has faded, things are great now. Let's all pray I have a calmer living situation from now on. Fingers crossed for you, bestie. Tom is a scary guy. I'm glad that you didn't need to call in backup.
Tom
You
Nook.
kinda did with the police. And I'm glad that it wasn't Lana and that you guys were able to work it out and you're still roommates and stuff. This is really nice. This is really nice. I was a little worried about Lana, I'm not gonna lie, but her behavior makes sense. Am I the a-hole for being angry that my roommate was sleeping under my bed for months without telling me? I, 24 male, lived with my roommate Carl, 24 male, for 2 years.
I wasted hundreds on curly hair hacks when this is what really worked. Thought I had wavy hair that was just dry and damaged from bleaching. I mean, I always had frizz. You guys kept telling me I might have...
Carl, what did you do?
A few months into rooming with him, he told me he was pansexual. I said, okay, cool. I'm not interested in that personal information, nor am I judgmental. I said, all right. A few times over the last year, he's asked me if I'd ever considered experimenting with other men.
No.
Oh. I said no. Also, I said I didn't feel comfortable with him asking me such a personal question. It's not like we are close friends. We're only roommates by happenstance, basically. Anyway, every time I said this, he basically said,
we'll see.
I was like,
what? No, we won't.
We'll see is crazy. Anyways, last night I had a very scary experience. I heard a noise under my bed. Oh no, he the boogeyman. It was movement. No, absolutely not. At first I thought I was imagining things, but then I heard it again. Ooh. I thought, oh god, is it a mouse or a rat or something? Oh my god. This was at like 3 a.m. So I got out of bed and looked under with my phone flashlight. Now, this is the most startling moment of my life. I guess I'm lucky because I've never before this moment felt true terror and fear as a physical sensation, but I was completely jolted. There, under my bed, was my roommate staring at me, wide-eyed, and he screeched when I looked under the bed. Oh. I don't mean to laugh, but this is insane. This is insane, okay?
Points.
I thought I was having a heart attack. I then started hearing sorry.
Buddy
My
was
roommate
under
crawled
her bed.
out from under the bed, crying
bed.
and apologizing over and over. Yeah, there's no coming back from that.
Buddy.
I was so creeped out and afraid I ran out of the apartment in my pajamas. This is crazy! There was a Dunkin' Donuts that was open 24/7 a few blocks away, so I sat there with a decaf and breakfast sandwich and my heart thundering away. My roommate kept texting me, asking to talk. I ignored it. Ooh, yeah, no. I fail to understand why the
we'll see
is like, oh yeah, you're gonna like this. I'm gonna hide under your bed like a weirdo. You're gonna like it. Okay. In the text, he found a way to horrify me even further. He confessed he'd been sleeping under my bed a few nights a week for 3 or 4 months. Oh my god! And he was doing it to get closer to me and physically saturate each other.
This is crazy.
I waited for him to go to work and I ran into the apartment, got my essentials, and left. Yeah. I am currently crashing with a buddy. Our lease is up in 1 month.
He's still
my
frozen.
intention is to simply not renew. Yeah, no, I would not. Yeah, you're gonna be couch surfing, buddy. This dude is blowing up my phone. And I'm getting texts from other people, some friends of mine, and some bozos who are friends with him. He's going around telling people I shamed him and I'm rejecting his apologies. To anyone that has a problem with it, just say that he was hiding under your bed for 4 months while you slept. Some people are claiming I overreacted and invalidated his feelings. I don't
fucking what?
Need to be validated in this regard. Most people agree he was
Some
improper,
feelings
but
don't
think I should
need to
work
be
it out with him and
validated.
give him
Some
a second
feelings
chance
should
because he's
not be
sensitive.
everybody
Okay,
else's problem.
what? They just don't know the full story. Ask those people if they would be totally fine with some weirdo sleeping under their bed while they slept. I feel like I'm losing my mind and I'm seriously 20% convinced I'm experiencing a long lucid dream of some sort and wondering if I'm gonna wake up or I'm in a coma or something because this is so insane to me. Like, not really, but maybe really. Like, I mean, what the f? So am I the a-hole or is everyone around you a nut? They clearly don't know the full story. And if they know the full story and they're still, like, okay with it and think that you should, like, work it out with him, no. This is not someone you've known your whole life. And even if it was...
That's like nightmare.
I'm gonna have nightmares just, like, thinking about this story for the rest of my life.
Ugh. Jesus.
I think it goes without saying that in this situation, I want nothing to do with him or anybody else who somehow makes what he did okay. You're not the a-hole. My girlfriend of 1.5 years just broke up with me to be with my roommate. I just heard them through the wall. As the title says, we broke up. It was about 6 months ago and it was semi-amicable. We broke up because she was developing feelings for my roommate. Admittedly, they are more compatible and he's an upgraded version of me, so I can see why it happened.
Do not let your boyfriend stop you from finding your husband.
Oh, bestie, don't talk about yourself like that. This isn't an evil thing. Both asked my permission to start dating and don't do PDA while I'm around. I still consider both of them friends and I just want them to be happy. For the most part, they are quiet at night. If I really listen, I can hear what's going on, but they generally save it for when they are alone. Except for last night. We went out to the bar for his birthday and they got pretty drunk. I was the DD because I don't really drink. Anyway, last night we got home at close to 2 a.m. and we all went to bed. I made sure they both got into bed, put water, Advil, and buckets out just in case. Oh, you sound like a really solid guy. I then put sleeping bags out for the other people and did the same. As I was brushing my teeth, my ex walked in, hugged me, and said she was sorry. She thanked me for always being so nice and she promised to help me find a new girlfriend when I was ready. When I finally got to bed, I could hear muffled talking, mostly about how great the night was. Then it got quiet And then it started. I don't know how long it lasted, but it was louder than normal. I've been okay with the breakup until now. I'm glad they're happy, but last night I fell asleep crying. Oh, bestie. Oh, this is sad. I woke up this morning, made breakfast for everyone, and started to clean up. I think in this situation, you've been really like kind and understanding for other people. It might be time for either you to move or them to move. I completely respect that that's not what you want to be
Yikes from me,
hearing.
dog.
I'm not going to tell you to just suck it up. I think that it might be time to find a new place to live, or I just can't really see that like confrontation going well, asking them to move out. Yeah, I would probably leave. Like, it sucks that you're in this position, but like, I wouldn't want to hear that either. You know, some people might say like,
They should move. They should leave.
or maybe they could like move where the bed is. You've been pretty understanding up until now. I think that it might be time to just dip out of that spot. So we do have an update. Taking everyone's advice, I announced that I was going to be moving out. My now ex-roommate pulled me aside and asked if it was because of his relationship. I told him yes, but I'm not going to make him sacrifice his happiness just for me. He decided to help me look for a new place, and we found one. It's a one-bedroom apartment that is closer to my work. My landlord is XRM's ex-roommate, family friend. After XRM explained the situation, I ended up getting a slight discount on rent for the first year. Ooh, doesn't sound so bad. Ex-roommate and ex-girlfriend and a few other friends helped me.
now I'm gonna
move
switch
in.
it back.
I had a housewarming party and was specifically asked that I not prepare anything. 7
gonna
people
switch
came
to
over with
Hollow
dinner,
Knight.
dessert, and booze. Ex-roommate and
Alright, I saved.
ex-girlfriend also cleaned up after everyone finished eating. Oh, that sounds really nice. Sounds like they really like you and want to keep you in their lives, and they're doing what they can to mend the relationship. My ex-girlfriend stayed a bit later than everyone and apologized for putting me through everything. She said she didn't really think about how it made me feel. She told me she's talked to a few friends about finding me someone, and she's...
Enter the all-new Universal Horror Unleashed, where horror comes to play.
Keeping up with every do-it-all wellness product is hard, but do any of them even work? Bragg is the original wellness staple.
Dude. The fires I would set.
I was manipulated into having an affair with my sister's boyfriend.
Uh-huh.
How much space should I give my sister? Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode.
How do you get
Am I the
manipulated
devil?
into taking your
Decide
pants
if
off
you're
for
an
somebody
angel
that
or a devil.
is fucking
OP
your
is
sibling?
26, her sister's 24. 4 years ago, my sister started dating this guy we'll call Rob. When I met Rob, we hit it off immediately and became friends. About 9 months into their relationship, we realized we had mutual feelings, and Rob manipulated me into thinking we were soulmates. I didn't want to hurt my sister, but Rob said we would do this in a way that hurts my sister the least. Ooh, I'm cringing so hard. We were going to have to tell her, but be very delicate about the situation. Throughout the course of our relationship, he made every excuse possible not to tell her.
We're gonna do it in the most delicate way possible. We're not gonna tell anybody, and we're gonna pretend living our lives normally.
This goes by for the next 3 years, and then I found out they plan on moving in together. At that point, I realized he was a liar and a manipulator. I broke things off with him, and I didn't want my sister to be with someone like that. Like now, only when he doesn't want to be with you. Now suddenly you don't want your sister to be with someone like
Get
that.
on your high horse now, bud? When you got dumped by a guy that you thought was your soulmate?
Yeah.
He manipulated me. Oh god, no.
I told her everything and texted her all the proof. I texted her everything that happened. Interesting that now that you're a woman scorned, now suddenly this like great sister. She didn't reply, and I was blocked on everything, and apparently she broke up with Rob and blocked him on everything. I want my sister to understand that we are both victims.
Oh, you're not!
Oh god, of a serial narcissist.
Oh god,
of a
such
man
horror.
who
He
used his
manipulated me.
words.
Not sure how much time to give her before I try reaching out again. Okay,
Never.
let's get one thing straight here. You
Never.
are not a victim. Not in this case.
Never.
Okay, you're not a victim. You knowingly engaged in an affair with your sister's boyfriend. It was a several year long affair. This is not like a situation where you didn't have a choice in the matter. You fully had a choice, and you chose to have an affair.
And you chose not to tell her.
Yes, correct. what would have made sense and would have made you less of an a-hole is if he ever, hit on you and you immediately went to tell your sister. That's a different story. But you wanted your sister's boyfriend so bad and kept the affair going for years. And only when he decided he didn't want you were you upset and decided to tell your sister. So no, you're not a victim here. You participated in this affair. You can try reaching back out, but it really doesn't really sound like you're taking very much accountability. Like multiple years? You said it's 3 years that you were seeing this guy? 9 months into the relationship?
Oh no, you're such a victim.
Oh, you're a victim.
3 years. Oh. Victim mentality.
So you're not a victim, and I wouldn't be surprised if she never wants to talk to you again, quite frankly. And she has the right to never forgive you again.
I think that if you hooked up once and you're like, oh my God, what did I do? This is bad. I gotta tell her, I gotta end it. It's bad, but that's even more excusable than like this.
Yeah, this
You kept
is
it
bad.
going for 3 years.
Yeah, this is very, very bad. You're not a victim in the slightest. You chose to run around with a taken man. What's worse is you hurt your sister. If he was willing to lay down with you while dating your sister, you can't sit there and say you were a victim. Your sister is the hurt party here, and I wouldn't blame her if she never spoke to you again, because if you were my sister, you'd never see me or any man I date again. How can she trust you around any of her boyfriends?
So true.
I'm not sure I would call you a victim. It sounds like you were perfectly aware that you were doing something wrong because her feelings were a topic of discussion between you two. I would say if you ever have any hope of like having a relationship with your sister again, you need to fully take accountability. Listen, the guy is also here to blame, but you are more to blame because this is your sister and you went behind her back and like robbed her of a relationship that might have turned into marriage.
Pink one.
So I feel like
This one's for me.
I feel like
Honestly,
she belongs here with me.
I was just wondering, like maybe I can deliver her down to you. We could like have a little Mai Tai.
Ooh. Okay, we'll discuss this after the video. Am I the a-hole for not helping my cheating pregnant ex-wife when she fell in front of our daughter?
Oh, this is so complicated.
I, 38 male, have a daughter who is 15. Her mom and I divorced 3 years ago. I really loved her, but she initiated the divorce because she said she'd fallen out of love with me, and she admitted to having feelings for one of her close friends. It mentally traumatized me for a while, but therapy helped me move on. She was very apologetic about everything, but I was done with her after the divorce. We've since maintained a stable co-parenting relationship for our daughter's sake. She is now remarried to her affair partner and currently pregnant. Last week, I was dropping off my daughter at her scheduled time at her mom's place. As my ex was coming out of the house, she tripped on something and fell pretty badly. It was really scary considering she's a few months pregnant and my daughter was immediately panicked and rushed to her. She asked me to come out and help, but honestly, I didn't really care. I just told her to call her stepdad and then I left. Okay, so I'm sorry. What if she fell so badly that she hurt like an innocent child in all of this? Like, it's one thing for you to have very valid feelings toward your ex-wife. It's an entirely different thing to like not care about the innocent child that she's carrying, and also not caring if she's hurt badly enough to like go to the hospital. Like, that's still the mother of your child. She's an a-hole, don't get me wrong, but like she hurt herself, potentially really hurt her baby. So I think there's a line with be the bigger person here, you know?
Especially when there's an innocent soul.
Yeah, there's an innocent soul here that
You gotta
hasn't
be
done
more
anything
holy.
to you.
Holy,
Gotta be
holy,
a little more
holy,
It
holy,
might sound harsh, but in my mind, it wasn't my responsibility anymore. Anyway, when my daughter came home last night, she seemed really sad. And I asked her if the baby was gonna be okay. And she said yes. But then she told me what I did last week was the cruelest thing she's ever seen anyone do. She cried again and went up to her room. I do feel guilty about my daughter crying, but I do not feel guilty about what I did. Am I the a-hole?
There are other ways to take it out on your ex-wife, bro.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the best way to do it.
You can be petty in this instance, but I think like not caring if someone lives or dies, like I think that's a little far.
Falling and potentially hurting her child when she's pregnant and upsetting your daughter.
And kind of setting a bad example to your daughter. You're allowed to feel the way you feel about your ex-wife. I just don't think that not caring if she's hurt is a redeeming quality that you want to show your daughter. Am I missing something, or did she never cheat on him? He calls her a cheater, but says she broke up with him because she fell out of love and admitted to having feelings for someone else. I feel like if she had actually cheated, he would have mentioned that. Emotionally cheating is still cheating.
Yeah, I mean, she probably said, I'm breaking up with you because I have feelings for somebody.
Yeah, I think that he's valid in being angry about that. Physically cheating, I mean...
Is that worse? Like, is it worse physically cheating than emotional cheating?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worse. It's still cheating. Both of them are still cheating. Actually acting on it, I think, is what makes it worse. A pregnant woman fell and he didn't help her. That's kind of the whole story. Their relationship is irrelevant to the conditions of why his actions are dog doo-doo. I think that's totally relevant. I think, yeah, it was quite cruel of you. Honestly, I would have done that myself, but I'm the devil and you're...
A mere mortal.
A mere mortal.
You're a moral demon.
I am very moral.
You're fair.
It's how I can decide who is moral and who is immoral. Cheating. Didn't the wife do the right thing and break up with OP when she gained feelings for someone else? I've never dated, so I don't know the rules, but what? I mean, you could see it like that. You know, she did fall out of love, gain feelings with someone else before she acted on it. She broke up with him. I mean, it's still
Depends on who's telling the story. Like, it's okay. You know what I mean? It depends on who's telling the story.
I've always been of the opinion that if you fall out of love with someone and that you like want to act on those feelings, you should break up with that person before you do it. It's still, you know, you can't help the way you feel, I guess, but
Don't ever do that, though.
No, never.
Don't ever fall out of love.
Never. I love you.
Everyone just chill.
It still sucks that the marriage ended and OP has a right to be upset. I don't think he has a right to like not care about a pregnant woman when she falls, regardless of, you know, her ending the marriage.
He was being mean.
You're being mean. Was hurting your daughter worth it? Because I guarantee you've changed her view toward you for the foreseeable future. And therapy didn't really seem to help you much, honestly, because it's clear you're still angry and spiteful toward your ex-wife. That is a very good point. You said that you've been to therapy, but you're still harboring a lot of resentment.
It's tough to get over those feelings, right? Like, it's easy to say, like, okay, she cheated on you or whatever, get over it. But it's like, sometimes you're hurt. It doesn't excuse his behavior.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
he's allowed to be hurt.
He's allowed to be hurt.
He's allowed
man.
to be hurt.
He's allowed to be angry.
But as we always say on this channel, your feelings are valid. Your trauma is valid. It's what you do with those feelings that may or may not make you an asshole.
I feel like you're kind of batting 1,000 today. Like, I don't want this guy.
No. He's for me. He's full.
You can skewer him and eat him like a little kebab.
I'm gonna make a s'more out of you. How do I, 34 male, get my wife, 33 female, to take some accountability in our marriage?
Oh, did I write this one? Just kidding, we're not married.
This is not a place to air out your grievances with me.
That would actually be the funniest thing if I secretly planted like a Reddit thread of our life. My wife, 35 female, always gets mad at me when I don't take out the trash right away. Am I?
Yes. I want to say I love my wife more than life. She's my heart, my dearest, my angel, but she's not taking any accountability for our marriage and the position we are in. Even her mom is fed up. Essentially, ever since we had our daughter, she's been neglecting my needs. What do you mean her needs?
Is this the man talking?
Yes, it's a man. She says she's busy with our daughter, like I'm not busy as well, but I still make time to give her what she needs. Over time, I started confiding in a woman who we are both regulars at this bar, and we bonded because we were both experiencing the same thing. Her husband had poor time management, just like my wife, so when they had a child, he didn't know how to be a parent while also giving her what she needs. Things escalated, and we started having an affair.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Jesus, fuck. You can't just talk to somebody and not put your dick in them? What's wrong with people?
It delivers extreme length and definition with no clumps.
Giving us the emotional and physical support we were both missing. Okay, so you are implying that she was not giving you the physical support as well.
Yes.
My wife found out and was devastated.
Well,
she wants reconciliation, but she's blaming me for everything. Even her mom told her, when you don't give a person what they need, of course they will get it from somewhere else.
That's really messed up, man.
That's really messed up.
You made him cheat on you.
That is such like an old way of thinking. Let's try maybe communicating that we aren't getting what we need instead of just trying to get it from somewhere else. Not excusing my behavior, and I feel really bad, but her mom tells me all the time I did what any man or woman would do. I mean, that doesn't make it right. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, my wife takes no accountability at all. It's creating a rift between her and her mom. She wants reconciliation, and I do too, but I don't know how we get there when there's zero accountability on her end. I'm so over it. I tried. I fought for the marriage, but I don't know if I can keep fighting. This is an important thing to bring up because marriages sometimes do experience these transformations where, you know, you have kids and people get busy and there's a little bit of a lacking of getting what you need from your partner. But it is super, super important to communicate that and not use it as an excuse to go and do something bad. Like, obviously it takes two to tango, but I still don't feel like there's ever an excuse for cheating, and it doesn't really sound like you care about taking accountability. You want to place blame more on your wife than you, based on how you're writing this. Like, you literally said she's not taking accountability for what she did to end our marriage, and it's like, there could be two sides to that coin, but it was your choice to go and cheat. And now all of your credibility is kind of out the window.
Like, what are you giving her that she isn't giving you? That you
he's not really being totally forthcoming
Filet-ish?
about that. Filet. So,
Flash?
yeah, no, it just says, oh, she's not taking accountability, but it also sounds like you're not taking accountability either. Let's go to the comments. I genuinely feel quite sure about where you belong, quite frankly, but let's see. Where's your accountability for the choice you made? In your post, it's very clear you blame her for your decision to cheat because she wasn't, quote, meeting my needs. What needs was she neglecting? I'm guessing that she's like not gooing as much.
But he said he's giving her needs.
It's always funny with the ones that are kind of like, oh yeah, I know you're
her needs
like,
emotional
be specific,
support.
buddy. What do you
maybe
need?
you
no,
changing diapers.
I'm saying that
giving her
they're
a
not
nap.
entirely forthcoming, and these posts are always like very short. Like there's not a lot of context, and I think that's because they leave things out on purpose.
Well, he's definitely forthcoming with somebody else, okay?
Yeah, no. How old is your daughter? How did you try to address her neglect of you before you cheated? So everyone pointing out that, you know, they weren't physical as much, so she deserved to be cheated on. Yeah, no, like, there's something to be said for not maintaining intimacy in a marriage. It is important. But again, after you have kids, just like, sometimes it gets hard. Like, it gets hard to find the time. It gets hard to, like, not be tired. There's a way to approach it that's like, how can I give you what you need because I'm not feeling, like, close to you? I really want to, like, reignite that, like, flame in our marriage. And, like, what do you need? Do you need me to pick up the slack with the kids? Like, do you need me to plan a date? What do you need to like help get you there? Don't just be like, oh, well, she's not giving me what I need, so I'm gonna go get it somewhere else, you know? This is a funny comment. You're whining, your PP had the sads. Your PP had the sads.
Your PP had the shaddies?
Yeah, you purposefully left out so much. How long ago did she give birth? Is she working full time and doing all the childcare plus everything around the house? Is she having to get up during the night? Were you meeting her non-intimate needs? You chose to cheat. She's not responsible for you being a cheater. Very, very, very funny joke. I want to preface this by saying I'm about your age and I'm also a new father, 15 months old daughter at home, and very energetic border collie blue heeler cross. Both parents working full time. Bro, be real. You don't help out half as much as you think you do with the kid or support your wife as half as much as you think you do. If you have the ability to be a regular anywhere as a new father, the truth is that you aren't doing crap to help out around the house. If you have enough time to be a regular at a bar, develop a new relationship, and giggity goo with someone else, then you aren't helping out half as much as you think. But here you are acting as if she's the one who's refusing to accept accountability. You threw away your marriage and probably your chance of being a decent father for a little slice of meow meow. That stuff's pathetic, and here you are trying to blame your wife. We all know that what you need from her is attention and donuts. It's like you're upset that she gives you less attention now that you have a child. What did you expect, dude? You really don't have any friends who hold you accountable for your stuff, eh?
That's interesting take, actually.
That's a very, very interesting take. I definitely appreciate that. So before we go and cheat, I like to think about it in a sense of like, if you're trying to give feedback to someone, you feel like you're not getting what you need. It's always interesting to be like, what can I give you to help you be the best version of yourself? Well, how can we get back there? Because I miss you. You know, if you come at it from a place of love rather than coming at it from a place of, well, I'm just going to find it somewhere else, I feel like that's a much more productive way to save your marriage and fight for your marriage. And I don't really think that you are fighting for it here. I think that you are trying to find an excuse and feel less guilty about what you did.
Just to justify your actions.
To justify your actions.
She wasn't giving me giggity goo.
No giggity goo. No cream-filled donuts.
Bye-bye to you.
Bye-bye to you.
Cream-filled donuts?
Anyways,
Get on
you
my
are
way.
the a-hole here, and you definitely belong with me. So,
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses.
come on down to the dark side.
Literally have not claimed one soul today.
No, not today. Not today, honey.
Not today and not ever.
Not today. Am I the a-hole for trying to test a girl's nerd?
Nerd?
Nerd.
As in like her...
Her intelligence, yeah.
Oh
I'm guessing
my-
that's what that means. I, 20 male, don't think I did anything wrong.
Isn't that a famous thing that most guys will say?
Yeah,
I don't think I did anything wrong. Freaking out about.
Yeah. But my friends are all saying I'm an a-hole. I mean, it could be possible that you might be if that's the case. So I have a group of friends and we're quite frankly nerds.
Named
we met this girl, I'll call
Purple
Elle, 2
Chicken
years
named
ago.
Walter.
The other guys all like her,
Is that a
think
duck?
she's great, and she knows about all the things we're into. But I had a feeling she's not really one of us. I put up with it for 2 years, but I can't
Saved.
shake the feeling. So last time we were together before quarantine, I decided to test her nerd. She seemed surprised but could answer all my questions until I got to Star Trek. I was feeling pretty confident until she asked me to clarify. Apparently I misspoke and accidentally asked a trick question. My friends jumped on me and accused me of being an a-hole, and she didn't need to pass some test to hang out with them, and how I needed to get over it. Another friend pointed out that I wasn't the guardian of the group. I got mad no one was on my side and left. Quarantine happened shortly after, and I recently found out they've all been chatting with her. I told her I didn't appreciate her trying to steal my friends. She never replied, but one of my friends reamed
Jesus.
me out for a while. I got mad no one was listening to me and said it's her or me. He said her.
Wow.
None of my other friends have messaged me since.
Oh,
My brother
that's
said
so
I was trying to be
sad.
the king of nerds
So sad.
and gatekeeping and should apologize. You know what I'm picturing you kind of look like and sound like? Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. I don't think I have anything to apologize for, and they should apologize for not hearing me out. So tell me, am I the
Back to
a-hole for
filming.
just trying to make sure Elle was actually a nerd like us? It kind of just sounds like you think that you're better than other people, honestly. And like maybe because she's a girl, you're also kind of like
Pushing her a little bit harder.
yeah, like maybe. And that's kind of rude, honestly.
Yeah, sounds like you're a proud dude. You're a proud nerd.
Proud nerd. Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
This is very silly. Even if she, let's say, didn't know everything there is to know about Star Trek, does not mean that she doesn't deserve to be your friend. You're kind of getting at, oh, me and my friends are like nerdy and we know so much about nerdy things and nobody's allowed to be our friend unless they're nerdy like us. Like, it's just kind of like, you kind of think that you're better than other people because you have certain interests. You're not. Not everybody knows everything about like every nerdy subject.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're pretty a-hole-ish.
You're kind of a jerk, honestly. It doesn't really surprise me that your friends are not on your side because it just sort of seems like a very unnecessary thing to do. You test her nerd so to prove that she's not one of you. Okay, so here's an important edit to add that OP included. I knew I shouldn't have posted on here. You guys don't get it. I'm not going to apologize for being suspicious of her intentions and being angry my so-called friends bailed on me for some chick they've only known 2 years. 2 years is quite a long time, honestly. I was not gatekeeping. I was just trying to make sure she wasn't trying to be trendy. Screw this, I won't be back.
Oh my gosh.
poor
I mean, that's
baby.
exactly what I thought they would say, right?
Yeah. You're the a-hole. You sound like the typical neckbeard who would do this kind of stupid crap. Everyone else is getting along with her. What kind of person tries to test someone 2 years after they join the friend group? Clearly, if she didn't fit in with the group, everyone else would have rejected her. It sounds like you're the one that doesn't fit and can't socialize normally.
Or you want the attention from other people. You like being in charge.
Yeah.
You like to think you're in charge.
His entire post reeks of misogyny. Girls can be nerds too. They can. It's not just something that's like reserved for like the male species. You don't own nerdy stuff. Honestly, if you had played your cards right and you didn't totally ostracize this girl, like she probably would have been a good partner for any of you, honestly.
Could have gone to Comic-Con together.
Yeah, honestly, like what the, no game whatsoever.
Yeah. A-hole.
You're a butthead for sure. That was very silly. And
You
also, you're not
are
really
the
willing to
poopies.
listen to reason either, which also kind of makes you an a-hole. All right, we got one more doozy for you. My wife thinks we're soulmates. I think I settled.
Wow.
We've been together 9 years, married for 6. She's kind, loyal, sweet, smart. She loves me deeply, and she believes we were destined to meet. I treat her well. I've never cheated. We laugh together. On paper, we're perfect. But if I'm being honest, I've never been in love with her.
Oh, God.
I care
absolute
about her,
dumpster fire of a human.
But I was heartbroken when we met. She came into my life when I needed stability and comfort, and I mistook that for love. I kept thinking it would grow, and it never did.
Oh my god,
Oh
dude.
God, you are wasting her time. Now we're in our 30s. We talk about kids. She looks at me like I'm the best thing that ever happened to her, and I feel like a fraud. I don't want to hurt her. I don't want to blow up
No, it's
both
too late.
our lives.
It's too late.
But every night
It's
I
too
lie
late.
awake feeling
You
like I
have
stole
already
the
hurt
future of
her.
someone who could have had real epic love, and I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for it.
I'm like so torn about this right now. Then why don't you do something about it,
Yeah,
bro?
then just end it and stop wasting her time.
Think about like if you have kids. Grass is always greener, I guess, bro.
If you're not sure about a person, do not marry them. End it before you waste each other's time more. Like, I've read so many stories on this channel where there's people that are in relationship for like 8, 9, 10 years, and like, you know, the guy is not proposing. He keeps finding ways to like dodge being with them. This guy's actually married to this person. But it's like, it's an indication that they're not fully invested. It's selfish to keep that person for yourself when clearly she is a wonderful person and deserves to find someone who recognizes that. And something tells me that as soon as you end it, you're gonna wish you didn't.
Exactly. Having someone that adores you is the best feeling in the world.
I honestly think that it's like a case of like she loves him more than he loves her.
What he said was settled. Like I could have done better. Is that what that means?
Yeah,
or like
that's definitely what that means. I think that he thinks that he could have done better. Then you should have. Why didn't you then? Men love to say, I've never cheated, as if that's meant to be a good thing and not the very bare minimum. Yeah, he didn't cheat. He has these feelings. He didn't cheat yet. So I feel like that's good in the long run, but it is the bare minimum.
Do it before you have kids, man.
She deserves better. Quite frankly, I feel like the minute that you end it, you're gonna regret it. Hot take from someone who never comments on anything ever. This kind of nonsense stems from the understanding that true love or real love is some kind of magical connection that you have to find and maybe you'll miss. Love is a choice made every single day in every action we take, choosing and seeking the genuine good of the other for their sake. Attraction brings us together, that's certain, but self-sacrifice is what we are all called to. You don't fall out of love, you fall out of attraction and you step out of love. Maybe that's idealistic and difficult to do, but when it comes to love, I suppose I just imagine the ideal is the goal. I think that people really misinterpret what it means to be in love. I used to think that it was like the butterflies, right? And like getting nervous around a person, but like the more I tried to seek that out, the more I realized that actually that's not love. When you're in love, I feel like you're totally at peace.
Yeah.
No? Like totally
you're not really trying.
It's just like easy. Any time where it was just like this back and forth and constant pull and push, it just like it wasn't real love. Like it's addictive, don't get me wrong, when it's like that kind of love or lust or whatever you want to call it, the constant push and pull, and you get like kind of addicted to the breadcrumbing or the idea of a person, and that maybe we mistake that for love. But like real love, I really don't think that it's like that at all.
You know, when exploring my vow, like how to express my love for you, how did I know I was in love with you? Well, I thought about the absence of you in my life, right? That's what I do.
Yeah.
Think of this person that you're not so sure about, and then think of your life without them. Does it make you kind of sad? Does it feel like there's a big void? I mean, these are the kinds of questions you have to ask yourself, right? I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah, same here, my love.
Yeah.
Same
So
here, my love.
that's what I like to do.
Yeah, I think that's very lovely, my dear. Why did you marry her if you've never been in love with her? Be honest with her and end this farce now so she can find someone who does love her, jackass.
Jackass!
You've been with this person for a very long time, 9 years. You need to end it. Yeah, you're an a-hole for wasting her time, for sure. Curious to see if you ever update this post and regret your decision, but I digress. You are the a-hole. I think that's all we have time for today.
I think it is. I guess you know what that means?
Right.
Introducing Weight Watchers for Menopause. It's the #1 doctor-recommended weight loss program. Now with menopause-trained medical experts and nutritionists, ready to give you the care and results you deserve. Join us today at WeightWatchers.com.
Now we can watch
Hi,
Murder.
friends. How are you today? Good?
Wait.
Okay.
Is there multiple Baileys that I need to watch? Bailey? No, we watched the other one. Okay, it's this one.
Hi, friends. How are you today? Good? Okay. My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. If you're new here, hi. My name is Bailey Sarian, and on Mondays, I like to sit down and talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would say subscribe because I'm here for you on Mondays. Before we get into today's story, we do have a word from our sponsor, PDS Debt. Now, debt, listen, it doesn't like break in, it just sneaks in with a missed payment. Then you get a. So in a quiet, like little Michigan mining town, one woman's messy love life, honestly, it's more like a love square than a triangle. It went from like small town gossip to national headlines. What started as an attempt to save like a crumbling marriage actually spiraled into like one man vanishing without a trace, another one overdosing, and a third dragged into a scandal that he could not escape. Today, we are talking about the disturbing case
There's
of
no
Kelly
X.
Cochran. Kelly Cochran. She's from Michigan,
It's
though.
escape,
But still.
not
But, like, here's the
escape.
question. You don't know with this woman, okay? Was Kelly, like, honestly, low-key a serial killer?
An
Was she
exit
just, like, a
and an
mastermind
escape.
who was pulling the strings? Or was she just, like, a simple woman who let her obsessions destroy everything around her? Those are the questions that you will probably be left with. Kelly! If you're interested in know what I'm using, I'll list it down below, by the way. Thank you. Okay. So our story, it starts off in Iron River, Michigan. It's a small town in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And around this time, it was said that there were like 3,000 people living there. Maybe there's more now, maybe there's less, but you know, it was small. And they had like one stoplight. Now, if you look at pictures and stuff, this area is filled with like tons and tons of trees. It honestly is like kind of spooky, okay? And then the name's kind of aggressive. It's like Iron River. But I guess they got their name from like the local mining company. So that's fine. It's here where 53-year-old Air Force veteran Chris Regan was making a life for himself. You know, he like grew up in Detroit. He later served in the Air Force, and then he eventually came to Iron River to be closer to an old flame. Her name was Terry O'Donnell. So he moves and all that, and he finds work at like a local manufacturing company where no one had anything bad to say about him. You know, he sounded like a great guy. Like, it was said that he was reliable, a great team leader, and just like fun to be around. So it was a little odd when Chris didn't show up for work on October 14th, 2014. Now, he was not the type to like call out, let alone be a no-call, no-show. So it was weird. Then he didn't show up to work for like 2 more days. Now, again, this was like very concerning because it was completely out of character for him. Now, his coworkers went to his boss and mentioned that Chris had mentioned to them like that he had gotten a new job and he was planning on moving. So they were thinking, well, maybe he just kind of like up and left, you know, like, okay. So it was concerning, but okay. But after 3 days of like no call, no show, you know, at work, this led him to being terminated from the workplace. So this was like the first kind of sign of, something ain't right. Now, Chris and Terry had broken up by this point, but they were still like close friends, and they would like text all the time. So she's texting him and calling him, and after, 10 days straight of texting and calling Chris with no response, Terry got worried. She's like, what the hell is going on? Like, again, this is not like him. So she went to police. So Terry ends up taking police to Chris's apartment, and she lets them in because she has like a key, So she lets them in, and when they get inside, they see that the place is like a hot.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view.
Mess. In the apartment, there was
Let me know if it works.
boxes, packing tape, and crap everywhere. Now, Terry told police that Chris, he had accepted like a new job in Asheville, North Carolina. He was moving there to be like closer to his son, and he was packing and getting ready to move, but like normally he was a very clean guy and organized, so this was just like unusual. So they're looking around the apartment and they're finding all sorts of stuff. One of the documents they find was like the actual offer letter for his new job. and it wasn't signed and it wasn't mailed back to the company yet. So it was like, Terry's like, well, he accepted the job. Like, why wouldn't he sign and mail it off yet? Like, that's weird. Then they see his personal calendar, and they see that Chris had written he was going to resign from his current position on October 14th, and his last day of work was written down on October 23rd. So they're like, okay, so he had plans to like show up for work. They also noticed that his car wasn't there, his cell phone wasn't there, and the apartment window was open. Honestly, to police, it seemed like Chris had just like gotten up and like left the apartment really quick with the intention
He got
of coming right
alien
back. So a
napped.
few days go by and there's still like no sign of Chris. So Terry, she's like driving around, and when she's driving around, she sees Chris's car at the local park and ride. It's like a carpooling parking lot, you know? So she sees his car and she contacts police. So they come out to have a look, you know? So Terry is telling police that like Chris would never leave his car like that for like a few days. His car was like his baby. So they look inside and they have a little flashlight. So they look inside and they see his knee brace. And Terry tells them like he always wore his knee brace. So that was concerning. Then when they get inside the car, they find a Post-it note on the passenger seat. And on the Post-it note, it had like step-by-step directions written on it to someone's house. So police, you know, they start looking into Chris a little bit more, trying to figure out what's going on here. And they learn that Chris, he had relationships with a few different women. He was a likable guy, okay? He had options. But I was watching an interview with Terry, and she was like, yeah, this was new news to me. I thought we were exclusive. Either way, you know, police end up questioning the other women, but they, you know, had no helpful information. So this is when police were led to Kelly Cochran. You see that Post-it note that was found in the car? It had directions on them, and this led police to the Cochran home. So they go to the house, police knock on the door, knock, knock, you know, and a guy named Jason answers. And police are like, hi, you know, does Kelly live here? Is she here? And Jason responds like, no, she's not here. But then a few seconds later, Kelly comes like from behind him, and she comes to the door. I was watching an interview with like the police who went to the house the first time, and they said it's actually very normal when they go to someone's house and they ask for a specific person, for whoever's at the door usually tells them, no, they're not here. They said that happens every time.
I'll tell you if
kind
that
of
bitch is here.
it was normal. You know what I'm saying? Anyways,
I'm getting
not the
fucking
point
criminaled.
though. So Kelly comes to the door, and they're like, can we ask you some questions? And she's like, sure, you know. So Kelly tells them Jason is her husband, and police are like, you know, she's coming across very cool and calm. And they kind of look at Jason, and he just appeared very nervous, quiet, uneasy. I guess his eyes were kind of like going back and forth, like, you know. They're like, okay, noted. So they ask Kelly, like, hey, do you know Chris Regan? And she tells them, you know, she did. They were co-workers, but she hadn't seen him for a while. Police ask, like, hey, do you know why Chris's car was at the park and ride? And it was noted. Her response was kind of weird, because she said, like, what? I don't know. Like, he loved that car. And police thought this was odd because she was using past tense. They were like, he loved that car? So they had their suspicions that something was up, but they had nothing to base that on yet. They're like, these two are weird. The Iron River Police Department, they were, you know, pretty small, and they needed backup. So they called the Michigan State Police for help. And that's when they brought in Jason and Kelly. They brought them in for questioning because of that Post-it note that was found in Chris's car. I mean, it led them straight to the Cochran house. So it's like, this could have been the very last place Chris went before he disappeared, right? So they're like, bring them in. So they first interviewed Jason. Right off the bat, he starts the interview by telling police that he hasn't been doing well. He was institutionalized like a month ago. He has intense anxiety and he was seeing a therapist. Then he went on to say like he had lost a close friend recently, and on top of all of that, his marriage was falling apart. And it was like, wow, what a way to start. You know, he just like laid it all out there. So they asked him if Kelly was having an affair and like, did he know about it? And Jason, he seemed pretty bothered by this question, but you know, he went on to say that he knew about the affair and he just kind of like accepted it. And that if Kelly really wanted to be with someone else and like not him, then he would let her go. But you could tell he's just very upset, emotional. When Kelly was brought in, police noticed.
Emotionally upset is called
calm,
distraught.
Cool. She was very in control of her body language. You know, it was just different. But right off the bat, Kelly starts talking about, you know, her husband Jason and how they had an open marriage. She mentioned that like she and Chris were having a relationship, but Jason knew all about it and he was totally okay with it. So Kelly tells police the last time that she saw Chris was between October 12th and the 15th at his apartment, and like that was all she knew. The chief of police for Iron River, her name is Laura Frizzo, she believed there was much more going on, okay? She was like, they are involved somehow, and she was determined to figure it out. Side note, but the chief of police, Laura Frizzo, she's a little badass. Like, she's the first female police chief in Iron River, so she's an icon. Plus, she's got the blowout, she's got the lash, and she's determined. Just, I loved it. I loved watching her. I was like, you go, girl. So she starts looking into Kelly Cochran a little more. She's like, something ain't right here. So she's looking into Kelly, and she finds out that Kelly was not only married to Jason, but she was also dating Chris, and she was dating another coworker named Eric Erickson. It's like, damn, she is
Why do you
busy.
name your child Eric
so
twice?
Police are like, okay, you know, maybe Eric was jealous of Chris, and he's the one responsible. So they bring in Eric.
You're naming your kid Wilson Wilson.
And Eric tells them,
or Smith
like,
Smith.
yeah, you know, me and Kelly, we were hooking up or whatever, you know.
John
But
Johnsonville.
that she had mentioned to him that she and Jason, they were separated, and they were just like living in the same house. That was it. They were not together. So police, they look through Eric's phone. He like willingly gives it over. He's like, yes, you could take it. And they see text messages between him and Kelly. And it was the text messages, it seemed like Eric was getting irritated with Kelly because she was blowing him off and she was not like responding to his text messages. So he's kind of like sending these angry texts. And these texts, they were sent a week before Chris went missing. You know, Eric told police that there was this one night when him and Kelly were hanging out at the lake. They were having some beers, and her phone kept going off. Like, it was ringing back to back to back to back. So finally he asked her, like, who's calling you? And she tells him, like, oh, it's Chris. So again, police are like, you know, maybe Eric was jealous and he wanted Chris out of the picture. But Eric swore up and down, you know, he had nothing to do with this, and he had an alibi. So they asked him to take a polygraph test, which he ended up passing, and he was cleared. So this brought police back to Jason and Kelly. So they're thinking, okay, it has to be Jason. It has to be Jason because, you know, his wife is having an affair. He's probably jealous. He obviously isn't doing well, you know. So they talk to Jason again. I'm very handsy today. So they talk to Jason again. And he tells police that, again, like, the marriage hadn't been going well and that Kelly was living like she was a single woman. So they end up going through Jason's text messages and see that clearly he was bothered by her relationships. Jason had sent Kelly text messages saying, I cannot take it. You promised me you would stop. Was that a lie also? So investigators are like, what made you send these text messages? And he was like, well, there was this one day where I went on a walk and just so happened to be like outside of Chris's apartment where I saw Kelly's truck park outside. So I was bothered by that and I sent her these texts. So after that, he sent her more text messages where he was asking her like not to go back to the apartment and reminding her that she was a married woman. So again, this is kind of like solidifying to police, okay, Jason, it's gotta be Jason, because he's kind of giving the, you know, that's stalking behavior. Like he's following her around, he's getting mad, you know?
What if I told you there's a snack officially recommended by German hospitals with 10 times the calcium of milk, triple the omega...
Jason had mentioned that he was admitted to a mental hospital because he wasn't doing well. So police did the math and they realized that he was admitted just 2 days after Chris went missing. Now, what are the odds of that, huh? With all this in mind, they're like, it's Jason. It's gotta be Jason. Now, Jason and Kelly, oh my God, sorry, I just had like a flashback moment. Do you remember the movie? It was like From Justin to Kelly or something like that. I saw it in theaters for some reason. It was after American Idol came out. I know his name's Jason, it's not Justin, but it was just, I had a little That's So Raven moment. I think that movie bombed. What happened to that guy? Okay, so Jason and Kelly, you know, they went way back. You know, growing up in the 80s, they were next door neighbors and they knew each other all their lives. After graduating high school, the two of them started dating and then eventually they got married. Now, according to Kelly in like a later interview, she said she felt like she was doing the right thing. Like, you know, going to college, getting married, getting the house, etc. And she also said, like, in the beginning, marriage was cool, you know, but after some time went on, it got boring to her. And she was like, dude, all I do is work. Yeah, you know, you grow up and you realize that's it. All I do is work. You know, anyway, she was like, yeah, it's boring. But people who knew them said that they were total opposites. Jason was kind of like a little shy boy, more reserved. He kept to himself. Where Kelly was like the outgoing one. She was the life of the party. She was more talkative. And according to Jason's family, it was definitely Kelly who wore the pants in the relationship. Months are going by, but police have like no solid evidence, you know, to link them to Chris's disappearance. But they're waiting for an approval to get like a search warrant for the Cochran home. But again, like Iron River is a small town, so the fact that someone like just vanished was a very rare occurrence. And like the locals, they wanted to help. So a local private investigator team, they step up and decide to like, hey, how can we help? You know? So things, you know, they're moving slow, but in March of 2015, which is like 5 months later, Chief Frizzo, she finally gets approval to perform the search warrant at the Cochran home. So she's talking to the private investigators about this, and they decide to go with. They're going to go with her, okay? When the police and the private investigators show up to the home, they said like their first impression was that the home was quite creepy, okay? So, you know, the first thing they do when they enter, they ask Jason and Kelly, you know, are there any weapons in the house? They're like, oh, yeah. And they start naming where all the weapons are, okay? Now, normally, people have like a gun here or guns, whatever. They had tons of weapons in the house. They had tons of knives, swords, crossbows, guns, in literally every corner of this freaking house. And I was looking at pictures of it, and it's a lot of like medieval looking weapons and swords, battle axes, daggers, and it seemed like Jason was a collector, but it was a lot. It was like, what do you need that battle axe for? What are you doing with that? It was a lot. They had a lot, which isn't illegal. Well, whatever. Okay, so they're like, okay, there's a lot. So police are looking around and they see like, one of the doors has like a full-on punch hole through it. Plus the front door itself was cracked and damaged. So they decide to call in the crime lab people to come out and like document the scene, collect any evidence, take photos, do all that stuff. So while police are waiting for the crime lab people to show up, the 2 private investigators that came with them, they're standing in the living room and they're just kind of like looking around. They don't want to touch anything and like potentially contaminate the scene. So they're kind of like sitting there waiting, and they look up at the ceiling and they notice that the ceiling tiles were newly painted. Fresh paint, But they're looking and they could see like little spots that look like blood spatter underneath the new paint. And all this was caught on police footage. So you see them like looking around and they're like, what's that? So they asked Kelly about this, and Kelly said that they were doing some like recent remodeling and painted the ceiling tiles. But if you look at the interior of their home, you're like, remodeling where? Okay, because girl, where? Sure, okay. So eventually the crime lab people, they show up and they end up doing like luminol tests on the ceiling spots. Now, luminol will detect blood. So they do the test and it comes back positive for blood. So to police, they're like, okay, it looks like some kind of an attack happened at the door, and then the blood had like spread out onto the ceiling. So they collect their samples and a bunch of evidence, and Chief Frizzo was feeling like, this is it, we got it. Once we get confirmation on that blood, that's it. She's feeling good. Literally the next morning, Chief Frizzo gets a phone call from the Cochran's neighbors. Now, they were calling to let her know that Kelly and Jason loaded up their truck and took off. Like they were skipping town. She's like, oh shit, no. So the neighbors, they were brought in for questioning, and they had mentioned that around the time of Chris's disappearance, they noticed that the Cochrans started renovating their house, but they weren't like working during the day. They were only working at night, okay, for multiple nights. The neighbors said that they could hear them like sanding and using a reciprocating saw. I had to look that one up. But again, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and they did this for like a handful of days. This is when Chief Frizzo, she knew deep down, she's like, oh shit, they most likely like were cutting Chris up. But again, like she had no hard proof. She had no hard proof yet, just allegations. Then another neighbor told police that like they were outside in their front yard, like minding their own business, when they smelled something funky, like real funky. And they're like looking, and they noticed that Jason and Kelly, they were burning something. So the neighbors like out front, kind of like looking in their direction, and I guess Kelly came like running out into the front, and the neighbor asked her like, what the hell are you burning? And she told him like, oh, we're just like burning some brush. It's not, no big deal. But according to the neighbor, he was like, I have lived here all of my life, and I have never smelled anything that awful before. Like, it was bad. Now, to you and I, we're like, what's she burning? Where are they burning? A body? Police. They go out and they search like the Cochran yard, and they notice that in the yard, there's a fire pit shaped like a barrel sunk into the ground, but the barrel itself was missing. So they ended up like sifting through the dirt and the ashes, and investigators, they uncovered a saw blade along with small scraps of denim, rivets from like your jeans, buttons, and a zipper. What? Yes. But like, again, it's like, it's not that DNA proof. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? So there wasn't anything they could do with this. They all know what the fuck is going on, but they can't make an arrest just based off of this. So during their search, when they searched the home, they also found journals and like short stories that Jason had written. And there were a few that stood out, but there was one story titled Quack Quack's Revenge, and I guess it was an odd one. So, Quack Quack, yeah, the main character, Quack Quack, went on a killing spree in the story, and he wanted to get revenge on a guy whose description almost matched Chris's to a T. Okay, it was a bizarre story, and it was dark, and it was highly suspicious, but not illegal. So, Quack Quack, we're on to you. Well, lab results come back to Chief Frizzo about the blood samples found on the ceiling tiles. Now, she's all excited about this because this, again, is going to be like, this is it. But sadly, the samples were bad. Yeah, they came back with nothing, like no clear DNA. Nothing. Now, this turned out to be like one of the biggest disappointments because, like, again, this was it. So I was like, damn, like, now what do we do? You know, because Jason and Kelly had skipped town. Well, surprise, surprise. You know those private investigators? Well, they came in very handy because while they were performing the search warrant, one of them, the PIs, snuck away and quietly like put a tracking device on the Cochran's truck, which is legal for private investigators to do in the state of Michigan. And I was like, oh, good to know. So according to the private investigators, the reason they put the tracking device like on their truck was because they thought at some point the couple, they were going to drive to the location of wherever they dumped the body. So, you know, they stuck that little device under the truck low-key without like anyone knowing. So the private investigators, they go tell Chief Frizzo about the GPS because they were following them. And they share that Jason and Kelly, they drove all the way down to Hobart, Indiana, and were staying at Kelly's parents' house. So Chief Frizzo, she contacts the local police department in Indiana, and she tells them everything. She tells them what's going on, just fills them in, okay? And she's like, listen, I really want DNA samples from Jason and Kelly. So luckily, this police department is like, oh, okay, we'll get that for you. So once again, the police, they locate Jason in Hobart, and they bring him into the department saying like, hey, we have a warrant to get your DNA. So it was said when they picked him up, he was like, obviously very nervous. He didn't say a single word the entire time, and he was like shaking and sweating and just acting odd. So Hobart police bring him into the station, and then they put him in like in an interrogation room. So Jason is just sitting there, and then in walks Chief Frizzo. Listen, she drove over 6 hours from Iron River down to Hobart just to further talk to Jason and get his DNA. Now, this little moment was caught on the security cameras or whatever, but when she walked in, like, Jason just kind of goes red in the face, but he just looks completely shocked. He's like, what the fuck? You know, just to see her walk in. Now, Chief Frizzo said that she was really hoping to make him feel like a victim in hopes that, like, he would kind of confess. So she was like, hey, remember when your wife was cheating on you? And you, like, just wanted her to act like your wife? Remember? That was kind of crazy, huh? And you could tell Jason was, like, uncomfortable and bothered, but immediately he asked for a lawyer. So she's like, damn. So she backs off, but she gets her DNA sample. So during this time, Kelly was calling his phone nonstop. She was calling, you know, I think she was worried. So then Kelly comes into the station, and Chief Frizzo said, like, she could tell Kelly was annoyed. Like, damn, this woman will not leave me alone, you know? Like, oh, God. Chief Frizzo, she sits down and she kind of fibs a bit. She tells Kelly that Jason had been there for a while and that he told her some stuff.
Love yourself. Love your neck. Strivectin tea.
She's like, yeah, he told me some stuff, hoping to create, you know, some kind of distrust between the couple. But Kelly, she immediately asked for a lawyer, and Chief Rizzo was like, God damn it. So she backs off, but she's able to get her DNA sample. So things kind of hit a standstill. That is, until the night of February 20th, 2016. So a 911 call comes through, and it's Kelly. And she's calling to report that her husband Jason is barely breathing. She said his face was turning blue and like she needed an ambulance. So when paramedics arrived to, the house, Kelly was a mess, as you would imagine. But they felt like it was a little over the top. Plus, Kelly was actually getting in the way of the paramedics getting to Jason and like helping him. She was kind of like, I got like just in the way. And they're like, get out of the way. I guess it got so bad that like they had to remove her from the room. Now, sadly, there was nothing they could do, and Jason was pronounced dead from what looked like a heroin overdose. Quack, quack, quack. So, after Jason had died, Kelly reached out to like one of his good friends. His name's Walt. And she lets him know like, hey, Jason passed away from an overdose. Now, this did not feel right to Walt. Walt knew like Jason never, ever, 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 ever touched hard drugs. So there was no way like that he died of an overdose. So Walt, he contacts the FBI, which I know feels like a jump, but he said, according to Walt, he said he found the missing person flyer with Chris Regan's info on it. So he remembered that Jason told him that he and Kelly had gotten into some trouble back in Michigan over a missing guy. And Walt's like, okay, well now Jason is dead. So he was thinking that Jason's death was connected somehow. So that's why he contacted the FBI to like pass on this information. So after Walt's tip came in, the FBI reached out to Hobart detective Jeremy Ogden. Now, this detective, he had a reputation, like not just as a great investigator, but as like an even better interrogator. First, he started digging into Jason's death, and then Kelly's background, and then finally, Chris Regan's disappearance. So he's like connecting all the pieces, and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, there's something here. So that's when he ends up connecting with Iron River Police Chief Laura Frizzo. Now, she was thrilled to get this phone call, just to see any type of movement on the case. And immediately, like, she sent over every document and video she had regarding the situation. Thank God for once police departments were, like, communicating with each other. You know how it is. A very rare occurrence. So it was refreshing to see this. So he gets all the information, Detective Ogden. So right away, he orders an autopsy to be done on Jason's body. And when the results came back, I mean, it was shocking. Yes, Jason had drugs in his system, but it was determined he died from asphyxiation caused by strangulation. I'm smiling because asphyxiation is not coming out how I want it to come out. Asphyxiation caused by strangulation. Yes. Anyways, what I'm getting at is that this was not an overdose. Okay, nope, this was a homicide. So with that in mind, Detective Ogden, he officially ruled Jason's death a homicide. So after all this, Detective Ogden, he brings Kelly in for questioning. Now, I'm gonna be honest here. This would be the first of many interviews. There's so much footage of her being questioned. In the end, it was said they had over 100 hours of questioning. She liked to talk, but only with this Detective Ogden guy, because she wouldn't talk like this with Chief Rizzo. Anywho, so Detective Ogden, he told Kelly, like, hey, I just want to talk to you about your husband's death, you know? But during questioning, she stayed in control. She was playing games. She was giving dodgy answers. She was saying, like, a lot, but nothing at all. Do you know what I'm saying? In some of the interviews, she's like, oh, I like observing people. I like studying people. I like to manipulate people. Like, thinks she's smarter than everybody else. And it's really annoying to watch. I watched too much of it. I was just like, shut the fuck up. God, she wouldn't shut up. But the two, like Kelly and Detective Ogden, they kind of built like a strange rapport, you could say. Yeah. Kelly seemed to like him and was always willing to meet up and talk. And Detective Ogden, he would meet her anywhere. Diners, fast food joints, and he was like always wired with an undercover camera, just hoping that she'd slip and confess. But every single time, Kelly like danced around the one thing that he really wanted to know. So Detective Ogden, his first move was to call Jason's friend, Walt, the same guy who like tipped off, who told FBI. Yeah. So Detective Ogden goes to Walt and he's like, hey, will you like help me out with this like plan? So the plan was simple. Walt would call Kelly and pretend that he had received a letter from Jason that was written before his death and like sent to him. And this is all being recorded. So Walt gets Kelly on the phone and he tells her like, hey, I received a letter from Jason that said, if something happens to me, like please send this sealed note to the Iron River Police Department.
You're about to lose $40,000 for your car accident because you don't know this one trick. Check this out.
No. And on the other end of the line, you know, Kelly, she's kind of quiet for a minute. She doesn't say anything. And then finally, in like a low voice, she's like, please don't. Now, this was something, but still, Detective Ogden, you know, wasn't enough. He wanted to mess with Kelly a little bit more. And I kind of love him for it because, yeah, let me tell you. Let me just tell you. So, you know, Detective Ogden, he had been like following Kelly and like watching her low-key for a while. And he noticed she had the same routine every night. Same time, same park. She would go sit on like the same log next to the same tree and just sit there. Maybe she was contemplating life or something, I don't know, but she would just sit there every night. So Detective Ogden came up with a little creepy idea. So he ended up carving into the tree that she would sit by the words, Chris is here. The idea was like to spook her, maybe think
mental warfare.
This message was coming from like beyond the grave,
Psychological
or, like, from a ghost
warfare
or something. It's kind of silly, but he did it, and he's hoping like, I don't know, we'll see what happens. Maybe it'll get her to talk. It's kind of Scooby-Doo-ish, but I like it. I'm like, okay. He did his little carving, and then that night he parked nearby and he waited to see her reaction. And sure enough, Kelly, you know, she showed up. She sat down on her log and she spotted the carving. And I guess right after that, she bolted and she ran straight to her car, got in, sped off. And guess what? It worked, because that same night, March 29th, 2016, Kelly finally cracked. The good old Scooby-Doo carving in the tree really got her. So she called up Detective Ogden and said, you know, I'm ready to talk about what really happened. And they ended up meeting at the station. So Kelly came into the station to meet with Detective Ogden. And finally, she gave a confession. Kind of. She came in and she painted herself as the victim, saying Jason was abusive and controlling and that she was, you know, just trapped in all of this. And I'm kind of saying that sarcastically because you'll see, but like as time goes on, she's just a liar. This woman is a liar, and don't believe her. But that's what she tells him, okay? Kelly said, you know, that night Chris had come over to her place and Jason shot him right in front of her.
Start from the beginning. He comes in the house. What happens? Okay. Then what? Okay. Then what?
Then he forced her to help clean up the mess and like hide the evidence. She said Jason even made her use forceps to pull the bullet out of Chris's skull before he, quote, downsized him. So Detective Ogden is like, what does that mean? Downsized? What's that? And Kelly, completely like straight face, said, like, it means we cut him up. Kelly told Detective Ogden, like, you know, Jason took away the only good thing in her life, you know? And Detective Ogden, he convinced her to show him where and how everything happened. So at 1 a.m., they drove 6 hours to Iron River. I like how determined everyone is to solve this. It's great. So they drive all the way out there. And when they get there, Kelly like first led detectives to a spot where she claimed they had dumped Chris's like body parts. So the area was searched, but nothing was found. So Detective Ogden tells her, okay, well then like take us to your house and walk us through step by step what happened that night. So they go to the house and like, you know, Kelly's like, fine, here's what happened. So according to Kelly, Jason had forced her to lure Chris over that night. She said that she and Chris ended up having sex like on the landing by the back door. I was like, sure, all right, whatever. So they had sex, and like where they had sex also happened to be at the top of like the basement stairs. So it went like stairs to the basement, landing, stairs to the kitchen. So that landing is where they were doing it. She said when they were finished, Chris started heading upstairs towards the kitchen. And that's when Jason came out from the basement and shot him. Kelly said Chris had like, he fell backwards onto her, and the two of them like tumbled all the way down the stairs. So, you know, Detective Ogden, he's listened to her story, sure, whatever, but he could tell, he said in an interview, he was like, I could tell she's just like making this up as she went. You know? So at this point, police are really realizing that Kelly is just a serial liar. Now, the problem was figuring out, you know, what exactly she was lying about and, like, what was the truth? Because the truth was in there somewhere. But, like, was she genuinely confused about the location that she pointed them to? Or was she deliberately, like, sending them on a stupid, wild goose chase? They couldn't tell. But, you know, like, at least she's talking. With no hard evidence, they had to send Kelly back to Indiana. And without proof, they couldn't get a warrant for her arrest. Which sounds crazy, right? Because you're like, well, she's confessing, like, this is what happened. But, like,
she's an accessory
according
murder.
to her confession, she was just there, and it was all Jason. So they couldn't arrest her. Meanwhile, investigators, they kept, like, combing the area around her Iron River home. They would find items that like could be evidence, but the struggle was always the same. No DNA, you know? But as time was going on...
Hold up. Alana in Texas just placed the dreamiest protein coffee order. She picked Snickerdoodle, Original, and French...
Every so often, Kelly, she would like text Detective Ogden. I know, this bitch. So she's like texting him, and she texts him one day like, hey, ever been to the West Coast? I was driving there last night. And then like she would shut her phone off. Now Detective Ogden, he kept replying to her anyways, knowing that like Kelly could not resist checking to see if he texted her back. Like it was just another one of her dumb little games. Sure enough, you know, she turns her phone back on and she checks her text messages, but what she didn't realize was that every time she turned her phone back on, it pinged a cell tower. So it gave away her location. Now she was trying to make everyone think she was out like on the West Coast, but she wasn't, of course. Just trying to throw them off. She was actually in Wingo, Kentucky. I guess she was there like hiding out at her cousin's house. Wingo, Kentucky. Now listen, she really messed up with this whole text game because fleeing the state and taunting the detective implied suspicion of guilt. And this was enough for police to finally get a warrant for her arrest. Ugh, finally. So just a few days later, on April 29, 2016, U.S. Marshals had arrested Kelly Cochran in Wingo, Kentucky, and sent her ass back to Michigan. So Kelly, she was formally charged with 5 counts: first-degree murder as an aider and abettor, conspiracy to mutilate a dead body, concealing the death of an individual, larceny in a building, and lying to a peace officer during a violent crime. So these charges were all tied to Chris's death. Now Jason, his death had to be handled separately since it happened in a different state. Now you're probably wondering or thinking to yourself, larceny? Where the hell did that come from? Larceny? What? Turns out after Chris was killed, Kelly had like broke into his apartment to grab her wedding ring, like she left it there, and then she also stole his camera. And I was like, why? Well, according to Kelly, the camera, it had some like raunchy photos and videos on it, and I guess she didn't want anyone to see it. But remember when police first went to Chris's apartment and Terry O'Donnell was like, it's a hot mess? Well, that's why it looked like a hot mess, because Kelly's ass broke in. Kelly was like sitting in jail, you know, waiting for trial to happen. And Detective Ogden, he kept visiting her, trying to pull anything from her. More details, anything. Just keep her talking. Because remember, at this point, technically, police still had like no physical evidence. There was no body. There was just like a kind of confession. Okay, but listen, during one of those interviews, Kelly shared new information. Well, she shared a lot, but something interesting came out. She told Detective Ogden that on the night of her wedding, she and Jason made a pact, a deal, an agreement. Now, according to her, she said the deal was if either one of them cheated, they had to kill their side piece. So if Jason cheated, he had to kill his mistress. If Kelly cheated, she had to kill her mantress. Yeah, I was like, is that part of like their vows or something? But okay. So listen, this is the first time that Kelly was finally admitting that she knew in advance that Jason was going to kill Chris that night because of this pact. Didn't I just say though that like she would have to kill whatever? Eventually Kelly dropped the games and she told Chief Frizzo that she wanted to do the right thing. So she agreed to take them to where Chris's remains were buried. So Kelly takes them like out to this wooded area, and it's funny, but it's not funny. But like while, you know, police are searching, Kelly is like, hey, can I get like a smoke? Can I get a cigarette? Can I get a smoke? Can I get a light? Like, whatever. And then she asked them like, hey, can someone get me a cheese pizza and like a soda? I would love that.
Embarrassing story, but I can't pay my rent. My friend told me about how she got this $5,000 loan to pay off her bills, including rent. So I tried the same.
Yep.
While they're looking for like the remains, she's like, can I get a cheese pizza? Yeah, just cheese. And you're like, girl, read the room, Jesus. With the help of a cadaver dog, investigators uncovered a buried skull, later confirmed to be Chris Regan's. Now, it was the break in the case they desperately needed. So from that location, they brought Kelly back to her old Iron River home, which had been left untouched since she and Jason left a year earlier. So it's like everything is still like how it was left. And in the police footage, you can literally see her, cheese pizza in hand, like pointing out where they dismembered Chris's body. She's like, yeah, it happened there. This is like the pizza. She's like, yeah, this is where we come up. Then they find the forceps that she used to dig out like the bullet from Chris's skull. They were still sitting in the kitchen sink. She's like eating her pizza. Oh yeah, that's it. That's what I used to pull it out. It's right there. It's just like, yeah, girl. But also so frustrating because if police would have like, when they initially did that warrant and like took stuff from the house, if they would have taken like these tools from the kitchen, it would have had the DNA on it. You know, it was like they were so freaking close.
Forceps in their kitchen sink.
At least they were getting answers. And then Kelly shows them like where they hid the gun, or like hid part of the gun that Jason had used to shoot him. So it was like finally, like everything is like coming together. So even after confessing, Kelly pled not guilty to all 5 charges. Her trial, it actually started on February 14, 2017. So Valentine's Day. Kind of ironic, you know? It's like rain on your winter. Because, you know, it's a trial about killing her lover. And it starts on Valentine's Day. Come on, that's kind of ironic. Anyways, so the trial starts. It lasted like 3 weeks. Now, Kelly's defense team argued, like it was all Jason, that she was just a victim. They even leaned into the idea that Kelly was such a liar and a drug addict that like nothing she said could be trusted. They're like, she's a liar. She's a liar. Her story changes constantly. So how do you even know what's real? They just lean into that. She lies.
I think it's very apparent that throughout the course of these proceedings, my client has been less than truthful. Not gonna sugarcoat it. She's a liar.
And I was like, okay, that was an interesting approach, you know? The prosecution, though, I mean, they focused on, well, first of all, the hundreds of hours of questioning, but also, like, the whole marriage pact of it all, you know? You know, they had her on tape admitting that she knew, like, what would happen to Chris that night, proving that she wasn't just an innocent bystander in all of this. She was a willing participant. So Kelly, she actually ended up taking the stand, you know, herself. Oh, I was like, uh-oh, this isn't going to go well. She told the court that Jason was abusive, he was jealous and controlling, but that she never told anyone about it until after the murder. So people were like, you know, was she lying about? I don't know. No one really believed her about him being abusive, but that's what she was claiming. Now, at one point, she tells the court straight up that everything she said, she lied about. Like, everything was a lie. Her story kept changing. She's like, yeah, I lied about everything. She said there was no pact with her husband. She said she made that up. It never existed. And she claimed that she had no idea Jason was going to kill Chris that night. Well, you know, again, after like 3 weeks, the jury, they go for deliberations, and they're only gone for like 3 hours. And, you know, they didn't buy anything that Kelly said, because they came back and they found 35-year-old Kelly Cochran guilty on all charges. Now, she was sentenced to life without parole. Now, it was set in court. Well, you can see the footage too. Like in court, she just like had nothing.
Zip.
She had no emotion. Nothing. She didn't care. Well, what about Jason? You know,
strap in there for it.
11 months later, in May of 2018, Kelly pled guilty to the murder of her husband, Jason, and she was sentenced to 65 more years in prison. In exchange, she got a deal guaranteeing she could never be charged with any other murders in the state of Indiana. I was like, okay. Now you think it's over, but it's not over. Because after Kelly's
that was a terrible throw.
Even more disturbing allegations started to surface. Her own brother, his name's Connor.
Not much time.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks.
Tapping.
I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done,
Listen, he reached out to Detective Ogden with his suspicions that Kelly hadn't just like stopped at Jason and Chris. Now, according to Connor, Kelly once told him there were more victims. 9 in total. He said she and Jason would like make these little comments about killing people, but at the time, everyone brushed it off as like, oh my god, they're just like dark humor. But obviously, looking back now, it wasn't so funny. Yeah, so he believed there were more people. Now, while in prison, Kelly's mom had called to talk to her. And it's recorded. Her mom calls her and is like, Kelly, what the hell is going on? Like, where the hell is all this coming from? And Kelly responded, telling her, like, you didn't see this coming? Her mom's response made me giggle just a little. Because she was like, well, yeah, after all this, I could see it coming. But still, it was just funny. Because most people were like, I never saw it coming. And her mom was like, yeah, I could see it coming. But still. So then her mom goes on to say, like, but I didn't know that, like, you guys had, like, killed people before. Do you guys even have, like, a conscience? And have you always been like this? And Kelly responded, I've always been like this, Mom. And it was like, I don't know, I just thought it was an interesting call. She said a lot, again, without saying really anything. Chief Frizzo, she believed there were more victims. Why? Because when it came to Chris Regan's case, it was just too clean. Like, if Kelly hadn't cracked, they might have never actually solved it. Again, like, there was no solid evidence without her confession and, like, leading them to where his remains were found. And to Chief Frizzo, that kind of precision didn't feel like a first-timer kind of situation. But, there's, like, no proof or anything. So, it's just beliefs. Then came
that's all thread.
Another disturbing information. This one from the neighbors. So remember the same neighbors who said that they heard Jason and Kelly like running power tools late into the night? Yeah, them. So listen, okay. They said that just 2 days after like all that noise, the construction and all that, the Cochrans, they had invited them over for a little like backyard barbecue. So the neighbors agreed, sure. And when they showed up, according to them, they were kind of shocked because they said there was like $150 to $200 worth of meat piled up. Just like way more than you'd expect for a little cookout, So they were like, oh wow, okay. So, they ate it. And later they shared that like the meat tasted off. Like it was extra chewy. Well, according to the neighbor, he said it was kind of see-through, like lobster meat. You know how it's kind of like see-through? He was like, it looked like that. And he was just horrified. I watched the interview of him and you could just see it in his face of just, he was disturbed. Afterwards, the neighbors truly believed that Kelly and Jason chopped Chris up and like served him at the barbecue. After this realization, they were messed up. I'm sure they're probably still messed up. According to Chief Rizzo, none of this like ever made it into the official investigation because there was no proof. There was no evidence that they consumed Chris's remains. You know what I'm saying? And that the neighbors came to that conclusion on their own. But still, I don't know. Listen, in 2019, Kelly Cochran, she filed an appeal and she lost. And to this day, she's still behind bars at the Women's Huron Valley Correctional Facility in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Now, I was thinking to myself, I don't know if you were thinking this, I know you weren't, but I was. And I was like, Huron Valley Correctional Facility. That sounds very familiar. Why does that sound familiar? And you know what? You know who else is at this prison? Murder Mystery Deep Cut. Cherie Miller. Do you remember her? No. Let me tell you. I did a Murder Mystery episode on her. It was titled Catfish Gone Wrong. She was like one of the first internet catfish Cherie was married and like had online relationships, and then like she and her internet lover planned to like murder her husband. It was a whole thing. It was a wild story. Anyways, she's at that prison too. That's all. I was just like, I wonder if they've crossed paths at all. I just, you know, when murder mysteries cross over, I'm always like, wow, it sure is a small world. Unfortunately, not everyone got a happy ending. Chief Laura Frizzo, love her. She put everything into this case. She was dedicated. She was a big player in all of this, okay? In the end, she ended up getting fired from her position. Yes. I was like, for what? I don't know. It's not very clear, okay? Now, afterwards, she filed like a wrongful termination suit, but she ended up losing. And to this day, the exact reason as to why she was fired isn't clear. But Chief Rizzo, she believes her boss just didn't like all the attention she was getting in regards to this case. Didn't like that she was a woman in charge, and...
Is it a job you imagine, or the career of your wildest imagination? Will you push boundaries?
Yeah, that. It was sad. It's like, what the... Shouldn't you be proud that she got the job done? Jeez. But listen, because there was one unexpected silver lining. While working this investigation, Chief Laura Frizzo and Detective Jeremy Ogden, they grew close, and they eventually fell in love. Yeah, the two ended up dating, and then they ended up getting married. I was like, aw, it's actually really cute. It's dark. You know, when people ask you, like, how'd you guys meet? That's a story for them. But, like, yeah, I was like, oh, okay, cute. Cute. Okay. Sad story. Cute. A murder mystery love story. You just don't hear about that often, huh? Listen, Kelly Cochran is one of those cases where the deeper you go, the less sense it makes. The marriage pacts, the possible multiple victims, neighbors who think they were fed human barbecue. It's just one big, like, what the fuck? And I feel like I barely scratched the surface, because when you watch even the police interview footage with her, she is something else. She is something, okay? The way she changed her stories, the way she thought she was playing, like, games. Exhausting. I don't think we'll ever really know the full truth. And then the thought, like, that there might be more, you know? It's just like, what the fuck? Or maybe, I was thinking, maybe she's just one of those, like, compulsive liars who makes stuff up for attention. But I don't know. I don't know. She's exhausting. I'll say that. And I was thinking, I was like, I mean, if this is what we do know about Kelly, I can't imagine what we don't know about her. And then at the end of the day, poor Chris Regan, like, lost his life because of this stupid woman and her husband. And between, like, Kelly's lies, Jason's violence, and, like, all the games they played, it just feels like Chris was caught in the middle of just something he never stood a chance against. And, like, and to lose her, just sad. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. You make good choices. Please be safe out there. And let me know what you think in the comment section down below, who you want me to talk about next time. But other than that,
I did. Okay.
Have a good day, and I will be seeing you guys later. Goodbye. Oh, go watch
This
that.
is going to upset me, but I want to watch
First,
this
we
DJ.
offer overnight boarding. Your pet will stay overnight in
Just
your
hang on. Let me check all the other ones first. Check our girl BJ. Hang on. Yeah, it is the Nova one. This is going to make my heart sad.
Petition. A new initiative is underway aimed to crack down on child trafficking on the Figueroa corridor. 265 people were arrested for using the internet to target kids for sexual abuse.
Yeah, she like the famous kid prostitute.
You are 100% correct, and it sounds crazy.
Can't, like, you seriously have an Instagram and you're out here flaunting this lifestyle? Like, what the f?
I mean, she make it look real fun.
And that's the problem.
That's the
I
problem.
think that's what makes so many people disturbed by this.
Long story short, yeah, man, we was really man, you feel me? She come up missing, you know what I'm saying, for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, whatever you want to call it.
At one point, a 14-year-old girl was trafficked for at least 3 days in a row at a South LA motel.
They were branding these young women, they were abusing them, they were drugging them. Just
if you are being forced to have relations with people and give the money to somebody else and you can't leave, it's a slavery situation.
How do you know how to say this? I'm like, because I was you before. She's just me 2.0.
Don't let this internet fool y'all. Don't let whatever she posts when I'm with her for 3 minutes and literally after that she told me I gotta go. Y'all need to pray for me because this shit is getting harder and harder by the day, literally.
The fact that if I don't buy her, then you're going to basically kill her, I don't think that's going to make me more likely to want to purchase her.
Please do not send any hate or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you.
Hide your kids, hide your plug. The Hoover's criminal gang is running amok, and they are pulling in Tanea. They are pulling in Adam 22, 16 Gray Mason. They're pulling in Mark Leta. The web is webbing. The worlds have collided, and the collision course led him straight to a federal indictment and a RICO. Girl, let's talk about it. So, first things first, we gotta travel back in time. So I do timelines on this channel and predictions. Around December 7th, 2 years ago, 2023, Mark Leta posts a video interviewing a 13-year-old runaway. She's 13 years old. It's pretty much undisputed. I don't know. I didn't check her birth certificate, but that appears to be what's being presented here. Look at the title of the video. And I pitched a fit about it, and so did a lot of people. A lot of people stopped following Mark Leta because of this video. And it was because, namely, this child, this 13-year-old in the video, she was wearing like a bathing suit bikini top, and it was see-through. You could see straight through it, and it wasn't censored at all. You could just see through the shirt. It's 13-year-old, and they were talking about like S-work and just nasty stuff.
Have you've been working some of the streets as a prophet? How long has that been going on?
Since May.
Since May.
Yeah.
Is it a horrifying life for a 13-year-old girl?
Yeah. Every time like before I go to the blade or anything, like my stomach, it'll feel like I'm finna throw up. Like
I made a whole video about it, and I'm not getting into it right now, but all of that happened December 7th, 2023. In the video, Mark Leta discussed S-work, like I said, her client's supposed, estual preferences for younger children. She had braces in this interview, and notably, no tattoos, pretty much at all, are visible. She might have one. No face tattoos. Okay, so put a pin in that idea for later. In the video, she claims she used to live in Beverly Hills. She had a great life until her mother, her biological mother, Tanea, forced Nova, it's this little girl's name, she's forced to live with Tanea, her biological mother. And according to Nova, Tanea taught her a whole new lifestyle.
Apple don't fall too far from the tree. She has a father too.
Now, a lot of people took issue with this at the time. One Reddit user made an ominous prediction at the time that I wanted to read to y'all. This is Sid Witch. I was able to catch the video before it was made private. One of the things Nova said repeatedly was that if she were to die today, no one would know. There's a real fear she has of being forgotten to the streets. She thanked Mark in the video. She said he saved her life because now she doesn't have to go back to the abusive PIMP that she was living with. She said that she met girls as young as 10 years old on Fig. Now, Fig is Figueroa Street, or the Figueroa Corridor, specifically this area of Los Angeles, California that is known to be rife with prostitution and substances. The comment goes on, there are many girls who are either trafficked or are runaways. With nowhere to go, they end up on a blade. This is a street where someone walks down for this type of work, somewhere in some city. It's happening more often than we realize. I say all that to say, even though it's uncomfortable to hear her story, she deserves to be able to tell it. Great, wonderful, no problem there, and I've always agreed. I think she should be allowed to tell her story with parental consent, which is the law,
Try to
and
not hammer
dressed
too loud.
with clothes on. I don't think it's appropriate or proper for a grown man in his 60s or however old he is, Mark Leta, to be talking about S-work with a child who's... Okay, so that's I think we should all be able to agree on that. And then showing that and distributing it to us. And then you put it behind a paywall. So then eventually he blurs it out, he censors out the chest of this child. And then he's like, oh, if you want the uncensored version, so the child with no shirt on, talking about S-work, where to find her, what's her Instagram handle, and all kind of other things. Again, I already made a video about this. Basically, Mark lets everyone know where to find, how to find, what her name is, how she goes about doing her business, what she thinks about certain things. About 2 months goes by after that video is first posted and then taken down, reposted, censored, and all this other, saga. And I published this video called, Should Mark Leta Be Prosecuted for This? I'm still wondering. Now, when I put that video out and when I was critical of Mark
Busted
Leta,
a nail.
anytime I'm critical of Mark Leta, people immediately start calling me a conspiracy theorist, jealous. I'm jealous of the views. No, I can guarantee you I'm not jealous. It doesn't take very much to get a naked 13-year-old on your channel, okay? I'm not jealous of that. I'm critical of it because it's deplorable. And someone obviously needs to tell him because clearly he don't know. Anyway, people start calling me a conspiracy theorist, but the very things that I was concerned about in that video began to materialize before my very eyes. So it turns out, according to these flyers, Nova had actually been missing for over a month. Already over a month by February. Okay, so when I put my video out, Nova had already been missing for a month. The last time she was seen was January 2024. So then the middle of February, I've already put my video out, and here come these flyers. Ebony alert. For 41 days, this post says from the Doc Ellis Foundation. Renaya Moorhead has been missing from Los Angeles, California, her whereabouts unknown since January 5th, 2024. Despite this significant duration of absence, there remains a troubling lack of detailed information available to the public. The Doc Ellis Foundation stands alongside Nova's family, urging for increased transparency and accountability in disseminating information related to her disappearance. Every day that passes without answers brings heightened concern and anguish for her loved ones. Then 2 days after that, there's another flyer of this sort. This, I believe, is on Instagram or maybe Facebook from Black Los Angeles. In this one, Tanea actually speaks, the mom. Quote, with all due respect, if you know anything or see my daughter, please call 911 and give location. Thank you, bless. And this just starts to feel a little bit like some other weird family speaking on missing persons flyers that we've dealt with in the past, but I digress. But as you can see in the flyer, it says 14-year-old Renaya Moorhead was last seen January 5th at 8 p.m. in South Los Angeles. Have you seen her? Help us find. Ebony Alert, Los Angeles. Now, if you're wondering what an Ebony Alert is, it's basically a missing persons alert for Black individuals. Hold that thought, though, because we're going to have Adam Grandmason 22 explain it to y'all. Adam 16 explain it to
They put an Ebony Alert out on her. Fuck Amber. They put Ebony Alert out
But
on
that's
her.
not a real thing, is it?
Yeah,
Ebony Alert is
So it's
the
a black girl they call it an Ebony Alert? Is that real?
Ebony Alert,
No,
yeah.
they only said that to me because I was a prostitute. I think.
Sounds sexual to me. Ebony Alert?
Just because Ebony is the category?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I feel you, but is
Only Ebony I know is off Players Club. And you get what I'm saying? I didn't know what they were trying to get
is
at,
an
but
Amber Alert for a black girl actually called an Ebony Alert? It just seems like it should all just be one alert. Like, why do we have to have a different alert for black girls?
they were
No
saying
offense.
it was pretty racist.
It just seems kind of like, they're all human.
Right.
Well, it is.
With Apartments.com capturing the hearts of hundreds of millions of renters, everybody wants the secret to our success, but they're never gonna.
Isn't that but black girls?
Oh, I guess it's different.
What is that?
Seems racist. It's a statewide emergency system in California specifically created for black persons.
This is all happening February 2024, and right around the exact same time as these missing persons flyers and my video coming out saying like this is kind of like dangerous for this child to be advertising her services and her name and where's her mom and why is Mark Leta talking to her, and like a lot of the members of the public were really concerned about it as well. In the same exact month, we get, for what y'all might think right now is a seemingly unrelated occurrence, but please do note, that same month of the missing persons flyers and all of that, there was a huge arrest for a criminal gang, the 59 Hoover Criminal Gang. This is an offshoot of the Crips. They had established a base of operation in Columbia, Maryland, so they were being prosecuted there for gang activities. However, there's press conferences and news releases that do confirm that this is the same Hoover Criminal Gang, which was actually started in California, Los Angeles.
Through our Violent Crime Reduction Initiative, which became the Permanent Crime Reduction Teams, we were able to indict and prosecute these violent, harmful people. This last case involving 8 members of the 59 Hoover criminal gang has concluded with the conviction of its leader. This criminal network was believed to be involved in multiple violent crimes and other offenses.
But this wasn't the only Hoover Street criminal gang arrest that was going on with this gang lately. There was a previous one about 5 years before that. This was in Portland, Oregon.
This indictment lays out 3 identified murders, 7 attempted murders, multiple gun seizures, and the trafficking of methamphetamine, heroin, and cocaine.
The Hoovers, born in Los Angeles, have ties throughout the West Coast, some members calling Portland home since the 80s. The U.S. State Attorney announcing 3 of those gang members are now facing federal racketeering and murder charges.
Okay, so just put a pin in that. This Hoover criminal gang is also starting to be prosecuted. So fast forward about a year ago now, this is August 2024, and now people are still upset about specifically Mark Laita's soft white underbelly and how he treated the Nova situation, not censoring and talking about her about those topics and things like that. Someone started a change.org petition, and it has 20 signatures today, and it was to ban Mark Laita from YouTube over alleged child exploitation allegations. Now, these are allegations. I'm not necessarily, this is a crime. Child exploitation is a crime. I'm not saying Mark Laita necessarily did a crime, but this change.org petition. Okay, so surprise alert, Nova is found. She's found, at least by the public, because she starts posting again onto the internet, so I guess, she becomes no longer missing. She starts posting these videos, and again, she's 14 years old, and they're very advanced, like SUL topics for someone her age, and, this video about her supposed, quote, V card, she says she's at a creep's house.
Currently, I'm at a creep's house.
She had just turned 13 when this V card incident happened. She basically is talking about her first boyfriend, but it appears that it's like, maybe boyfriend is just like, they call anything these days. Maybe it's another name for it.
Okay, so we're going to talk about my first relationship when I was 13 and how I had to get the f away. That was my first real relationship. He was 32. How old is he now? He like 34 now. Yeah. That's still my boo. No, I'm not talking to that.
So she talks about this time. She said she had just turned 13. It was December 26, 2022, or maybe 3. I'm not exactly. I have some ideas of the timeline. This is also like assuming she's telling the truth.
I had just turned 13, y'all, basically, and right now I'm 15. So this was only 2 years ago. So I had just turned 13. It was December 26th.
But roughly she says that, she never had anything to drink. She's 13 years old. She had just turned 13. And she's out walking with her friend. She's out with her teenage girlfriend walking around. She said she had run away from home because her mom, Tania, was, quote, doing the most. And she had talked about these behaviors in her soft white underbelly interview. She said she wasn't even doing S work yet.
I was walking with my friend. I had just ran away because my mom, she was, doing the most, doing the shit that I talked about in my interview. I wasn't even a hug yet.
She describes not having love in her family, not feeling love from her family, but her brother would receive love and attention and affection from the family.
I've been liking grown people since I was younger because I don't know. I just felt like I needed that. I don't know. I didn't really have love like that. Like my family would show my brother, like, you feel me? You know how favoritism is, their homies. So they didn't fuck with me. They was like jealous. It was like,
I'm not trying to say jealous because I don't want to sound like I'm just all that, but you feel me? When you look at it, it's like jealousy because what the fuck you acting weird? And they've been treating me like this since I was 9 years old.
Girl, hey.
Like, tell me.
She said she's 13. She meets this guy in a gas station. He gets a bottle of liquor. And her friend at the time was 12 years old. Nova was 13. She lied, apparently, said she was 18. She had never drank before.
I went with the man or whatever. We get in his car. He like, oh yeah, we finna get a bottle. This man asked my age, no, none of that. What you talking about? We get a bottle. We park up next to like a view or something. So we go to the view. We get drunk. I don't even drink. I just turned 13 last month. My friend, she outside. My friend was only 12. She was 12, I was 13. She was finna be 13 now. He like, so how old are you? I'm like 18. He like, you know you lying. I'm like, I'm really 18. He like, all right. He like, when your birthday?
You won't believe it, but I literally wear this bra 7 days a week. Posy bra.
Wash it.
The only...
I said some birthday. I looked at. I think I asked somebody when they was born or whatever. I don't know what I did, but I got that.
So one thing leads to the next, and eventually she has relations with this man. And he was 32. at the time. And Nova makes sure to point out in her videos, she's like, this is what I looked like at the time. You know, it was obvious that I was a baby. A child, a young person is what she means by baby.
Nigga, y'all think I got a baby face now? No, I had a baby. I'm finna show y'all how I look. I'm finna put it right here. A baby. A kid. What are you talking about? Kid.
So this guy, he's living with his cousin, and the cousin is a woman who's younger. I think she said his name is Antoine. I don't know. We'll call him Antoine. I don't know if that's his name for sure.
First of all, he didn't even have a house. He was already like living with his cousins and shit. And look, whole time this is a grown ass man with his cousin, his little cousin at that. Like, huh? What's really going on? But it's none of that because she was already grown and she had a. So I'm like, okay. So he basically moved me in with the cousin. You feel me? I was 13. I was cool with it. I'm like, I don't have nowhere to go anyway. I just ran away. So,
but Antoine, you know, moves Nova in with him, but he's living with his cousin. So the cousin starts realizing Nova is very young.
The cousin looking like this little girl look young. So she questioning me and him. So it's getting weird.
And says, you can't be in my house with this little girl like that. So they move out. Nova ends up living in a car with this man.
So we started sleeping in his car.
All the while, there is very well documented instances, public instances of Tanea and Nova not having a good relationship. Like, Nova is running away from something.
She used to abuse me. She used to go on live.
Your antibiotics. But you want to go get hit on.
Expose me, embarrass me. She used to post my messages.
Yes, she is a child.
You regret having kids?
No. This is 35 years of hard work.
The same thing she doing now. This been happening since 4 or 3 years ago.
He does not like my daughter being on the street. So we're arguing about that all.
Do you like your daughter being on the streets?
Heck no.
Maybe it's just she's too, grown. She's been exposed to too much now. But I mean, again, whose fault exactly is that? She was living in Beverly Hills. She had not been exposed to this stuff. But anyway, Nova said that eventually her mom did call the cops and Nova was taken to a group home, but she ran away from this group home back into the arms of this so-called boyfriend. And she mentions here that she made Mark delete an interview that she did together with Mark. Remember that part, because she doesn't like the way she looks in the interview. She says it here, Sean, I didn't like the way I looked. I was looking crazy because this man had beat her up, gave her a black eye.
Shit was cool for 2 weeks. Then I said something that irked him pretty bad. This slapped me. I'm like, don't hit me. He hit me again. I hit him in his eye. He had a little scratch on his eye. He was mad as that nigga beat the. That was the very first time. I'm like, all right, maybe this is love. I don't know. Love hurts.
She was selling content, and again, she was underage. She's still many years from being the age of selling content being legal. And she said this guy, this boyfriend, would beat her up and take her money from her quote content.
Then y'all know I sell content, so this nigga was taking all of my content money. I was losing weight. I was buying him food. I couldn't get no food. He would get mad every time I buy something. I would buy something with my money. He'll be like, "You wasted money, cuz." It's my money that I made on my standard life. First of all, he was 17 when I met him. Now he's 18, finna be 19. So I was 14. And the mom knew how old I was. They knew me off the internet because, you feel me, we're from LA. Do you know what the fuck I am? Be for real. The mom didn't give a fuck, to be honest. She was letting me get beaten on motherfucker. Only time she started coming there is when my mom started calling the police to that house. Every time my mom would call the police over there, they would get me, take me to a group home, and I would run back over to his house. Stupid.
Eventually she gets taken away, put in a group home, and then she runs away from the group home back to this guy. She does an interview with Mark during this time. She's all beat up, and she makes Mark take the interview down. But there's this quote she leaves out with. She's like, if he hits you one time, he's going to hit you forever.
Hit you one time, he's going to beat you forever, boo.
So fast forward to, a couple weeks later, there's another round of news reporting coming out about teenage girls being forced into S-work on Figueroa Street.
A new initiative is underway aimed to crack down on child trafficking on the Figueroa corridor. NBC4's Amber Frias is live from City Hall with more on the multi-agency effort and reaction from the community. Amber.
Now, this area has long been a hub for workers, so much so that one mom I spoke with says she's getting ready to move her family out of there.
They interviewed this mom who's got to move her family out of the area because her kids are seeing how other young girls are dressed and her kids want to dress like that, and she's calling it pool clothes.
My child couldn't come outside and play because somebody might be up and down the street naked.
Lee says her daughter became more aware of her surroundings and started asking questions about what she saw.
Then she would see someone young like her niece or younger cousins. So now she's wondering, why do that girl get to walk down the street with that type of outfit on? Isn't that for the swimming pool or the beach?
They talk about rescuing 84 minors from Figueroa Street in the last 6 months.
In the last 6 months alone, Los Angeles police have rescued 84 minors from Figueroa Street, including one as young as 11 years old.
But again, what did we hear from Nova herself? What does she do whenever she gets rescued? She runs right back.
See a high-pressure ridge sweeping across the northwest, bringing clear skies and bright dry air.
Especially at night, this area becomes an outdoor bordello. What we see along the Figueroa corridor is a human rights tragedy playing out each and every night.
It does appear to be like a problem that is recurring. Then they announced this task force. 6 months, whatever goes by. We're into this year, 2025. It's April 23rd, 2025. We get an article about a sting operation of a notorious gang. This is from The Times. Inside a sting on America's most notorious trafficking corridor, the number of girls as young as 12 forced to work on LA's Figueroa Street, again, Figueroa, has exploded in recent years. The Times joined police on a nighttime operation to rescue them. Okay, so this is all building up. We had the task force announced. Now there's a sting operation. The Times is like, oh, we went on it. This is April this year, 2025. Some notable quotes from this article: the number of juveniles out here has exponentially grown. The Times observed the rescue of a 14-year-old girl who had run away from a children's home in Northern California. Now, this is not Nova. I'm not saying it's Nova. There's many people that could be aged 14. This is a trafficking allegation of whole ring. So I'm not saying this is Nova, but this gives you an idea of, from this Times article, how some people get pulled into this against their will. She had run away from a children's home with another teenager, but the other teenager beat her, took her phone, and forced her into work. Social media has become one of the main routes into underaged work, especially since the pandemic, which drove even more children online and put those from troubled backgrounds into a pimp's reach. They give another example: a woman named Amy, a former child victim of this type, abuse victim. They call a child worker, but y'all, please. She said when she was 13, she was living in a care home in San Bernardino. Shout out Emmanuel Harrow investigation at a standstill. When a woman sent her a message on Instagram, July 2020, asking if she and her 11-year-old sister wanted to make some money. The 13 and 11-year-old sister. Now, there's also another little snafu here. It's the decriminalization in 2023 of loitering for sex. This used to be something that was punishable by going to jail or being arrested, but it was also used as a way to pick up people suspected of being underage. Well, it's no longer being criminalized. Here's a clip here.
Even if it seems obvious,
we're observing females that are dressed provocatively with very minimal clothing, flagging down vehicles and or impeding traffic.
A bill sitting on Governor Gavin Newsom's desk would prevent police from arresting a person for standing and waiting around with the end goal of sex work.
We know that women of color, we know that trans people are much more likely to be stopped and harassed under the current law by law enforcement, because the current law encourages law enforcement to be profiling people based on how they look.
Equality California helped craft the bill. California Family Council is fighting the bill.
It makes it harder to help vulnerable women that are in crisis. It makes it more difficult to prosecute and to hold accountable the men that are abusing victims of human trafficking.
So back to this article, the sting operation article. On a good night, an undercover operation will rescue as many as 3 girls, but they are not always willing to cooperate with the police. And we're talking about, again, underaged, under 18, some as young as 12. Many of these girls refuse to answer questions and they run back to their pimps once they are passed into the care of basically CPS. Now, Nova, of course, admits that she does this and has done this. So the next month, May 2025, that's this year, CBS puts out an article about Operation Spring Cleaning, which happens to be, I believe, the same operation we just read about in the Times article a month before. The Times is like, oh, we were part of it. So then now you start actually hearing about people getting arrested. Look.
New at 4, police arrested more than 250 people in a big internet crime sweep across Southern California. LA Police Chief Jim McDonald and other law enforcement agencies shared the results of Operation Spring Cleaning. a 2-week sting across 5 counties last month. 265 people were arrested for using the internet to target kids for sexual abuse. 27 children were rescued during this investigation.
Then 1 month later, Nova appears to be on good terms with her mom, I guess. She shows up for a soft white underbelly book promo. And I'm not gonna probably react to this, but maybe I'll put a few clips right in here.
Ooh, wee. Nova. I make a lot of money off that on God. I sell like tapes like. Oh, hell.
They like to see. Oh.
This when I came from Antoine, I was looking crazy, Mom.
Oh.
Turn the page.
Mark, why would you put this one? Oh.
Oh.
I read The Art of Seduction, motherfucker. I know what you're doing. That's funny. That's funny. I was looking a hot mess, Mark. Why you didn't put the other one, Mark?
Cause your nipples.
Oh yeah.
People think I'm a perv.
They think
I
Mark
didn't even
is
pay
a
attention to it. I didn't
Yeah.
even notice it until people started making comments. I did a video of a 13-year-old prostitute, and she had a bikini top that I wasn't even aware that you could see through it.
Oh really?
Like I'm not a breast man, so I'm not really looking at her breasts. But
what do you like in a woman's body?
The shape of her waist and hips and all that.
Yeah.
Legs.
So you like more like curved kind of.
Long.
Curving, like something
tall and thin with nice curves.
Tall and thin but nice curves, yeah. Which is not the easiest mix to get.
No, it's hard.
South Central LA, you done made it, girl.
Girl, be quiet.
Very interesting. They seem to be on better terms here. They do a full interview on that same day as well. This comes out in July, summer 2025. Tanea now has a brand new baby who appears in the video. They're passing him back and forth, Tanea and Nova. Nova is now on her way to being, covered in tattoos, although she does have them covered up right now, but she's notably on her face. She didn't have that face tattoo when we saw her for the first time a year or so ago, 2 years ago. Now in this video, both Tanea and Nova both claim to have been in New York. Tanea claims she was in New York trying to chase after Nova. Nova said she went to New York, but she was in jail for a month. And she went to New York because Tanea was toxic.
I just came back from New York, literally, 3 days ago. And I was only out there because of this one.
But you didn't stay in New York.
Thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
Getting a degree backed by the power of...
Did you know that?
I went out there, the first time I went out there with my cousin, and then we went to jail. I was in jail for a month, and then after that, I came back out here for like 2 weeks, and then I went back.
And still didn't come see me. But that's another story.
Because she wasn't answering the phone.
But then they get to this part about Tanea supposedly taking responsibility or accountability for basically being the worst possible type of parent imaginable. And she said, I teach my kids and I mature them a bit older. Sometimes she said, I have to ask myself, do I have these kids in survival mode?
Are you guys getting along?
Yeah.
We're getting along. I mean, so much better because I just said, you know what? I took accountability, first of all, because I just started to notice, like, why are you like this? Is it really me? And I just was like, you know what? I have, like, the way that I teach my kids, I could tell by my 5-year-old, I do mature them a little bit older because...
What we be going through?
What we be going through, I want them to be aware of everything, you know? I would rather me tell them things first or just... And I realized, like, maybe I got these kids in survival mode. I don't know.
Don't express yourself to nobody, she says to her kids.
I'm always saying be tough, keep it going. You know, don't express yourself to nobody. Whatever you want, you can get. All of that type of stuff. And, you know, Nova, Nene, I call her Nene.
Mom, don't do all that.
She takes it to a whole nother level. But you say you like when I call you Nene.
No, people gonna start calling me Nene.
Nova supposedly is not doing S work anymore, but she, I guess, kind of is because she's still, quote, selling videos, but she's even slowing down on that because she keeps getting deleted from websites and platforms because what she's selling is pictures of she's under 18.
Have you still been working on the streets?
She's under
Or
18
motels
sitting
or
there
hotels or
puffing.
anything? You're not doing work?
No.
You're not selling videos?
No.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, I've been selling.
You have to stop.
No, I've been stopping though because they keep deleting my Instagrams for child pornography, so I just stopped.
Then Tanea laments that there's, quote, whole websites of her baby from only And it's like, but who made the baby famous? Who went on Soft White Underbelly first? Who continues to go on public shows and public platforms and talk about their daughter? It's Tanea. She's one of the main reasons anybody has any interest or any knowledge of who she even is.
They done made websites of my baby,
They got
and I don't like that.
websites,
It's
OnlyFans, all types of stuff.
like it's
How
crazy.
do you think Nova got this way, Tania?
It wasn't me.
And yeah, that stuff should be taken down. That's disgusting. Nova, agrees her mom's teaching her and showing her how to be mature. Tanea admits to talking about these horrible, horrific, traumatic stories to Nova when Nova was as young as 10 years old. Basically, as a therapist, this to me looks like grooming and this teaching to be mature behavior.
I'm gonna take accountability. This is what I feel like I motivated her to be. Just this woman.
Okay, let me tell you.
who's-
So what it was, it's not technically my mom that made me like this, but you know how I'm like, smart and mature and all that. She made me mature because the things she was telling me and showing me. But like,
what was I showing?
As in me, like being to and all that. She didn't show me that. Like she didn't show me that because if that was the case, y'all be seeing her too. But the whole stuff, it don't really got nothing to do with her.
And it was believable, like, even though she's young, it's like she know a lot. And I'd be like, dang, how much was you listening? Like, I thought I was just venting because I didn't have no therapist. So at 10 years old, I used to be talking to her like,
Yeah,
and then...
like when I was 9 and 10, like she used to be telling me all the stories, everything.
Tania admits to calling Nova a bitch.
First of all, they would tell my daughter, oh yeah, if your mom really loved you, and she would think like, yeah, my mom did just, call me a R18 her.
And going off on her on live when they were in New York, when she had chased Nova down, which she should. That is her parent. She does need to find her if she goes to New York.
I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know how to
when
fix
I
it.
was in New York, I went off on
I've
her.
tried.
And that
I've
was
tried
my response. I was
unmodding.
like, "Are you
I've tried remodding it. I
went
don't
off on
know
her. And
what's
people
up.
were like, oh, they was dragging me. Y'all was dragging me so
You've
bad.
been through a lot on social media.
I was
Tania.
crying because I'm like, I'm not really like that. She caught me on a bad day.
Nova thanks Mark for giving her platform. She's very thankful and grateful to the platform that Mark provided to her.
I know you love the popularity, but another thing too, I realized it was good that she did go viral a lot because
Girls, you done gave my whole platform, huh?
I done did what?
I said Mark done gave me my whole platform. Like, he didn't help me on YouTube. Like, these interviews helped me on YouTube.
I mean, I feel like the interviews helped you. I feel like I done helped you every other month. I'm like, my daughter missing this, or if you find her. So it was like, through all of this promotion, a lot of people used to tell me, like, stop giving your daughter clout. I'm like, clout? This is our real life. Like, yeah, it's clout now, but okay, so what I'm supposed to do? Just sit at home like, oh, yeah, she out there, girl. We ain't gonna post nothing about her. Don't say nothing about her.
And then when I'm dead, they gonna be looking for you.
Yeah, like, oh, you didn't care. It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. But when we reunited, a few days ago, I was shocked to see people like, oh, you guys are genuinely happy you guys miss each other.
Tanea says that she keeps having to report Nova missing. So what is this? She keeps running away. Nova said again, she's 15 years old. She doesn't really want to leave her house because of the negative repercussions of being made so famous.
And then she goes, how do you know how to say this? I'm like, because I was you before. She's just me 2.0. I was a little bit nice, but like, I was like a cutthroat too.
But you know what I mean too? Because everybody already got their point of view of me, and every time they see me, it's, oh, she a hoe, she fast.
Yeah.
So I'm already on defense mode.
Yeah.
Because I'm already know what people
We'll have to fix that later. Do you know how to boop that? If you do, you're going to be walking grandma through it.
At the corner on Crenshaw.
She was like, oh, look like that's that little girl. That bitch be everywhere and da-da-da-da. And then she was talking. Like, I would just look at somebody and they'll just be whispering to somebody. And they'll be looking at me whispering. So I don't know that they talk about me. And I would just act like I don't.
People love to talk about it.
Yeah.
Everywhere we go.
That's all they can really do is talk.
She don't want to go nowhere. Like,
yeah, like I be barely want to go out places. Like,
I think it's important just to listen to yourself, know who you are.
2 years free from hair? Discover Bronze Smart IPL. The smart alternative to lace.
And don't listen to all that, people.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, she's thankful for the platform and becoming famous, but on the other hand, she doesn't like it. And she's only, again, 15 years old. She wasn't really old enough to make these lifelong permanent decisions like this. Then Mark, I'm just like sick to my stomach at this interview. This is a few months ago. And here's Mark. I think Nova's great. I just love the way she's grown up and who she's turning into. I think it's amazing.
See, I think Nova's great. I just love the way she's grown up and who
Yeah.
she's turning into. I think she's amazing.
yeah, I think anybody else who would have been through this, they would have been tapped out. It's a lot of girls that tried to do what she did,
and it
just didn't work.
And it's like, cause they're trying too hard. It's like they're trying to do something and trying to be something that they're not. That's why it's not working.
So from the first time that Mark saw her, she's now gotten several tattoos. She's not even 18 years old. She's run away. This is what she's grown into since he saw her the first time. She's gotten a face tattoo, and this is going to become important with this branding stuff. Mark continues to be a clueless buffoon, saying that ChatGPT is a great therapist.
Won't you be your own therapist then? Won't you just practice
No, you
what
don't
they
need a
would tell you?
therapist either, because they're going to lie to you. And they're going to try to give you
You
pills.
know what's a great therapist is ChatGPT.
Uh-huh. For real.
It's amazing.
Yeah, talk to AI. Don't go to no real therapist, because
Try
they're
it.
going to put stuff in your head.
Would you
It's
try?
amazing.
Chat AI? Girl, bye. I would not be
know everything. Chat AI.
A tough turn now to a teenager's death by suicide encouraged by artificial intelligence.
They claim the chatbot went from helping Adam with homework to becoming a substitute for a human companion to eventually becoming a suicide coach, according to the lawsuit.
Tanea, of course, wants to sing at Nova's graduation.
I'm trying to do something real big. I want her to graduate. I want to sing her at her graduation.
But then she says something really freaky, like, not in the good kind of freaky, okay? She says to Nova, to her daughter, 15-year-old daughter, I want you to be talking to girls in the 10th grade and schooling them.
I want her to talk to young girls like now. Like, I want you to be talking to girls in the 10th grade already, like, schooling them, like, yeah.
I don't think there's anything she needs to be teaching the girls in the 10th grade. I don't even know if, like, she should be sent back to regular 10th grade. Like, I think about how I was on what level I was at 15, and, like, if they would have just been sending Novas into my school. She says stuff like, I don't want to be saved. Stop trying to save me. Maybe she needs to go to alternative school. I mean, no offense. I don't think everybody is beyond reproach, but this is a very famous child S worker. And her mom's like, oh yeah, you need to go school the other 9th and 10th graders? No, you don't. You don't. You need to be learning from them on how to stay in school. But Nova doesn't want to do that. She says, nah.
Schooling them, like, yeah.
I have a note here. Why does this remind me so much of Larry and Amanda Rabb, and Amanda saying she doesn't want to be telling people stuff about that VR program. But anyway, I digress.
She was set to be released.
So she is interested in going back to school, which I think is great. For sure, she says she wants to graduate.
Yeah, I'm going to graduate.
Now, we do learn in this interview that the rest of the family has also isolated these two. They don't talk to Tanea and Nova anymore. They're okay with the brother.
Are things better between you, for the whole family right now than they've been?
It's getting there. This is why
The whole family. Not the whole family.
It's getting there. We got to get ties back.
No, we ain't talking about the kids. We talking about the whole family, right?
Oh,
we are
whatever.
not cool.
Because they judge us. They look at us like...
They do not like us. They don't like me, for sure. They don't like her because I act like her. They like my brother because...
He ain't like us.
Yeah, he nice.
Like, it's us against the world.
Yeah.
And that's crazy.
They talk about not having any real friends. Tanea's mad and jealous that her friends and family members choose her child, a minor, over her. More narc parenting.
Everybody faking this world.
They done did some crazy stuff.
Everybody faking this world, but...
They done picked her over me.
Everybody need
any
love,
day.
so-
I'm like, huh?
And you also see that Nova is basically parentified. You know, she's basically a parent to her siblings. She has 6 kids. And they talking about she gonna have 6 more, Tanea.
Yes, that's gonna be the last one. And I'm gonna have to give him one.
Kids.
I'm gonna give him one.
And 6 of them gonna live with me. And the other 6 could be with you.
As soon as they start acting up and wanting to run away, I'm sitting up to her.
I mean, you guys have had a lot of fights,
Hell no.
right?
I never fought my mama.
Nah.
Arguments?
Yeah, arguments.
Real bad
We
argument.
never fought.
TikTok
like,
turned
that was
off because I wasn't paying attention.
diabolical.
Bye, TikTok!
Were you guys?
Falling out.
Yeah, but like when we fall out, it don't even be real, mom.
But what's it about?
Pay attention
And then
to you
Mark
so
and Tanea talk, you know, we want you to let the people know, we don't want you to be viral for the stuff you've been viral for. We want you to be viral for showing who you really are. Maybe this is who she really is, girl.
Are you guys competitive against each other?
We're not. I just want the best for her, so I go hard on her. Like, I want her to be way better than me. And it's like, okay, you viral, but I want you to be viral for... You already viral for that. Let them know who you are. Like, damn, off this camera, y'all should just see, like, it's way better. Like, it's crazy. She's way more fun and way more... She just keep it at this. Like, oh, yeah, I get money, I sell content, that's it. I'm like...
We want to see you grow. Who's we? Is this like Mark Leta, the social media influencer manager? Doesn't he do the same stuff to Rebecca? Like, you could be really famous. Who is the we want to see you grow? And then, of course, Tanea can't make it through without making a comment on this poor child's body. Needs to gain weight. She's like, Nova needs to gain weight.
We want to see you grow. I want to see you with more weight on you. You know what I'm saying? Not like, you know, you are beautiful. You're fine. Like, I've been skinny my whole life. But I know what you can be. I know how you can act. I know how you can feel.
She's talking about, you know, trying to show Nova how to be a lady and how to wear nipple covers.
Stuff like that. Like, I buy her some nipple. She don't got one on now. I buy her nipple cover-ups and she doesn't listen to me. It's like, I'm trying to make you into this lady. Like, she's really a thug.
Ma'am, please, look at yourself. Look what you're wearing. What are you talking about? Nova's more covered up than you. You're gonna teach her how to be a lady? Mark makes sure to get in a grammar joke. Nova's like, yeah, I definitely want to go back to school. I definitely want to, you know, graduate for sure. So it's like one thing she might still have some type of faith in herself in. And here's Mark. I think you be using the word be incorrectly.
I think you're using the word be incorrectly.
Yeah.
You be using the word be incorrectly.
I know. I'm gonna stop saying that.
And then at the very end, Mark ominously says, "You're growing up beautifully, Nova. Thank you."
You're growing up beautifully, Nova.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just thought we should sit in the silence of that for a moment. Okay, so then, you know, that happens. And again, remember, that was part of a book promotion. That happens. Nova then, you know, makes one of her infamous lives, talks about how she got a black eye. People were like, did your mom give you the black eye? She said no.
Mama didn't give me no black eye. Dead homie, she didn't give me no black eye. It's gonna go away though. This the same black eye. Yo, I get a black eye on this same eye, and it's diabolical.
She had recently gotten a car, and she said, I got the interview. Mark gave me the money, and I got a car.
Dead homie, she did not help me get this car. I did the interview. Mark gave me the money, and I got my car. What you talk about? I was gonna get paid for the interview regardless. Even if I did the interview by myself, I was still gonna get paid.
Somehow she's saying she got a car from Mark Leta. Now, could the girl be lying? For sure. Could I be misunderstanding? Absolutely. Did I see the title to the car? No. I don't know any of it, okay? But she said, my mom didn't give me this car. I got the interview. Mark gave me the money, and I got a car. She said she put the car in the name of someone she trusts. She talks about running away from her mom for being toxic. Some more running away because Tanea. She says that's why she went missing. That's why we got those Ebony alerts. She said, stop trying to save me. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, ain't no saving me. Can't nobody save me but God and myself. Stop trying to save me and take me out and get me out. It's not gonna work.
She has a black eye in the video, and she, you know, claims that she got it from her man. She doesn't want to show whoever the man is on the screen.
This is what happens in life. You get f***ed up by people that can't control their anger.
She says she's been engaging in S-work since damn near 12, which I think, you know, means maybe 11.
I've been sending this since I was damn near 12.
But she refuses to snitch. She says, I'm not going to get my man popped.
I'm not getting my... pop. I don't give a fuck, this knock my head off. I'm not getting my pop, shot, beat up, ran over. I'll do all of it.
She said her man beat her up and he needs therapy and he's weird. 1 month later, the indictment heard around the world.
Federal agents say they have dismantled a ring.
Just 2 miles from where the Olympics will kick off
also
in 3
here
years, the
just
Figueroa
hammering.
corridor is where the U.S. Attorney's Office says a total of 11 gang members and associates in the notorious Hoover Street Gang were rounded up and charged with racketeering and sex trafficking today, saying they exploited minors, runaways, and girls in foster care, some as young as middle schoolers.
The first time any gangs in Los Angeles have been indicted for trafficking. You know, individuals may have been, but not a gang, not a group of people.
There was a 14-year-old who was sex trafficked at a motel in South LA over the course of 3 consecutive days.
Agents say the perpetrator was 25-year-old accused gang leader Amaya Armstead, also known as Lady Duck, who used Instagram and TikTok to lure victims.
Now, this is just last month. This, right now, what we're reading, August 13th, the Department of Justice puts out this press release, justice.gov. 11 charged in federal indictment alleging extensive ST of minors and young women along South LA's Figueroa corridor. The Hoover criminal gang was charged in a 31-count indictment that charges them with racketeering, conspiracy, that's RICO, including ST of children and adults through force, fraud, coercion. This includes runaways and children from the foster care system. Figueroa
Love you,
corridor
girl.
of Los Angeles recruiting victims through social media and branding them with tattoos.
These are photos of some of the 11 alleged members or associates of the South Los Angeles-based Hoover Street Gang who are now in federal custody on a long list of charges that include racketeering, sex trafficking, drug and firearms-related crimes, and money laundering.
They were branding these young women. They were abusing them. They were drugging them. Just horrific acts.
U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley saying many times the gang recruited victims through social media. A 31-count indictment details the years-long case against the defendants who allegedly operated in the Figueroa corridor, known as a human trafficking hotbed.
The lead defendant is a woman. She goes by Lady Duck, and she was out there recruiting these young women, children as young as 14 years old, into sex trafficking and really selling other humans. It's the worst kind of crime out there.
A few important points for me. Number one, they were recruited through social media. Social media and this lifestyle, this rapping and money lifestyle was used to lure women and children into this lifestyle. The lead defendant is a woman. That, is unusual. Amaya Armstead. Now, she's the one who specifically is accused of STing victim number 11. That was the 14-year-old, the youngest victim in the indictment. Now, generally, victims' names are not mentioned, especially whenever they are underage. So I would never expect to see anybody's name. Now, people have begun to speculate that this 14-year-old girl is Nova, and I'll tell you why in a moment. But the lead defendant in this case, Lady Duck, is the one who is alleged to have tracked the 14-year-old girl. The newscasters, they're really selling other humans. And that's the thing, too. I think that a lot of times these words, they get used in ways that kind of soften the blow of what's really going on. Make no mistake, this is slavery. Yes, trafficking, sure. It's not an incorrect word, but trafficking is a legal word for a law. It's illegal. Standards need to be met and things like that. But, if you are being forced to have relations with people and give them money to somebody else and you can't leave, it's a slavery situation. Again, they mention a lot of these girls came from the foster care system or they are runaways. They're preying on the vulnerable. We do also venture, Emmanuel Harrow comes up again, Riverside, California, this guy coming out of his house, accused of drugging, beating, and R-ing children. Again, suspects are pimps recruiting through social media. There's a mother of a supposed victim of this gang. She said it has been 3 years and she has yet to hear anything about her own missing child, Ruthie. Ruthie was lured there for ST and went there to Figueroa, the Figueroa corridor, 6 months later.
Catherine Renesto has been searching for her daughter, Ruthie Smith, from Long Beach in the Figueroa corridor since she was lured there for trafficking before going missing months later.
Figueroa is a scary place, and there's so many unsolved and so many don't know. And my daughter falls into that category of being trafficked and don't know.
Something that you need to know that the feds, and everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Obviously, you already knew that. But something that the feds are saying is that the Hoover Street Gang had the exclusive, rights, basically, over the Figueroa corridor S-work thing. They had exclusive rights. Nobody was allowed to be there on the blade, working, doing the S-work, without having been permitted. Without having been permitted to do so by this Hoover. Now, that's what the feds claim. So, this young girl, she went missing.
At one point, a 14-year-old girl was trafficked for at least 3 days in a row at a South LA motel.
Like I said earlier, the rumors had started to spread almost instantly that Nova was one of the alleged teenage victims because all these things start adding up, right? Nova said in her first interview with Mark, she don't have a PIMP because she doesn't like the idea of having to pay somebody else. She's selling her XYZ and she doesn't like the idea of having to pay somebody else for her work.
Are you?
How do I manage to be 76 and still glow like I'm 30? Well, my advice is throw your creams in the trash if you want to look 20 years.
Working with a pimp?
Mm-mm.
You're not working with a pimp?
I can't do pimps.
That's hard to believe at 13 years old.
Yes,
you don't
I know, but what I've experienced, I can't do it. It's like you're outside selling, not to cuss, but you're outside selling your, just to give it to a nigga. That doesn't sit right with me. You're standing outside for nothing.
But the indicted Hoover Street gang or whatever, this group, they allegedly will beat people up if they're there without their permission. They have like exclusive control over this economy since 2021, according to the feds.
I mean, these guys were prolific. They were the ones recruiting these young women and children. They're ones out there selling them. They were out there enforcing by beating up these women and drugging them and raping them.
Federal prosecutors say the group controlled sex trafficking along a 3.5-mile section of Figueroa Street in South LA, known as the Figueroa Corridor, and they've been in control from February of 2021 until now.
So for a few days after that bust, all was quiet on the Western Front on Figueroa Street. Like, people kind of went undercover, like, for a few days. But then it came, you know, back to life just a few days later.
Check it out. I've been cruising Figueroa for the last 4 days, ever since that big LA gang bust. Guys, it didn't take long for Figueroa to go back to normal. But we can't say it was quiet for quite a few days. Check it out. Business back to normal. Business as usual.
And that's whenever I need to introduce two characters from the indictment. So you already know about Amaya Armstead. That's Lady Duck. She's like the lead head one of this particular RICO. But then you have two other people. Well, I said two of them were indicted. Only one of them is indicted right now. This guy right here, PK4. PK4 is one of the alleged co-conspirators of this RICO, and he was having dealings, allegedly, with Tanea's daughter. These are rumors that start to spread. Now, PK4 knows Adam Grand Mason. They're kind of friendly or whatever.
You got like hella face tats since I last seen you, huh?
Yeah, y'all got my whole shit back in my head.
Oh, you got the full Figueroa Street under your fucking eyeball, too.
No. Oh, man.
Wait, what's it say?
I say August Street.
Oh, it's cursive. It's hard to read. My bad.
It said Figueroa Street, man.
These niggas. What's the other one say?
Oh boy. Yeah, we gotta do an LA.
Something off pain.
We gotta do a South Central tour with you, my boy.
Oh, built off pain. The hair's growing in over it, so it's kind of hard to tell.
We gotta get you back in the streets, Adam. You ain't been in the streets in a minute.
Nah, you right, bro.
That's why you talking about this Figueroa, all this other shit.
Pull that rose out, man. Bring that shit to
Man. And they got another guy in common they know, ATM Richie. So please, ATM Richie, please, if you take nothing else away from this, we need this man to be investigated. He went on Soft White Underbelly like 5 years ago. So there's another way that it links back in with the web. Like, he also has a Soft White Underbelly. And in this Soft White Underbelly interview 5 years ago, he said they used to do some little shit to the Renegades.
Renegade K, you feel me? So any bitch that was on our blades, Renegade didn't have no work or no pimp. We used to do some little shit to them, you feel me?
Now, Renegades, again, this is people, this is the word for people, who are on the blade, who are trying to do S work on the Figueroa corridor without a pimp or without having permission from the Hoovers or whoever. He said this 5 years ago, February 2020.
I switch just like dirty drugs.
I switch is like dirty draws. So that's ATM Richie, but he said some crazy stuff on Soft White Underbelly. Again, this was 5 years ago. This is 2020. He said we was gorilla pimping, you feel me? Bitches would come up missing. He's like, oh, I don't want to say too much and get in trouble.
Okay.
He said a little bitch would come up missing for a couple days,
to stop
a
hammering.
couple weeks, you know what I'm saying? Then she would come back correct.
Yeah, long story short, yeah, man, we was gorilla man, you feel me? You should come up missing, you know what I'm saying, for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, whatever you want to call it.
We was dealing with dog kennels, dealing with cat food. You can't walk our blades and you a renegade. You have to be paying somebody.
If she gonna come back correct, you know what I'm saying? We was dealing with dog kennels, we was dealing with cat food. We had a whole bunch of ways to get it right, you feel me? Like, you can't walk our blades and you a renegade. You have to be paying somebody. You can't be out here selling and you ain't paying nobody.
So that's in 2020. So then fast forward 2023, you got Nova saying I ain't paying nobody.
You're outside selling your just to give it to
I'll
him.
keep hammering later.
That doesn't like sit
But
right
not right
with
now.
me. Like,
can you understand how
messing with
she
my
might
brain.
come into conflict with somebody at some point? Like a criminal gang? This man said in 2020 you can easily come up missing forever. He talked about the torture, burning with cigarette butts, pouring bleach on these women, hot water in the shower, making them call him daddy while he was torturing them and running the hot water in the shower on them.
You know what I'm saying? You can easily come up missing forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit real. So, yeah, like burning with cigarette butts, putting cigarettes out on bitches, all type of shit, man. Pouring bleach on bitches, making bitches bathe in bleach bath water, putting bitches in the shower, closing the door on them, turning the hot water in, making them call you daddy while the hot water on. You feel me? And telling her like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
He said you gotta break their spirit. Once the spirit is broken, you can do whatever you want with them.
so you gotta break their spirit, you feel me? Once their spirit is broke, then you capable of doing whatever with it. You know what I'm saying? That's real gorilla.
He said, don't worry though, once you make a name for yourself as a freaking sociopathic degenerate, I guess, you don't have to do that no more. He said, but I done did some stuff to bitches. That's for sure.
But it's levels to this shit, you feel me? That's beginner shit. After a while, when you make a name for yourself and all that, you ain't gotta do that shit no more. But this shit real, man. I done did some bitches, man, for sure.
Okay, so that guy, ATM Richie, he starts basically threatening, in my opinion, I mean, I'll put the clip in here, he starts threatening Nova, the 14, 15-year-old, who is quite possibly literally a victim of this criminal gang. If, you know, allegations are true and if she is, you know, I think it's possible. I don't know if she's necessarily mentioned in this indictment. I don't know if she's included, but I can't imagine she made it far down Figueroa with not one tattoo.
Dead homies. Nova know what time it is. Nova better stay out the way for better days and better plays. Dead homies. Her and her punk-ass mama. It's not playing.
And she kind of tells you a little bit too, right? She's like, oh, I met this guy. I didn't know at the time he was a P. I didn't know at the time he was a creep. And then she shows up with a face tattoo and the whole lawsuit's about branding women. They're feeding them cat food in dog kennels. He said some of them can go missing forever easily. Then, of course, people start talking about this. No Jumper, of course. They're talking about it. Now, he's had Tanea on his show. She's been on this show, like, recent lately. Not about this, about other stuff. This clip right here, suspect on Hoover's facing RICO charges for human trafficking. Adam said, look at Tanea's kid. We know this stuff happens. It's like nobody wasn't even talking about her. Why are you bringing her up? It's a child.
That's one of the main allegations, is that they're trafficking underage girls. And I've definitely heard about it. You know, look at Tanea's kid. This is happening. It's out there. Yes.
Why are you bringing up a specific child? Adam really downplays in this video how disgusting and
This little
deranged
tool
trafficking children
that
is.
stabs
He's like,
the
yeah, this happens all
holes.
the time, and I don't know why people are acting like it doesn't.
I
Like,
do
I
all
just
this
don't
by
understand why
hand.
y'all are
Y'all
so
know
like
that.
up in arms. Like, you know this
Normally
happens.
I
Why
do it
you acting like you
offline,
don't know?
but
all I'm saying is, like,
y'all get to watch
is
me do
this
it today.
basically totally
But I had to stop
normalized
because
in the pimp world?
my leg is getting tired.
So there's a
For
big
sure.
chunk of people who
For
think
sure.
that that's fucked up and wrong.
For sure.
So there's
Adam admits that he knows this PK4 character, which is the one who's like alleged to have trafficked Nova.
There are people that we all know who are associated with this RICO that we're talking about, P4K in particular. I'm used to it at this point that the indictment comes out. It's a bunch of the worst you ever heard in your entire life. You can't help but feel completely disgusted when you read it. And then once people end up going to trial or accepting plea deals or whatever, you realize that, you know,
Now, again, that's up for debate whether that happened or not. This degenerate sitting next to Adam said that some of these children deserve it, pretty much because the children be grown and fast and they thrust theyself into the lifestyle.
Some people be fast and thrust themselves into that. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't just all because they underage that they being tricked. Some people be grown and fast and thrust themselves into it.
So that should give you a pretty good idea of why nobody comes forward around these creeps. Shout out though to Almighty Suspect, who actually was the voice of reason through here, and shout out to all the girl dads who actually stand up for the babies in these conversations, because I know it's hard whenever all these degenerates are just like, but I thought everybody does that. Yeah, man, everybody knows they're doing that. Like, when they're sitting around doing that, it's, like, actually kind of hard, I'm sure, for them to be like, no, we have to, like, literally say, I can't hang out with you. You're a child predator. He's like, I have daughters. This isn't cool. Like, so shout out to him on that. We don't always see eye to eye, but I got to give him a shout out.
It's still predatory. I don't care if she come with 10,000 hot
sure.
ready. I'm cool on that. You are a baby. I don't want no parts of that. I'm good. You are ready to go down. You finna go under the jail. I just can't do it, bro. I got 2 girls. We're not playing like that. Babies is completely off.
Anyway, the degenerate pipes back in and says this has been going on for the longest, with 30-year-olds coming to pick up 14-year-olds from high school.
I'm just saying that from this standpoint. Like, I remember, and it was going on before my time. And this shit was probably, I don't know if it's going everywhere, but I know out here, like, it was going on when I was in high school. Man,
That's
how
not
many
an aspiration,
older
buddy.
dudes that you seen that you knew from the neighborhood or from somewhere else was pulling up to the school,
Yeah.
picking girls up.
Yeah.
Grown ass man.
Not from the neighborhood, but that happened to me. I had a crush on
I mean,
this chick.
whether it's from the neighborhood or
Some
whether it's a
dude,
grown man
yeah.
that you know pulling up, you know for sure. We in high school, she probably 15, 16. This dude is easily 25, 27, 30, pulling up, picking her up, knocking her down.
Bro, when I was 16, I seen that. I was in middle school and I was mad this nigga was coming to pick up from high school. No cap. And I'm like, you taking all the middle school pussy. I'm trying to talk to this, and your grown ass, grown butt to this.
Hey, in a Mustang. In a Mustang. Something sick.
Nigga,
Yeah, I'm disgusted.
I was so upset.
When I was 16, I lost my to a 25-year-old in a Mercedes. Wait, what the?
Anyway, another clip here. This is ATM Richie warning Tanea and her daughter over alleged role in the Hoover RICO.
Dead homies. Nova know what time it is. Nova better stay out the way for better days and better plays. Dead homies. Her and her punk ass mama. It's not playing. Niggas is not.
What do you think is up with Nova? You mean the little girl?
Yep. Ain't nobody playing with nobody. Just know that.
Poetic Flacco even brings it up on No Jumper.
Have y'all seen what ATM Richie said about Tania and Nova?
Yeah.
So so apparently he's blaming Nova for being the reason why P4 is in jail. I didn't know this to be true.
He said he's gonna R-word milk, right?
Do you know
we have that clip too, by the way.
The world didn't even know that he had anything to do with that girl. Right. I didn't know nothing.
ATM Richie is the one who brought Nova's name out, and then Adam Grandmason said, "We know it happens, look at Tanea's kid." They're the ones who did it. The man is degenerate. He needs to be investigated. Earlier, last month, Tanea, during all of this, is now whining about being a single mom at the laundromat. And she's homeless again. She got her son back from Texas. Her daughter is a 304 and, quote, got worse.
I sat and cried in the car today. Because I don't know what y'all see, but I know what I see. Literally, this
Everybody
black
has to
woman
do
that's
laundry.
just
Calm down.
literally living the life of a single mom, doing everything literally by herself. And God, I'm not gonna cry. And it just trips me out because it's not like I don't want no job. No, it's not. It's not like I never tried to have a job, but it's like every time I'm at a job, I'm doing another job at the job. True story. I'm getting fired just because I'm helping another woman with her problems. I will put my problems down and pick somebody else's up. My heart, and then cry because there's not so many people like me. And I'm fine with it. I don't have no problem with it, but it's just the fact that what mothers go through and how life be playing out. I've been through so much. It's a cold piece of motherfucking work. And I just can't believe it sometimes, like, this is where I'm at. I don't even care about a man, but I'm gonna keep it going because I know it's something gotta give. Because how I got here is even crazier.
The ad-libs vicious on that thing. She was really ad-libbing cold though, I ain't gonna lie, but
And I think I put this in here just to show y'all how yo-yo it is. Like how back and forth it is between Tanea and Nova. It's like, now they're doing a book promotion. Now they're together and she took accountability. Now the 304 daughter got worse and she's homeless and literally single mother. And it's like, whoa. The daughter's 15. She's a kid. Stop talking about her publicly like that. Anyway, it's weird to me because in clip after clip after clip, Adam Grandmason just doesn't seem to understand like what's the problem. So basically Whack 100, he's like a regular on No Jumper or whatever. He does at least say, and him and Adam Grandmason, I will say, at least kind of say like it's wrong no matter what, but they do kind of like act like it's like common. And then Tanea and Nova, I guess, probably facing threats and fear of facing threats maybe perhaps, are freaking out that they're being called Fed snitches on No Jumper and different people's podcasts. So then they start pulling their strings and they go on No Jumper with Adam and they start going against everything. No, we're not snitches. We would never snitch.
Are you telling on P4K?
No.
Hell no.
Hell no. I don't. Okay, so I have an idea why they're saying that because it was once upon a time.
Nova looks terrible and she's beautiful. I ain't talking about ugly or something. She looks like this lifestyle is already starting to really catch up with her. It's only been a year and a half, 2 years. She's 15 years old. She's basically covered in tattoos at this point. She's talking about on the dead homie, she ain't no snitch. Please, this innocent little precious little baby just a few years ago and she still is a child, and you have 47 or whatever year old Adam Grandmason adjusting the mic so she could tell her the Hoovers she's not a snitch louder or better or something. It's freaking deranged. Adam's like, yeah, but there's no evidence that it's you. You're the 14-year-old from the indictment, right? Just combining all the stories together.
I'll see him on Fig, but like I never talk to him because I'm like, oh no, like you feel me? Yeah.
We'll censor it. But honestly, that's kind of what I suspected, because when I saw it popping up on news pages and stuff, I'm like, you don't seem like you have any kind of evidence behind this. You're just combining these two stories together because she's well known.
Exactly, and I was never the type, even when I was out there, I was never the type to even pay, a dude. I was out there with my homegirls. I was never, I don't care how famous he was, like, you feel me? I used to listen to his music or whatever, but
Yeah, that's
I
one
never
thing
really
she did. She
yeah,
listened
like
to
I used to listen to
music.
that music. And he is right. It doesn't say Nova's name in that paperwork. Wack was wrong. He said it says Nova's name in the paperwork. No, it doesn't. It doesn't say her name in the paperwork unless he has access to some Fed paperwork we don't have access to. It says victim 11, a 14-year-old.
Nova, which is the daughter.
Her 15-year-old daughter, who is a...
Hold on. The daughter has been named as one of the minors.
How do you know that? I haven't seen any evidence of that. I see a lot of YouTube titles, but...
It's in the paperwork.
Wait, really?
And it gives a description of dude that you named, the one that's not a Hoover, assaulting the kid with braces.
But Nova doubles down on her first thing she ever said about having a pet is that she wouldn't pay somebody. She said, I don't care how famous he is.
Combining these two stories together because she's well known.
Exactly, and I was never the type, even when I was out there, I was never the type to even pay, a dude. I was out there with my homegirls. I was never, I don't care how famous he was, like, you feel me? I used to listen to his music or whatever, but
yeah, that's
I never
one thing
really,
she did. She
I used to listen to that music, but I never Now, Tanea and Nova allege they don't even know PK4. They don't even know P4K, whatever his name is. But they do know of him, and when they were out on Fig, they did see him, and they have listened to his music. His, very niche, Hood, Crip, Gang, whatever music, very niche. They've listened to the music, but they don't know him. Got it. Then Tanea and Nova appear to imply that the feds are throwing their name into things for clout, but maybe I'm misunderstanding what they said. I don't think that's happening.
If she's allegedly a victim, how could her name be disclosed? How could
For
they
sure she's a
be
victim
able
of
to,
something.
Not of nothing with P4K.
Okay, not with him, but I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, not nothing with no
Yeah, not nothing with him. Can't nobody be able to be like, oh yeah, and Nova better watch her back. She better not watch nothing.
You never had P4K managing your box?
No,
okay.
I don't know P4K. I mean, he followed me on Instagram and I
it's
follow
hard
him
for me
before.
to keep a straight face.
But it's crazy because it's they like to throw our name in anything for the clout. But
right.
That's a serious jacket to be putting on a child and my child at that.
But maybe people are throwing their name in this for clout, but I would be lying if I said that I didn't think about it. Whenever I first heard that there was all these sting ops and these arrests and busts and all this for Figueroa and, trafficking in children, I would be lying if I didn't say at least it came across my mind, Nova. So maybe that's other people were thinking that too. I really don't know. I want to be very
temporary
clear.
stitch
Her
so
name
that
isn't
we can
mentioned
stab
in the
it.
paperwork that I saw for the public. People are talking about them in jail. Yesterday, I guess somebody said that he was in jail. He was talking in jail, and he was like, yeah, that bitch Nova and her mama going to court testifying. And that's why we hit you up, because that shit is nothing to play with. You feel me? Me and Mama, we don't get down like that. We don't snitch on nobody.
So we want to get him on the phone.
I got too much going on.
You want to get P4K on the phone?
I want you to get him on the phone.
Yeah,
you know how to get in touch with people so that he can say that he don't know who Nova is, because it's
That's not a bad
she's
idea.
not a victim, and
I think
she's not.
he might be kind of
going to court.
lost in the system right now. I haven't heard about anybody talking to him.
Yeah, there's this clip I just wanted to make sure definitely makes it in my opinion, threats toward Nova by this grown man. Nova knows what time it is. Nova better stay out the way. This kind of implies here in this video, this ATM Rich is implying that Nova is a snitch, snitching on PK4. If somebody traffics you, you can't snitch. I think there should be some layers to this. There should be some levels.
I wasn't always here. But thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
It wasn't always here.
3 years ago, I
used to
I
be
like
in a
my job.
dumpster.
I just said it's silly.
A little bit Nova, dead homie. Nova know what time it is. Nova better stay out the way.
All right, it'll be easier to hammer now that it's just the
her
flat
and her
piece.
punk ass mama. Not playing.
What do you think is up with Nova? You mean the little girl?
Yep, ain't nobody playing with nobody. Just know that. Just know we not playing. Just know
What did she do?
Just know we not playing about nothing. And we gon'
No, I'm asking, what did she do?
And so he doubles down. He's like, ain't nobody playing with nobody. Seemingly I don't care how old they are. Is he a Scientologist? Kids are just adults in little bodies or what? Just know we ain't playing about nothing. Now, as it stands right now, this ATM Richie is not a co-conspirator, and he's not indicted on this RICO. And I'm just wondering why in the hell not? He's out here threatening little girls as far as what I could see. Even damn homie, this is Sharp the Pimp's ex. She's like, are you talking about the little girl? What'd she do?
What do you think is up with Nova? You mean the little girl?
He said, don't renegade or be a minor.
I hope you're not renegading or minor, because it's bad and it's ugly on the other side of this. Yeah.
Also, this strange weirdo stated that he would teach his own daughter, the ways of the ism if she wanted to learn about it.
He just asked me some weirdo shit. Asked me
How would you feel? You said on Soft White Underbelly you put bitches in dog kennels and cages.
You did say that, yeah.
You said you put bitches in hot water, make them call you daddy. How would you feel if they put your daughter in that cage? Bitch ass, how old is my daughter? If she 18, that's her motherfucking bad. Cause I'm not Captain Saving nothing. And I'ma show her the game. I'ma show her the game. If this what you want to do, bitch, you better be the biggest madam in the world.
So then, I guess ATM Richie wants to level up his clout. So after Tanea and Nova go on to clear up their side of the story, now ATM Richie wants to sit in the hot seat in the Carnival City room that feels like you're having a trip just looking at the wall, and he wants to do his little clown show, and he does a great clown show. If, like, you know, being a clown is the set point. Yes, it was great. This is a clip from it right here. ATM Richie goes off on minors and renegades who work on Figueroa. He said real pimps kidnap renegades. And like all the Ebony Alert posters are like flashing off in my mind at this point.
Real kidnap renegades. Cause you bitches out here on our blaze on the dead homies and y'all trying to make all this money on and y'all got loaf. Y'all be on y'all little backup pages with loaf on the dead homies and y'all ain't working for nobody. Y'all know what time it is, man. Easy call, man. It's Buffy the 304 Slayer. Hello. Dead homie.
Yeah, before we kidnap him. Yeah, he says all kinds of crazy stuff in this thing. And I'm with you, and I'm in full support of kidnapping the minors. And then he's like, no, not the minors.
Okay, but before we get to kidnapping renegades, which of course I support, and we're gonna talk about all that. Can we just get like the early days?
Adult renegades.
Okay, definitely important. No, yeah.
This is another clip. ATM Richie on PK4 allegedly minors, we're gonna have to blur those two words out, and the Hoover Rico. Adam, again, downplaying it in my opinion. All these MFers are doing that. Nova's not even trying to hide it.
Apparently pretty common. Like when I'm talking to Nova, she's like, yeah, all these motherfuckers are doing that. It's like, she ain't trying to hide it.
Anyway, now this guy's like seemingly not threatening Nova anymore, but he's like, okay, we're gonna just pray for her.
I swear to God, I'm praying for Nova, and I'm praying for her mom, and I'm wishing the best, and you know what I mean, and like, you know, protect your kids and keep your kids off of the streets, like, you know what I mean. Like,
Adam talks about PK4 again. Adam knows this PK4 guy and has admitted it.
On the dead homies, like, y'all gotta realize how old P4K is, and y'all gotta realize how old he was when he caught this case. So technically, it's like, you know,
okay.
This shit crazy.
How old is he right now?
Man, that nigga 21, 22.
Right now?
Yes. So that means he was what?
He
17,
was like,
18.
Yeah, he was.
You know what I mean? He was a
okay.
kid his fucking self.
Adam makes a kidnapping joke about Nova and laughs because it's apparently so funny, and implies that Nova put her own self in the situation.
Felt like Nova seemed very convincing when she sat here and said, I don't even know him at all. She said that she's like seen him a little bit, but that she doesn't have anything to do with him.
Right.
And she also says she's a renegade.
Right.
So she might have to get kidnapped, but when she's of age.
She's a child. She's a child.
Just kidding. Okay. But she denies all that. So what's your response to that?
But then Richie, makes it 4 whole minutes in. He can't help himself. Again, I think this is witness intimidation. He said she better not work with the cops. Or what? It's a threat to me, in my opinion.
Okay, she in the interview was basically like almost on some gangster shit. She was like, I don't snitch. I don't talk to the cops. You're not going for it. You think she's lying?
I think she's telling the truth.
So you don't think she's worked with the cops?
She bet not. She better not work with the cops. Who does that? Who works with the cops?
And why isn't this guy indicted? Co-conspirator, I want to know. ATM Richie doubles down on the dead homies, implying Tanea is a snitch, and now got her own daughter being a snitch, too.
If you a snitch, you a snitch. How you a snitch and your daughter a snitch? Let's talk about that. Now you got your daughter doing the same you doing to get the homies booked. Bitch ass, you used to be the best shooter the hood had. On the dead homies. Let's talk about it. Just know who your daddy is.
Wait, who was the best shooter? I got kind of confused. I was texting the group chat saying, does
shout
anyone
out to
know
the
this?
AV baddies. Y'all know I had to say that, but what they be doing, clock it. Oh, clock T on the dead homies.
By this point, ATM Richie is fully in flash out mode, and Adam is even like backing up and looking at him like something is wrong with this dude. Apparently the snitchery runs in the family, because apparently Nova's dad is also a well-known snitch.
I ain't scared to tell y'all that the woman or the child who's supposedly snitching, daddy is a well-known snitch.
Well, I guess that probably narrows it down a lot, but I don't know. We got to figure out who was piping Tinia in 2009. Anyway,
Adam even says, wait, shouldn't we be encouraging children to report these crimes? And this degenerate buffoon said instead we should be beating the out of the children and running them over with the cars because of doing prostitution. Never mind the entire federal indictment, which accuses this violent criminal gang of forcing children into this degeneracy.
But don't you think that, like, we should be kind of like encouraging underage girls to snitch on the people who are picking them,
beating
right?
the shit out of underage girls trying to do any prostitution on my dead homies. You out here on that, I'm running you over with a car.
You're gonna punish them?
Any of my partners tell me, there she go. Bop! Get your ass up out of here. Dead homies, we taking penitentiary chances out here. Get your ass up out of here. Matter of fact, where your daddy at? Where your mama? We doing that, Adam?
You can't beat up an underage. Like, why?
Man, they better not.
Why wouldn't we go after the?
If I'm on a
or maybe the clientele.
If I'm on some Douce and I'm in my motherfucking car.
For sure. Why would we be going after?
If a nigga be like, oh, that's the underage, and I see it, I swear to God, I'm putting my head down. Get the fuck out of here.
What the?
Playing, I swear to God.
Sometimes during this interview, Adam develops like a conscience all of a sudden, and he like hates this guy, but then he snaps back into character. Richie, again, he says it's okay because it's been going on forever. And he's not there to judge other people's fantasies. Instead, he will just beat the kids for being out there on the street.
It's been going on forever, and motherfuckers just finally got.
Okay, thank you for being honest about that, yeah.
It's been going on forever.
I feel like
and I ain't here to expose none of that because, you know, motherfuckers got their own fashions and fantasies. If you into failure, you into the failure. And a lot of these is not even into the failure. I swear to God, a lot of these niggas ain't even fouls, bro. A lot of these niggas on the dead homies, they just know the game. The game is to get in the pimp game and graduate and elevate to possibly get in some minors because minor sells more.
He said this business is business. The people selling children aren't even PDFs. They're not even PDFs themselves. They just, you know, they're just doing the business. You can't even blame them. He said the natural slippery slope is to becoming worldwide traffickers and kidnapping women and kids in other countries and threatening to sell their organs.
To possibly getting to become a kingpin. And now you going to other countries and you kidnapping kids and different women and shit. That's really the moral of the story to get to.
You've seen this trajectory for like Los Angeles pimps that they end up going overseas and becoming like worldwide travelers.
I ain't trying to do none of that, bro. But
I would love to know who was doing this.
Look at Lady Duck. Look at Lady Duck. What they saying she doing?
Well, she was on the block doing it.
But
right?
they talking about she trafficking organs and shit.
Okay,
that's
but the
whole different level.
Yeah, I agree. That's a totally different level. But like Lady Duck, the only thing in the indictment is them saying that someone else suggested that they would do that to a girl. That they would basically.
And what she say? What she look like?
She was like, "Let me see him."
Which means what? Oh my
but that doesn't make us think that she herself engaged in that process.
Even if she didn't on the dead homies, and even if she didn't, and even if she did, would have been like, what she look like? Because I probably can do something with the right or wrong.
I don't know.
Come on, gang.
It's like that was one of the things in the lawsuit. One of the pimps called up somebody else and said, I'm about to sell my property, which is a woman, into the organ trade unless you want her. Do you want to buy her? Because I'm selling her for her organs. And then that part of the lawsuit gets brought up in this interview. We can put the clip in here. And then they run through like a role play hypothetical scenario to see if Adam, if he were the hypothetical trafficking pimp, would he purchase the sex slave to save her life from being sold into organ trafficking? And Adam's like, no. Do I care if you kill some random bitch? I'll put his own words in there so he's saying them himself.
If you a fucking drug lord and I hit you up and tell you, look, I got a bitch. If you don't want her, I'm gonna sell this bitch organs. What you gonna tell me, Adam? What would you tell me on a dead homies if you was in position? What would you tell me?
So I'm a drug lord.
No, not a drug lord, a traffic lord.
Okay. And you were like, I got this girl. Do you want her?
And I hit you up, Adam, and said, I got this. If you don't want her, I'm gonna sell her organs.
Okay, we're talking about.
What would you tell me, Adam?
Of age.
Of age, right.
I mean, I don't think the fact that if I don't buy her, then you're going to basically kill her. I don't think that's gonna make me more likely to want to purchase her.
Not even if.
Because what the f do I care if you some random girl?
What she look like? You're gonna be like, what the f look like?
I mean, maybe.
But then, you know, there's this sort of overarching, over-ringing kind of thread running through the whole thing. And I think it is perfectly concluded in this ominous soundbite right here.
He's been way too viral for you not to know that that's a kid. Everybody know her
crazy,
face.
man.
Yeah, she like the famous kid prostitute.
You are 100% correct, and it sounds crazy.
Yeah, that is a crazy.
Well, she's been doing it too since she was like 13.
Normalized, that's crazy, but like, that's what it is.
Kind of ties the whole thing together in this sick way. that the perpetrators, the so-called Johns, the abusers, the child abusers, not only do they just, probably know that what they're dealing with and who they're dealing with is under the age of 18, but they're probably into it and they probably like it. And not only that, they're probably into and like it that this is a specific type of child S worker or abuse victim, a famous one. And it just brings me all the way back to the first thing I said in this video. Mark Leta from Soft White Underbelly deliberately chose to interview, possibly alone, I don't know how many people were in the room, apparently without her mother present. The story has changed. And to advertise, whether it was his intention to do so or not, the full body, almost entirely nude, of this child. The location, the name, how long it's been since she's been doing it, where to find, different social media, and now, 2 years later, not even, she's a famous child S worker whose life is obviously in danger. Her mom doesn't seem to have any ability to keep her safe. Is it a too far gone situation? I mean, hell, it could, who knows? Hopefully not. But it's to the point where you got people in jail, sitting on their jail bunk, being the voice of reason.
Look, how could you get on here with a white man and belittle a black little girl and her mama that both of them got all type of crazy stuff going on? Both of them not in the best situation. I don't think that was Adam's place to do that.
Adam should have never been talking about them. Never ever been talking about a little girl like that, and neither should Mark Leta. She's asking for it, she thrusts herself in the lifestyle, whatever. No. He said, I don't think that was Adam's place to do that. I don't either. The adult is supposed to have the awareness. Sooner or later, Nova might fix her life. And it's not these two grown men's job to air that all out, and I agree. Who made this child famous? Her mother had a hand in it, going on Mark Leta and then back again over and over, and then no jumper and talking about this stuff on live and everything else. Mark Leta put this child up there, completely vulnerable and exposed, just a month before she went missing. Ebony alert. She continues to run away from her mother. Is constantly brought back to her.
I'm gonna leave because I don't want to be there.
There's just like, what are they
She
gonna
done
do?
hopped out of a police car. She don't cooperate with.
Not a police car, but
on the freeway.
No, not a.
See, the highway patrol. She went viral.
You were handcuffed or not?
No, I didn't hop out of the
views
car.
on Twitter.
Mom, I didn't hop out the car.
That's what they told me.
No, I hopped out the social worker van, not the you.
Okay, the social worker van.
Yeah.
Her mother wants her to go teach other 10th graders, school them. I'm not sure that's such a great idea. Now, everybody mentioned in this video, including those indicted, unindicted, accused or not, are innocent until proven guilty. Please do not contact anybody mentioned in this video. That is not the point. The purpose of this video is to talk about many issues of public concern. Specifically, I hope that somebody looks into this We Kidnap Renegades fellow. Hope somebody's working on something with that. That's pretty damning evidence. Facts ain't defamation, either. Opinions. Love you, Minnie. Okay, bye.
And y'all be saying it's me. It's not me. I be trying to go home and be, right. Mama, she don't really care about me, y'all. Like, bro. She don't care. My brother came back, she really don't care. And it's not, oh, you're jealous of your brother. I'm never jealous of my brother. I love my brother. Literally. I can't even be around him. Like, I'm getting kicked out the car and I have to get dropped off. Like, that shit weird. Don't let this internet fool y'all. Don't let whatever she posts when I'm with her for 3 minutes and literally after that she told me I gotta go. Don't let that fool y'all, bro. Like, this shit, man. I can't wait till I'm 18 so I can just not depend on nobody. But I don't have an Instagram, y'all, so y'all need to pray for me because this shit is getting harder and harder by the day, literally.
Enjoy 2 years free from hair and hair removal. Discover broad.
That is enough of that. Alright. That's it for me. I've had enough. Icky gross. Let's go raid. Anybody on? Let's see. Raid. Following. Oh, we do have some on. Alright, cool. Let's go. Oh, let's go raid Sully. Sully. We're gonna go kick some Sully ass. We love Sully. Anyway, that's it for me for today. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you being here. Don't forget to check out social medias for updates and whatnots. And I'll probably be back tomorrow. Yeah. Don't forget to give Sully some love. Silver does have raid calls I don't know where we put them. I lost them again. But, I don't know. It's somewhere. Bye, love you, bye!